Okay, we are going to do our usual audio check. Oh, that's working well. Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, just going to stick around and wait for anybody to join. Let me see why. Check the settings. Oops. All right, we do have a viewer, so that means we are broadcasting. Make sure that everything's excellent. Okay, looking good. Hello, hello, viewers. Hello, Kristen. Right. So let's get this show on the road, shall we? Thank you for joining my channel and spending some time with me, for those of you who are here right now, and for those of you who will watch at a later time. The topic today, of course, as advertised, is our favorite hypocrite, G-Man. So instead of wasting a lot of time, let's get into it. But before we get into G-Man, we have to catch up with today's Von Helton. Because you know Von Helton, he's lonely on the road in the heat. So let's see what he's got to say. Yeah, we're gonna clown Damon for sure. But hold on a minute. Hey, Mox. Let's just do a quick catch up on Von Helton. This will not take very long at all. Why is there no sound? I have no sound. Did I record something with no sound? What an idiot. Okay, so let's just go back to the. We can go back to the source. Hold on a minute. I will save this, I promise you. Stinky will not get away. I'll go right to the source. And if I can find the source, oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. I actually have a phone call. Hello? Sidney speaking. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, but business always comes first. Sorry about that, really, really, really. Okay, so we're back, right? Sorry, I lost my place there. Yeah, we're back. Okay. Now, we were going to.
What the fuck are you talking about? All right, Jill. Just for shits and giggles, let's see if I've been unchained.
No, I just messed the whole fucking thing up, didn't I? Hold on a minute. I will do it and I'll start again. Sorry, man. Sorry. Oh, you know what I did? I totally removed him, or something happened to remove him. Sorry, Devon. I'm so sorry. All right, here we go. Let's hope we get this one right.
All right, Jill. Just for shits and giggles, let's see if I've been unchained. Shall we? I call upon the four winds of the elder gods to bring me that woman or women that belong to me, that I'm to be with, that I am to get out of this car and live with permanently. So let it be written, so shall it be done, so mote it be. Now let's just see if I've been unchained or if I'm still in chains. Because it's going to be one or the other, isn't it? Right.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Obviously, if it does not occur, then I'm still in chains.
Obviously.
But if it does occur, that would mean something very significant now, wouldn't it?
Like what?
So we'll see what happens, boys and girls. This has been James Paul Von Houten, Master of the Mystic Art, Sorcerer Supreme,
and Big Bullshitter,
part-time Hurricane Destroyer, and Demon Slayer.
And the bubbles.
Now with more bubble bursting power because
bubbles.
You deserve the best.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so let's get back to what we were. Okay, so this is where we were before, where I had a recording that I didn't record the audio because I'm just so detail oriented. So let's go to this guy. All right. So this is G-Man. And the allegation is that G-Man hurt his daughter. And I'm going to go through this because I have a problem with this guy's attitude towards his child. So let's start off with this.
Looking for the perfect Christian woman. And God has shown me a lot of things since then. I'm married now, but I'm 30.
I'm married now.
37 years old, and I wish.
He's 37 years old, and he's married now. Okay? Now, when was this recorded? I don't know. I'll tell you one thing I do know is that I believe he was born in 1973. He's 1973 plus 37. This was recorded in 2010, right? So 15 years ago. So let's hear what he's got to say. 15 years ago.
I wish I would have got married a lot younger.
He's 37.
The average
He's 37. He's married. He wishes he got married a little younger.
Man lives to be about 70 to 75 years old. And says she has one called prayer doesn't work according to her. She actually does something on here I do like, and that she does with autism and how to deal with autistic kids, because my child that I have is autistic, and I learned
Right. So we've learned in this one video that G-Man at 37-year-old was married, and he has what he calls an autistic child. Okay?
Learned a few things from her, but I can't ignore the fact that she has a lot of videos up dealing. Slow down.
Oh, welcome to the theocracy.
Right. So this is a subsequent video. So the first one, he was married, he's 37, he's got an autistic child. Then we got this.
From someone who quit the WWE after he got hit by a chair the first time.
Right. You said
Can you get to the fucking point?
which is true, in which I said that I pray away gay thoughts. Now, explain to me how that means I'm gay. Which I said that I pray away gay thoughts. Now, explain to me how that means
You
You're doing gay thoughts. Because you think about having kids, man, you got to stop saying that.
one here,
Fucking point.
which is true, in which I said that I pray away gay thoughts. Now, explain to me how that means I'm gay.
Okay. Then we got this one. I should have played this one next, but anyway, we got this one here. Firstly, remember the first one? He's married, he's 37, he wished he'd gotten married sooner, and he has an autistic daughter.
I'm going to make sure.
What happened? The audio is low on the video. I really can't do much about what's going on. Why didn't this play? If my audio is okay, then that's one thing. If G-Man's audio is low or high or whatever, it should be the source, but let me know. Because what is going on here? Oh, my file couldn't have been. I've got to find shit, I've got to find that file again. I moved it. I moved it. And it is oh, okay, hold on. Shit. You've seen that one, right? Yes. Where did I bloody well move the other one to? Ah, there it is. I found it. Okay. Never mind.
I'm going to make sure. Oh, and by the way, the burden of proof is on the one making a claim. I don't have a roommate. This is great. This is great. So let me get this straight here. I got an autistic daughter, and now I have a roommate. What else are you guys going to tell me I got? You guys have a good day. And remember, I don't have a roommate. I haven't been served, and I don't have an autistic daughter, and I would greatly appreciate it if you liars would stop saying that.
Well, why did you say it, G-Man? You said you had an autistic daughter. Right? Yeah. There you go.
Looking for the perfect Christian woman. And God has shown me a lot of things since then. I'm married now, but I'm 37 years old, and I wish I would have got married a lot younger. Primarily because the average man lives to be about 70 to 75 years old. And
Okay.
Says she has one called prayer doesn't work.
Here we go.
To her. She actually does something on here I do like, and that she does with autism and how to deal with autistic kids, because my child that I have is autistic, and I learned a few things.
All right. My child that I have is autistic. All right. Now, where does this all come from? Where does this all come from? Well, we got the allegation. Might as well put it down there. The allegation is this. Okay, so here's the allegation. I'm going to read it because it's important. Allegedly, somebody wrote, I know G-Man's family and his true history. He lives with his sister in her basement, gets disability monthly, had a small under-the-table bike repair shop out of his sister's garage. He's known in the area, he's known as the area weirdo, and children are kept away from him. He spent almost 5 years in a mental ward instead of jail. He used his disability as an excuse for losing his temper and causing permanent brain injuries to his daughter. He lost all rights to his daughter, and he can't even speak of her, or he can go back to court. This is when he found religion, was after almost killing his baby. He never paid child support and did lose his driver's license. That's why he walks and bikes everywhere. He has very little cash, so suing him will be pointless. He will most likely use his mental disability in court against this upcoming lawsuit. Talking about Hussey, I think. This is the highlight of Gary. Nobody in real life calls him G-Man. Okay? So there's the allegation. Now, why is it important? Because it ties in to what G-Man, to what we're going to see now. So now, which one is this? Oh yeah, all right. So according to this, what's on the screen is that G-Man beat up his daughter, causing brain damage. He calls his daughter autistic, and he found religion after beating up his daughter. Remember? He found religion. So here is after G-Man found religion.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Preaching to the Choir Ministries. I would like to talk.
So this is him now, religious. He's preaching Christianity at this point, and he has beaten up his daughter. He's brain damaged his daughter, allegedly, and now he's finding religion. Now, listen to this. If you want to hear about a Christian hypocrite out of his own mouth, do not change the channel.
Talk about a topic today. We're going to be talking about sextons, or rather a sexton. And I just feel convicted to do this because on the internet, and even outside the internet.
Because you beat up your daughter, right?
There's this big thing going on saying that homosexuality is like the worst kind of sexual sin going on out there. For those of you who know Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, you know different to a certain degree. Because I know there's a lot of Christians out there. It's like, oh my God, he's gay. Oh my God, she's gay. You know, and you make it sound like that's the worst possible thing.
So here he's saying that, you call somebody gay, big fucking deal. So what? You call somebody gay, big deal.
That could be out there and whatnot. When it couldn't be any more wrong. Fornication is just as bad as homosexuality.
Did you hear that? Fornication is just as bad as homosexuality. So there's no difference.
Let's look at First Corinthians chapter 6, verse 18. Flee fornication. Every sin that a man doeth is without the body. But he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body. What? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own, for ye are bought with a price. Therefore glorify God in your body, and in your spirit, which are God's. This is telling you right off the bat that fornication is a sin. It's not what God originally designed for you. God made sex for a committed married couple between a man and a woman.
Oh, talking about a committed married couple, I just saw a video, G-Man, where you said you were married at age 37. So that's called a committed couple, right? Because you're married, and marriage is forever. Am I right?
Okay, and he did that for your protection and for my protection. I mean, let's break it down. Let's be completely real with this. Okay? Young ladies, you're going to school. You finish high school, you go to college, you're doing very well, your grades doing very good, and whatnot. Some man comes along, he talks to you, he shows you he has some game, you're impressed, you end up...
This is typical low life life experience. You know, if young people are only concerned with sex and absolutely nothing else, they're not concerned with school, they're not concerned with learning, with continuing education, they're only concerned with sex. It seems to be that way, according to G-Man. Nothing else but sex. From a man who's married and preaches that marriage is forever. Oh, and by the way, G-Man, if you're watching this, which I suppose you're not, at least not right now, how is it that I can't understand this? I have children, and from the moment they were born, from the second that they entered cold air, the cold air of the world, I was absolutely and hopelessly in love with that baby. That baby today is very, very mature, happy, grown adult, happily married. But I can't imagine for 1 second not absolutely loving this child of mine with every ounce of energy in my body. How does G-Man get married, beat up his child, cause brain damage, then finds Christianity and preaches that marriage is forever? And ta-da, Marcus asks, G-Man, where's your wife? Where's your wife and where's your child? Because if you beat up your child and your child is brain damaged, you are responsible for that person's comfort for the rest of her life. But you seem to have no interest in your own child, yet you're preaching the love of Jesus. What a hypocrite. Anyway, let's carry on.
Having a one-night stand with this guy, or you end up giving this guy something that you should have made him wait for, you end up getting pregnant. Okay? Now you have difficulty going to school because you can't find a babysitter. Now you can't get that job because you can't get a babysitter.
You find it difficult going to school because you can't get a babysitter. I know. Okay, I'll just leave that with you guys.
Get a babysitter. You don't trust everybody with your child. This man doesn't want to give you any child support because he thinks you're sleeping around. He doesn't want to claim responsibility for what he did or for what you did. The reason why he can act like that because you gave it to him without the contract, without being married, without the commitment.
Oh, commitment now we're talking, G-Man. Uh-huh.
Do you know that this country, America, more than any other country in the world, has got your back if a man just divorces you?
Marcus asked, did not G-Man have sexual relations with a lady that was on YouTube? Yes, absolutely. That was Shani for Christ. G-Man has got a thing for Shani. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. but he loves her.
Then leaves you? More than 70% of his income is yours. If you would make him get married to you first, he just can't just get up and leave.
That's right. You can't just marry somebody. You can't just get up and leave. So you marry. Right, G-Man? And then you get up and leave. Hypocrite.
Fornication is a serious, serious offense to God because it hurts you. And God loves you. He loved you so much that he said,
Oh, stop with this bullshit. God loves you. If God loves you and you knew it when you beat up your child, that says a lot about you. You vicious bastard.
he said,
And a baby, a child, defenseless, relies on you for protection. And you lose your fucking temper and you beat your child up and you cause brain damage. Oh my God, that pisses me off.
sent his only begotten son to this world to die for you so that you might have eternal life. And if he would send his own son to do that for you, you know what I mean? His commandments.
Oh, Indigo Butterfly. Okay, I think I remember that. He did a show with her, like in a hotel room. I do remember that. So Shani and Indigo Butterfly. Woo! What a gigolo.
Are just as good. You know, and he commands you to be holy because he is holy. All right? There was a situation in the Old Testament where Joseph was a slave in Potiphar's house. And then Potiphar's wife tried to have relations with Joseph. But Joseph would have none of that. He fled fornication, literally.
See?
And the wife lied and told her husband that he tried to do some things and whatnot, and Joseph ended up being put.
What do you mean he tried to do some things and whatnot, G-Man? You always do that. It means nothing. He tried to do some things and whatnot. What kind of a detail is that? What kind of information is that? Certainly not believable. That's for sure.
Prison, and we know the rest of the story. He ended up being second in command to the Pharaoh. But my point with that is that Joseph was wise enough to see what was going on there.
This is the face of a man who has beaten up his daughter and rendered her brain damaged. His daughter, his little baby daughter. I don't know how old she was, but old enough not to be able to defend herself against this brute, this coward.
Okay, because he was in tune with God. He
see, and then he finds God. How much of a hypocrite can you be?
If I can use a New Testament example, he was listening to the Spirit of God. He was
Why weren't you listening to the Spirit of God when you beat up your daughter, G-Man? Tell everybody, tell us. I hope you when you go live later on tonight, I hope you tell us all why you beat your daughter up to the point that she's brain damaged.
He wasn't disconnected with God. It wasn't about, Lord, this is what I want.
Yep. He's got no idea what he's saying. He just drones on. Exactly. He makes no sense at all, Marcus. Even when he talks about the gospel, he just blabbers. Most everybody else talks about it. I can follow along, but not this guy.
I want. You know, this is how I feel. This is the gratification I want. No, he said, you know what? This isn't right. You know, this man is my master, and I'm going to respect.
Did you get a lot of gratification from beating up your daughter, G-Man? Rendering her brain damaged for the rest of her life? Was that satisfying? Did your anger? Was that a good resolution to your anger? Was it worth it?
Respect him. You are his wife, and you need to do those things with him. You know, but today, you young ladies, you know, you're buying into the lie of the devil. You know, a man comes to you and says,
"What's this devil? You lie of the devil." This is again absolute bullshit. How can you bring something in that is a figment of the imagination? You know, we can quibble on and on and on and on and on about whether God exists or not. God created the universe, God didn't create the universe, whatever. But the devil, a devil, why should there be a devil? If God created the universe, why does there have to be a devil? And the only way that there can be a devil is if man thought up the concept of a devil.
You know, you look good and whatnot, and you know, you feel good for that moment. One thing leads to another. You know what I mean?
No, I don't know what you mean. I do not know what you mean by that. What does it mean? One thing leads to another.
About earlier happens to you, and it's no different for men. You know, and it's harder, I believe, for men because we're visually excited when we see a woman.
Yeah, maybe. But why did you beat up your child? We want to know. What were you so angry about that you beat up your little baby that she and rendered her brain damage for the rest of her life?
We see a woman wearing certain kind of clothes, and it excites us. So we pursue you, and we'll tell you anything.
You're an animal, G-man. You're a fucking animal. You've got absolutely no morals. You have zero responsibility, and you're a disgrace. You call yourself a Christian. I don't know many Christians who would say that, yes, I stand with G-man in Christianity. I doubt it.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. We'll tell you anything you want to hear just to get in your pants.
See? G-man thinks that a man will tell a woman anything that he thinks she wants to hear in order to get into her pants. Bullshit. He's just projecting. He's just projecting his low-life attitude. He's street smart, but reality ignorant. That's the problem with this idiot.
And then you know what happens after that? We have no respect for you. None whatsoever.
See how he's going on about women?
Ever. And do you want to know why? We didn't really have to work that hard to get you. All we had to do is blow up your ego a little bit, and then we got you.
Good one. Really, G-man, you got to blow up the ego and gotcha? Is that what you did? Is that what you did before you got married? I know you said you lost your virginity at the age of 22 and you regret it. And then you said that you're 37 and you're married and you're happy and marriage is forever. Mm-hmm.
Fornication is dangerous. Fornication is something that God never intended for you. God wants you to get married. God wants you to save yourself. Being a virgin is not a bad thing.
Well, why don't you set the tone? Why don't you be the leader? Be the leader in this proclamation of yours that get married, stay married. That's what God wants. But why is it that you didn't stay married, G-man?
I'm going to say this again, so all of you two can hear me. Being a virgin is not a bad thing.
Okay.
Fact. If you lose your virginity to the right person, you will be committed to that person forever.
There we go. So he lost his virginity at the age of 22. And that person when he was 22, who he lost his virginity with, he's not with her forever. But then he gets married by the age, of 37. He's happily married with a child. Happily married forever. And this man that you see on the screen, right there, that guy, he lost his temper and beat up his defenseless little daughter to the point where she is brain damaged for life. Allegedly.
I lost my virginity when I was 22 years old, and I regret that. I regretted it because when I finally did get married, I still got those other people in my head sometimes.
So, okay, so what he's saying, and Marcus, you can you can adjudicate what I'm saying here. So, according to Christianity, according to what I've learned from G-Man about Christianity, if you have lustful thoughts about another woman, you are committing a sexual sin. You're committing adultery. So now what G-Man is saying is that he had sex when he was 22, and now that he's 37 in this video and married, he still gets thoughts of the women that he had sex with before he got married. Lustful thoughts. Which is a sin. G-Man, you're a sinner. And instead of coming on YouTube and preaching your nonsense, why don't you do some self-reflection and stay off the internet and become a better person? You certainly couldn't get any worse than you are. Oh shit, what do I do?
But thanks be to God that the Lord Jesus Christ is able to
Remember, this is after he beat up, allegedly beat up his daughter and caused her permanent brain damage.
To make the person that I'm presently with more desirable than those that I had in the past.
All right. Okay, Marcus. Adultery is grounds for divorce according to the New Testament. But is that physical adultery, or is that lustful in the head adultery? I'm not quite sure how it works.
Fornication is a wicked sin. Fornication destroys relationships. Fornication.
So, did he beat up his daughter because he had to fornicate in order for her to be born? What exactly is he getting at here? Because he's in the very beginning of this video, you heard that he said homosexuality and fornication, there's no difference. It's the same sin.
Makes you bitter toward men, and will actually be a contributor to make you not want to be bothered with the opposite sex no more. Now you go into all kinds of diverse.
Ooh, this is his. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Toward men, and will actually be a contributor to make you not want to be bothered with the opposite sex no more.
Gay. G-Man, you're gay. End of story. Gay man. G-Man is gay. G-Man is gay. Gay. Everybody, G-Man is gay. He just said it. He doesn't want to bother with the opposite sex no more. But your English sucks, G-Man. I don't want to be bothered with the opposite sex anymore is correct. Street talk by ignorant, uneducated people say things like you said. I don't want to be bothered by anybody no more. It's anymore. Learn English, for fuck's sake. Get educated. Read some history.
You go into all kinds of diverse sins and whatnot. So my brothers and sisters in Christ,
Having lustful thoughts is the same as committing the act. So why is G-Man not in church or somewhere on his knees and face, groveling for, I don't know what he can grovel from his God for, because he's beating up his daughter. You can't take it back. You can't repair it. So I don't understand what he's going on about God for, because he's the one who's committed the sin. He's the one who hurt his daughter, allegedly. So why is he now preaching? He must be feeling really, really... Do you think he feels guilty? Do you think G-Man has emotions? Or is he just angry? And that's why he's preaching right now.
flee fornication. Your body belongs to God. This is where the Holy Spirit lives. It's not in the church building. He's living inside of you. And he wants to work through you. But in order for that to happen, you have to keep this vessel holy.
You have to.
Well, why doesn't it apply to you, G-Man? It's all very well for you to preach to others, but if you don't live by your own code, don't expect others to live by the code that you set.
Be obedient to what the Word of God says, and God can use you to do great things. Show God that you're serious.
I like the way he says. He picks up this book. He picks up a book and he says, "The Word of God, the Word of God," as if it has any meaning. The Word of God in a book. Oh, what an idiot. Oh, by the way, the book I'm holding up is Why There Is No God by Armin Navabi. Can you see it? Oh, probably not. Yeah. Anyway, this is it's a good book. Got some good answers in there. We'll get to it. Hey, cousin man. You want to say hi and drop a like? Thank you very much.
About his word. When he says, wait until you get married before you do anything with this person. Some people are so, some people practice this waiting till they get married to such a degree. You take it to an extreme, they won't even kiss or hug you. And I believe that's necessary sometimes.
Oh, really? If it's necessary sometimes, then why wasn't it necessary for you? Why can't you control yourself? Why couldn't you control yourself? You're an adult. All of these incidents that you're bringing up, all these situations are when you were an adult. You were able to make rational decisions, although you didn't.
Because the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. And it's very easy for the devil to tempt us men. Okay.
See, this is the perennial excuse. Devil tempting us men, like he's making his own. He's making the needs of a man, the sexual needs of a man, the unrepressed sexual needs of a man. He's putting that front and center. Okay, that's what you should. It's all you got to concentrate and focus on. That's it, nothing else.
Okay, and we as men, we have to be an example to the young ladies. If we see a young lady being talked to by a young man, and let's say that we're talking about our daughters, or
do you talk about your daughter? Was that a Freudian slip there, Mr. G-Man, gay man? You're talking about your daughter. Why don't you talk about your daughter tonight when you go live and tell us the story about what happened? Because we would really like to know and clear this up once and for all.
Or somebody that we know in church. We have to encourage them and let them know that that man that typically with men
that's a damn good observance. Marcus says the same mindset that has women in Islamic practices required burqas for the females, since men have no self-control, apparently. So Muslim men have no self-control, and non-Christian men, according to G-Man, have no self-control. He had no self-control. He lost his temper. He beat up his daughter. He allegedly permanently brain damaged her. He had no self-control, and here he is preaching, go use your self-control. Again, G-Man, you're a fucking hypocrite.
We simply have a one-track mind. Because if we truly love that person, or if we truly want the best for that person, we will be the ones telling them, look, I don't want to be alone with you all the time. I don't want to be lip locking with you because I don't know if I'm going to be able to control myself if I keep doing this.
Why are you so weak, G-Man? What is the problem? You don't know if you're going to be able to control yourself. Because the devil's going to be inside you and telling you what to do, G-Man? Is that your excuse?
To be the leaders. Some feminists might see this video and be like, there's male chauvinistic garbage this man saying and whatnot. No. I said this to a person who watched one of my past videos.
They said that, as a matter of fact, I think this lady was part of the Church of Satan, and we was talking, and she was talking about something similar about what we're talking about right now. And I had said to them, and I had said to her that typically the man is the one who's the head of the household, and if somebody were to rob the house, typically the woman isn't going to tell the man and get in the room, I'm going to protect the family. Typically the woman is going to expect us to be the leaders to do to protect the family. Okay, and if we can be leaders in that particular role, then we have to be leaders also in the respecting of women, in the respecting of ourselves too. Say, listen, you're dating somebody and she wants a lip lock. Say, you know what, she might say, oh, I got feelings for you and everything, and this is what I'm feeling right now. I think we should kiss, I think we should touch, and you should say no. We're gonna do all that. Let's go elope. Let's go get married. Let's make this thing legit. And then when we
Isn't that what you did? You eloped, you got married. Well, maybe you didn't elope. I don't know what the story was. But you got married and you had a child. It was legit. So why aren't you married with a child anymore, G-Man? This is incredibly confusing for everybody to listen to you go on and on and on about the Bible and to live according to the Bible when you overtly have lived and continue to live a life contrary to the preachings of the Bible. Go find your wife that you married, and you are obligated to spend the rest of your life with your wife that you married. Okay? So that is what you need to do.
when we get married, we're going to stay married.
That's right. You're going to get married and you're going to stay married. But you got married and you didn't stay married. So I guess this particular video was made after he beat up his daughter and before his marriage ended. I don't know what the particulars are yet.
Many of you don't want to hear that. And the reason why many of you don't want to hear this is because you want to have your fun. You want to have your cake and you want to eat it.
No. G-Man, you want to have your fun. In fact, you just proved that you want to have your fun. You had your fun at 22, you got married at 37, having lots of fun until you lost your temper in anger. You angry, you lost, and then, I've got so many things going through my head about you there, G-Man. Okay, so you lost your temper, you blamed, look at this, hold on. Where is it? Here. You spent all those 5 years in a mental ward instead of jail. You used your disability as an excuse for losing your temper and causing permanent brain injuries to your daughter. He will most likely use his mental disability in court. So what mental disability does the court acknowledge that you have, G-Man? I need to know. We all need to know, because your arrogance, your narcissism is climbing to a height higher than Mount Everest, which means it's going to fall huge. It's going to be a very big splat when you finally crash.
Created marriage between Adam and Eve as our example, and there's many other examples in Scripture where we see faithfulness between husband and wife.
What can I say? Faithfulness between husband and wife is a preaching point. It's not something that he actually does. He just preaches it. So he doesn't practice what he preaches. He just preaches.
Okay, and they create strong homes because they respect each other. The children respect their parents because the parents command respect.
You beat up your daughter. You brain damaged her. What kind of respect do you expect to get from anybody who knows you, G-Man.
Okay? But you can't have that without being obedient to God's word. So my brothers and sisters in Christ, stop spending so much time bashing homosexuality. It only
Stop spending so much time bashing homosexuality, because G-Man is actually a homosexual, and he does not want you to spend time bashing him.
only homosexuality, like it's the only sin. No.
No, not homosexuality. It's not the only sin, because, well, he's gay, so it's not really a sin if he's doing it.
Fornication is just as bad. The same hell that these other sexual offenders are, the same hell that God created for the devil and his angels, the same hell that God's going to send people who choose to sin sexually. It doesn't matter if it's bestiality, fornication, homosexuality. It doesn't matter if it's debauchery. It does not make a difference. If it's orgies, it does not make a difference. The fact of the matter is that hell is for everybody who chooses to disobey God. Think about that when you're with your girlfriend. Think about that, young ladies, when you're with your boyfriends.
Well, why didn't you think about that when you were with your wife and child? G-Man, stop telling us what to do if you're not going to do it yourself, right?
Choose to be pure in the sight of God. Fornication is evil.
Fornication is evil. What do you think his image is in his head of fornication? Like what are the mechanics of this fornication that is so evil? Can anybody help me out here? Look at those eyes. Oh my God. Oh, you're quite right there, Marcus. Weird as hell. Look at that. This is the man. This is the eyes. This is the face of a man who beat up his child in anger. Defenseless child in anger, causing permanent brain damage. This is an allegation, but it sure fits the narrative.
That's the way you got to think about it. It's evil. Consider God's commandments on this issue, and you'll be protected from the times that's coming. A lot of people are no longer following Jesus Christ. They're doing their own things, and one of the things that they're doing is fornicating.
People who are no longer following Jesus Christ are fornicating. Sorry about that, but there was a laugh that just fit. Oh, I'm speechless.
Make a decision today that you are going to follow the Lord Jesus Christ, that you are going to be obedient, and that you're going to trust him to bring you the right person who's going to love you for exactly who you are.
Yep. Those eyes, they are the window to the soul, according to various commentators.
Yeah, granted, everybody might not like your sense of humor. Everybody might not like the way you dress. But God has somebody out there that's going to love you exactly the way you are right now. You're not going to have to change a thing.
See, this is where he was talking from a position of some kind of confidence. You know, he's married. He just beat up his child, but no big thing, no big deal. There's no consequences at all because Jesus.
That person is going to be a support system for you. They're going to love you. One of the signs that a person loves you is that they're willing to wait. Women, you want to know if your man's a dog? You want to know whether or not he's not going to be there if you should get pregnant? See how patient he is. See
if he comes back after you get pregnant. See what happens. Yeah. See if he doesn't divorce you after you get pregnant and your man beats up your child and causes brain damage. See if that doesn't cause some kind of a rift in the relationship.
See if he's willing to wait. You want to know whether or not you love that man? See if you're willing to wait.
Good advice, but you didn't take it. You didn't take your own advice, G-Man. What the hell? Act.
Waiting is a phenomenal test. See whether or not he gives you that ring.
I wonder, before you married this woman, your wife, your married man, the mother of your child, did you tell us the story of the courtship? I'd really like to know.
And don't let him get you a cheap ring. Let him get you something that shows you some respect, that builds you up and edifies you.
You know what, G-Man, stop talking shit. You know, you're preaching something that we all know that you're full of because you didn't live. You didn't practice what you are preaching right now, ever. So stop being a fake ass. So Marcus says if the man leaves to get cigarettes and does not come back, maybe an issue. Yeah, well, you know, the thing is, I've heard countless, I think, stories, well, countless, but several stories of people saying, my father or my husband or whatever got up to say he was going to get cigarettes and never came back. It's a thing. It's an absolute thing. I wonder if it's worldwide. It must be.
Some of you say, oh, I don't care if he gives me a Cracker Jack ring. Say that now, and then when the wedding day comes, you know, you're nagging him about not giving you the right kind of ring.
What kind of a ring is that? Is that an expensive one? I'd like to know your experiences in this regard there, G-Man.
You women have so much power.
Oh.
You just don't understand. Tell a man to wait, he don't want to wait. There are plenty of other men out there that will be willing to wait for you. Plenty of them. And men, it's the same thing with you. Stop selling yourself short. She can't wait, move on. You don't got to find yourself in a situation.
Yeah, but what if you get married? Let's say she can't wait, whatever, you get married. Then you got to stay with your wife forever, right? If you get married. Correct, G-Man?
When you got a kid.
And even if you have a kid, you should stay with your wife and your child forever. And do your best to create a loving family atmosphere where husband, wife, and children love each other. Actually love each other. You'll never know that. Ever.
When you're not ready for a child, or be in a situation when you're catching something because she wasn't honest with you. Fornication is an evil, evil, evil sin. Fornication is actually one of the reasons why God flooded the world. Fornication is one of the reasons why God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah.
Fornication is one of the reasons that God flooded the world. Fornication is one of the reasons that God, what did he say? Destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Who does he think he's kidding? Who does he think he's taking him seriously?
Keep that in mind next time you decide, I want to go gratify myself for a few minutes.
Great.
I hope.
Did he say, think about that when you go gratify yourself for a few minutes? I got to see that again. Hold on.
Gomorrah. Keep that in mind next time you decide, I want to go gratify myself for a few minutes.
He's just got sex on his mind. He just wants to rub one out real bad. He probably does after the show, after he's finished. G-Man, you're such a joke.
I hope many of you were blessed by this little teaching I did on fornication. I hope I didn't
for sure
repeat the same thing over and over so much to the point where many of you just decided to get bored or whatever. This is a very serious thing that's going on today. There are a lot of people leaving the body of Christ for this reason. Because they can't wait no more. They don't trust God. We have to get back to a place, my brothers and sisters in Christ, where we have faith. Jesus Christ asked this question when he was born. He says, when the Son of Man returns to this earth, will I find faith in the world? Be the person.
I wonder what your daughter says about that. If she's able to put together rational thoughts at all after you beat her up and damaged her brain. I want you to take some responsibility for your actions, G-Man. It's what you preach. It's time.
The person that's going to say, you know what, Lord Jesus, I'm going to have faith when you come back here. When you come back to this world, I'm going to be found trusting you. Not be somebody that's saying, you know, Lord, you took too long. Remember, we must deny ourselves, pick up our cross, and follow Jesus Christ everywhere he goes. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters in Christ, remain pure, be ye holy because
Remain
God
pure.
is holy. And read your Bible and do what it says. God bless all of you.
Fuck. Wasn't that just uplifting? But we got more. We got more. All right, Marcus. Thanks for being here. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. But we have more. G-Man, a little bit more. What we got? Let's see what he's got to say here.
You know what's hilarious? Atheists are going out there saying that none of the messianic prophecies have been fulfilled because they heard a popular atheist say that none of the messianic prophecies have been fulfilled. Well, I have a question for the atheists out there. Are you using your method?
You have a question for the atheists out there? Nobody cares what you need to know or what you ask us, G-Man, because you're a joke.
Methodology to determine whether or not the messianic prophecies have been fulfilled, or are you using ours? You see, in order for you to hold the default position and to avoid making a positive claim, we have to make a claim first, and then it is your job to be able to shoot it down. You understand? And when I make the positive claim that a messianic prophecy has been fulfilled, I'm going to give you the proof. But in order for you to shoot it down, I have to actually make the claim. The second thing that I want you guys to understand is that when we go about determining whether or not a messianic prophecy has been fulfilled, we use sola scriptura, or Bible only. We don't go around using books outside of the Bible to determine whether or not a messianic prophecy has been fulfilled. Keep that in mind, because every time you come on here and you say no messianic prophecies have been fulfilled, be prepared to give us the criteria to determine whether or not what a messianic prophecy is and when it's supposed to be fulfilled. Because every time you knuckleheads make a positive claim, G-Man is going to be here to shut you down. Read your Bible and do what it says. God bless.
All right, we got more. We got more. It's a short one.
Okay, as further proof that atheists don't understand the concept of evidence, how many of you have had a conversation?
All right, this is
with an atheist?
about the dumbest thing I've ever heard from anyone, including G-Man.
Said that the reason why we know that Jesus rose from the dead is mainly because of the eyewitness testimonies. You know what I mean? There was over 500 people that witnessed the.
How many people know or think that witnesses don't need names? Let's say you've witnessed something incredible and you come and you get interviewed. And then you're asked, are you a witness? Yes, I'm a witness. What is your name? My name is Joshua or whatever. So there we got a witness name. Here he's talking about 500 witnesses for something or other that don't have names, that are just a claim, nothing else.
The resurrected Christ, right? And they say that eyewitness testimony is the weakest form of evidence.
Okay, now listen to this.
So if you can't use eyewitness testimony, then why do atheists use eyewitness testimony? If you want to have some fun with them, go and ask these atheists, how do they know we landed on the moon? Because they swear up and down it happened.
So you don't think that we landed on the moon, G-Man? Are you that stupid? Are you that willfully ignorant?
Oh, okay. So if we landed on the moon, then you cannot use eyewitness testimony. You can't use the actual astronauts who was there. You can't
Really?
use the president who paid to have this shuttle go to the moon.
Okay, so the president pays to have the shuttle go to the moon. The shuttle goes to the moon, and it comes back. And now, actually, the shuttle didn't go to the moon. But anyway, the Apollos went to the moon, and they came back. But you can't use the astronaut's point of view, but G-Man, can we use the cameras? Can we use the reporters? Can we use the man on the street? Anything like that? Is that possible?
And you can't use the people who saw the TV broadcast and witnessed
We can't use anybody who saw anything.
some land on the moon. That is how stupid an atheist sounds when they say that eyewitness testimony is the weakest form of evidence. Read your Bible and do what it says.
All right, here's another one of his gems. One more G-Man. Well, maybe not one more, but this one for sure.
Who lacks belief in God. Those people don't exist. Okay, I think we've already established that. But let me show you guys something interesting here. I found this YouTube channel here, and it's called Jesus Never Existed. I don't know if you guys can all see this. You should.
Well, that's a channel that is real because Jesus never existed. So the fact that Jesus never existed is not in dispute. It might be in dispute by people who presuppose, but the fact is he did not exist. And we can go into that at length at another time. But right now, we're just listening to this ignoramus.
It's called Jesus Never Existed. Okay. And it has a few videos on it, obviously, going into their reasons on why Jesus never existed. And again, I don't know how many Christians have ever tried to debunk the YouTube channel, but I might try to focus on this a little bit more and less on that joke deconstruction zone, and try to focus on videos like this where people are just making these claims or whatever.
Well,
so
get on with
there's
it.
a channel called Jesus Never Existed.
Okay.
And then we got this other video here by Arnold Raw. He said that Jesus never existed. And then we got
And what about Sidney Winston? He also says that Jesus never existed. I just want to throw it in there because he's not going to say it.
Bill Hunty here saying that there's no evidence for Jesus. Now, I just showed this video on my previous video. And what I want to do is I want to show everybody the video. I have to do this individually because if I don't, you're not going to be able to see what I'm looking at. So we're going to go to Bill Hunty's video. It's only about 1 minute, maybe 45 seconds. We'll go to this one, then we'll go to Arnold Raw's video. We're not going to watch the whole thing because I want to get this done quick.
The Gospels, for example, and start removing everything about Jesus's life for which we don't have independent, reliable confirmation. We can't independently, reliably confirm miracles. We have no good reason to think that the words that are attributed to him, written decades later, are as accurate as some people might think they were. If we start extracting all the things that are claimed about Jesus, we can't confirm his birth, we can't confirm his parents, his relatives, we can't confirm his death, we can't confirm even the date. They got the dates in the census wrong. They have different genealogies. We can't even confirm that his name was Yeshua. We know there were a bunch of messianic figures around this time that got glommed together and had things added to it. And this is a damning problem for Christianity. The fact that they cannot unassailably demonstrate that Jesus was in fact a real person, let alone that he performed miracles and was divine, etc. If you look,
so our Bible is very specific about what Matt Dillahunty just got finished saying. And again, I'm going to come out of this one because we want this video to be as quickly as possible. I want to get straight to the point with this. In my claim that there is no such thing as an atheist, that they have a different name, and we have to start calling them by their true name. We have to identify them for what and who they really are. Arnold Raw is going to do it a little bit too. So let's watch this video so that way we got some proof that atheists are saying this. And any atheist that comes to my YouTube channel, you will not be referred to an atheist if you say that Jesus never existed. You'll be referred to something else, according to our Bible, since you like using them so much. I'm going to make you guys regret the day you ever tried to use the Bible against us. But anyway, I'm going to play this video here and you can see what I mean.
On my blog, I talked about some of the reasons that others have decided that Jesus never existed, and I hinted at some of my own. I say hinted because it seems I was too subtle. I'm often asked to explain things more deeply because I often give evidence that I think paints the picture obviously enough that I can safely assume that my listener will see the image indicated. However, that rarely happens for reasons that are usually my fault, so I'll go into it a bit more. I said there are two possibilities regarding Jesus. He was either an ignorant first-century charlatan and cult leader, heavily exaggerated like Robin Hood, or he's a completely imaginary legendary character like Hercules. Everyone seems to be okay with the first option, except the Christians, of course, and a lot of people have problems with the second one. But think about this. There's really not that much difference between them, is there? Already we've established that by either option, there can't have been a real Jesus. One of my oldest friends still calls himself a Christian, even though he doesn't believe a word of the Bible. He told me he's Christian because he likes to believe that, not because he thinks it's true. I don't think he realizes what that admission means to me. He says that Jesus was just some schmuck who had a lot of legends lumped onto him. And when I suggested that there might not have been any one actual Jesus at all, he got angry. He said he wanted there to be some schmuck, by which he meant he wanted there to be some truth at the root of the tale.
By the way, I will say this: if you don't believe that Jesus was a real person, you're not a Christian, which just defeats everything that this man just said. But anyway, let's continue.
We all do. For whatever reason, I used to look at all the old myths, wondering what really happened. But it's not as simple as that. Sometimes none of it is true at all, and sometimes it's a blend of distortions and exaggerations compiled from multiple original events that aren't related. And then what have you got? If there were 3 to 5 actual people at the root of the story, and none of them would even
Okay, so I wanted people to see that there are atheists out there that are saying that Jesus Christ never walked the earth and he never existed. So no atheist can ever come on this YouTube channel and say that an atheist has never said that Jesus never walked the earth, or we didn't have no evidence that he existed. Why is this so important? It says that all these atheists want to use our Bibles and act like they're biblical experts and whatnot. And since they want to be respected as people who lack a belief in a God, I got a different definition for you that's a little bit more accurate for what you actually believe. And it's right out of our own Bibles. So if you call the atheist experience, you heard what they said there. If you, wait a minute, did you? Yeah, I think I played the atheist experience clip. If you listen to Aaron Raw, you heard what he said. And if you listen to Matt Dillahunty, you heard what he said. A lot of atheists tend to get offended when you say that they're not an atheist. Well, since everybody wants to think they're some type of biblical scholar and think they know their Bible and everything and whatnot, I got a Bible verse that I want to read to you. So, Jesus Christ never came in the flesh, huh? Since deconstruction's on Matt.
All right. We're going to go to school now. Are you guys ready? G-Man, are you ready to go to school? And we're not just going to go to school. We are going to go to university. Have you ever heard of an institution called Yale University? Well, in case you haven't, it is a prestigious college in the United States. And we're going to watch a lecture. This one here, called The Historical Jesus. All right, just bear in mind, this is a university level lecture. And this will take us all the way through to when G-Man goes live with his, whatever, G-Man burns the world, or whatever he calls it. All right, so enjoy. We'll see you in less than an hour.
Okay, we've already talked about the problems of using these texts historically. If you remember early in the semester, we talked about Galatians 1 and 2 and Acts, and we tried to compare exactly when did Paul go where with regard to Jerusalem, Damascus, Antioch, and we saw that it's very, very difficult to harmonize Galatians 1 and 2 with the account of Acts and Paul's movements around Jerusalem. We've also got a lot of other situations where this would be very difficult. I mentioned the difference between Matthew and Luke as far as the birth narratives. According to, just to try to figure out how this would work, if you took the birth narratives of Matthew and Luke, it would be very, very difficult to find out historically what happened. So, for example, if you just take Matthew, as I've said before, his family seems to simply be in Bethlehem. It doesn't say they're from Galilee. It doesn't say they're originally from Nazareth. They're just in Bethlehem. And they're in Bethlehem well before Jesus is born, because the wise men in the east see the star, and it takes them enough time to travel from Persia. We're supposed to understand from the narrative, because they're called magi, and those are wise men from Persia, all the way to Jerusalem. They meet up with King Herod the Great. He gets his wise men to consult. They then find out they're supposed to go to Bethlehem. They journey to Bethlehem, and then they get there not long after Jesus is born. So according to Matthew, you don't have any time actually in the narrative of Matthew for the whole moving from Nazareth to Bethlehem narrative that you get in the Gospel of Luke. You just don't have time in Matthew. They're just there. And then the angel appears to Joseph in a dream and says, Herod's going to kill all the babies. So Joseph takes the family. They move to Egypt for a while. He gets another dream years later. How many years? Who knows? But saying that Herod the Great is now dead. So they go back. They start to go back to Bethlehem because it says that's their home, right? They go back home. They're going to go to Bethlehem. Instead, they move to Galilee to avoid Herod's son, who is at the time, according to Matthew, ruling in Judea. That's the sort of narrative. You get to Luke, and it's very different. They're from Nazareth. That's sort of Mary's hometown is Nazareth. All the pregnancy of Jesus takes place with Mary in Nazareth. She even goes to Judea to visit her kinswoman, Elizabeth, who's the mother of John the Baptist, according to the Gospel of Luke. And then she goes back to Nazareth. And then it's according to this census, the world census, that they go to Bethlehem. And it's why they're in Bethlehem in the stable, because you don't have a stable in Matthew. They're just maybe in a home, or according to a lot of traditions, there was a cave somewhere that Jesus was born in. But it's in Luke that you get the whole story about the Christmas story about the stable that Jesus is born in, because there's no room in the inn. They stay in that area for a month. We know that because it says that they first have Jesus circumcised on the 8th day from his birth. And then the time of purification takes place, according to Leviticus, which is about a month long. They take Jesus to the presentation in the temple in Jerusalem. And it's after that, so a month or so after his birth, that they then move back home to Nazareth. Now, there's no way you can basically get these two narratives to fit together in any respectable historical way. Does that mean that nobody's ever tried to do it? No, of course, you've got all kinds of very, very smart fundamentalists who believe that the New Testament has to be accurate in every historical and scientific detail, or they believe then it can't be scripture. And they will figure out some way to try to make sure that both these narratives can be fit together. But what I'm telling you is that no reputable historian will accept this, because you just have to fudge the stuff too much. You have to fudge the data. So what do we believe about the birth of Jesus? Most of us think we don't know anything about the birth of Jesus. All the Christmas stories are later tradition. Probably the one thing that most of us would say is that Jesus probably was from Nazareth. His family was simply from Nazareth because he's called Jesus of Nazareth. And the traditions that got him to Bethlehem for his birth are probably later pietistic traditions that Matthew and Luke later developed for different reasons, but to get Jesus born in Bethlehem for fulfillment of prophecy reasons. So if you take the birth of Jesus as in Luke and Matthew, it's from a historical point of view, it's impossible really to harmonize them without coming up with fantastic, unbelievable conjugations of Jesus moving back and forth to Egypt and the Holy Family and all this sort of thing. We get lots of other kinds of things about this too. What are some obvious historical problems with a historical Jesus? Well, one of the things is the trial of Jesus. There are different versions of the trial of Jesus in the Gospels. And unfortunately, basically, most scholars will say that we don't really know what happened to the trial of Jesus. We don't even know for sure whether there was any kind of official trial. It may have been that he was just arrested in the middle of the night. He was just they've given permission to be crucified, and he was crucified the next day. That would be the sensible way of doing things. You didn't have to the Romans didn't need elaborate trials in order to crucify Jews who were rabble-rousers in the first century. They did it all the time. But if you look at some of the details of the trial, notice how they're very different. Mark 14, get your Bibles out. Today we are talking about the historical Jesus, but I'm not just going to tell you what I believe or what scholars believe about the historical Jesus. I'm going to try to show you why scholars come up with ideas that we have, how we get there. What is our method for arriving at historical Jesus discussions? So look at Mark 14, verse 53. In the wrong place. They took Jesus to the high priest, and all the chief priests, the elders, and the scribes were assembled. Peter had followed him at a distance, right into the courtyard of the high priest, and he was sitting with the guards, warming himself at the fire. Now the chief priests and the whole council were looking for testimony against Jesus to put him to death, but they found none. For many gave false testimony against him, and their testimony did not agree. Some stood up and gave false testimony against him, saying, "We have heard him say, 'I will destroy this temple that is made with hands, and in 3 days I will build another not made with hands.'" But even on this point, their testimony did not agree. Then the high priest stood up before them and asked Jesus, "Have you no answer? What is it that they testify against you?" But he was silent and did not answer. Again, the high priest asked him, "Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Blessed One?" Jesus said, "I am, and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven." That's a quotation from Daniel. So Jesus basically just says, "I am," and then quotes Daniel. And then it says, the high priest accused him of prophecy. And then look at chapter 15. Beginning of chapter 15. As soon as it was morning, the chief priests held a consultation with the elders and scribes and the whole council. They bound Jesus, led him away, and handed him over to Pilate. Pilate asked him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" He answered him, "You say so." Then the chief priests accused him of many things. Pilate asked him again, "Have you no answer? See how many charges they bring against you." But Jesus made no further reply, so that Pilate was amazed. Now notice, all Jesus says at his trial, according to Mark, the oldest of our written testimonies, is "I am," and a quotation of scripture at one point, and then "so you say," in the next trial before Pilate. Now, compare that to what goes on in the Gospel of John. I mentioned this a bit in my lecture on the Gospel of John, how its narrative details are very different from the Synoptic Gospels. One of the places where this is really different is the trial of Jesus. John 18, verse 19. I'm not going to read all of this because it's just way too long. This is part of the interesting thing is that the trial of Jesus goes on for a long time in the Gospel of John. The high priest questioned Jesus about his disciples, about his teaching. Jesus answered, "I have spoken openly to the world. I have always taught in synagogues and in the temple where all the Jews come together. I have said nothing in secret. Why do you ask me?" Already, Jesus has said a ton more now than he said in the other Gospels at his trial. But then he just keeps going on. He said some more things. When he had said this, one of the police standing nearby struck Jesus in the face, saying, "Is that how you answer the high priest?" Jesus answered, "If I have spoken wrongly, testify to the wrong, but if I have spoken rightly, why do you strike me?" Then Annas sent him bound to Caiaphas, the high priest. So according to John, Annas and Caiaphas are kinfolk, and they're sort of both members of the high priestly family. So you can go on and on. At 28, verse 28, is the trial before they took Jesus to Pilate. Pilate went out to the Jews and said, "What accusation do you bring against this man?" They answered, "If this man were not a criminal, we would not have handed him over to you." Pilate said to them, "Take him yourselves and judge him according to your law." The Jews answered, "We are not permitted," blah, 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 blah. It goes on. Pilate talks to Jesus. "Are you the king of the Jews?" Jesus answered, "Do you ask this on your own? Did others tell you about it?" Pilate said, "I'm not a Jew, am I? Your own nation and the chief priests handed you over to me. What have you done?" Jesus said, "My kingdom is..." Jesus just has a whole conversation with Pilate, which leads to that wonderfully quotable phrase that everybody knows about, where finally Jesus talks about truth, and Pilate says, in a phrase that could be sincere, or a lot of people answer it as being cynical, "What is truth?" Very famous quotation from the Gospel of John. And then, of course, there's the whole passage. Any of you seen the Jesus Christ Superstar, the play or the movie? There's a whole scene where Herod, this is actually the son of Herod the Great now, but there's a trial before Herod, also in the Gospel of John, not really in Mark at all, but in the Gospel of John, you get this whole trial before Herod. And according to Jesus Christ Superstar, this is when Herod kind of dances around on this raft and has showgirls, and they all do this. "So you are the Christ, you're the great Jesus Christ. You know, prove to me that you're no fool. Walk across my swimming pool," and all this sort of thing. So there's a whole scene, and Jesus Christ Superstar, the whole scene wouldn't be possible without the Gospel of John, because it's not in the other Gospels. So this is a famous scene. All of that's different in John. So what's historical? How do scholars decide? You have these very, very different. Was Jesus completely silent at his trial, as it seems to be in the Gospel of Mark? Did he not offer any reasons for what he did? Or did he have theological and philosophical discussions with Pilate about his message? What's historical? In that case, basically most historians are going to say none of it is. None of the trial stuff can we be confident would be historical. For one thing, we just have this very, very differences. But there's one very little interesting piece of evidence about this. According to all the Gospels, where were the disciples after Jesus was arrested? Anybody remember? They vamoosed. The Gospels say that the disciples ran away at the arrest of Jesus. So maybe, according to these traditions, maybe Peter was there sort of in a courtyard out removed from the trial. But none of the disciples of Jesus would have been allowed to be present at any trial, whether it was of his high priest or Pilate. They wouldn't have been allowed in. These were peasants from Galilee. They're fishermen. They don't go walking into Pilate's headquarters. So who would have been there to report these different trial things? There are no stenographers in the ancient world sitting down taking notes of these trials. There are no court records. There are no journalists. Nobody was there who later Christians had access to so that they could possibly have known what went on in the trial. So according to most historians, we just say all of this trial stuff was very much made up by later Christians. Why? Because they figured you had to have a trial if you're going to have Jesus condemned. And so they figured, well, what would have taken place? These gospel writers, or maybe they're using traditions that developed before them, they're using traditions that develop because people just say, well, what would have happened at Jesus' trial? What's likely to have happened? And then they make up that likeliness and they put that into the story. Now, so you've got a couple of different situations where we historians are very, very skeptical about some of the basic aspects of the Gospels accounts as far as what they tell us about the historical Jesus. The birth narratives, we just throw up our hands. The trials before Pilate, no, probably none of it rises to the level of history. But this leads to a couple of different problems. The first one I'm going to talk about is, so what? And I'm saying this because once critical scholars start talking about the historical Jesus, we immediately start stepping into sand traps. On the one hand, we have good Christian people who are a bit afraid that if you start questioning the historical reliability of the Gospels, then you're going to undermine every aspect of Christian faith. If the birth narratives are not as they say they are in the Gospels, then how can you trust any of it to be true?
Well, this is a very good point. If the Gospels are shown not to be true, then there's no Christianity. End of story. Correct?
And if none of it is true, how do you even know that Jesus actually even existed? Or even if he did exist, how do you know that he wasn't a liar or a magician or just a bum? How do you, and if that's true, why have faith? Why not just give up the whole thing? So on the one hand, you've got Christians who are very threatened by using typical historical tools on the Gospels and the very question of the historical Jesus. On the other hand, we have just as many people who are anti-Christian and who they want to grab onto this and say, aha, notice how reputable scholars like Dale Martin, Woolsey Professor of Religious Studies at Yale University, points out that not everything in the Gospels is reliably history. Well, that means it's all a bunch of bunk. And every Christian in the world is basing their faith on things that are known by scholars to be lies.
Right.
Well, that's not exactly right either.
No, it is.
So on both sides, you get some people who grab onto any sort of idea that historians would say these are discrepancies in the Gospels, or these are places where we don't have historical evidence to back us up, and they want to run with that precisely in order to impugn the faith of Christians. Now, so scholars have to be very careful. What we basically want to say, there was actually one or two scholars in the 19th century, reputable scholars. Bruno Bauer was one of them, a German scholar, who denied that Jesus ever existed. He just said it was all, even the person of Jesus was a myth created by the church. And you'll find every once in a while somebody on the web or internet or something, or in some crazy blog saying that Jesus never existed. But reputable historical scholars all admit that Jesus of Nazareth existed. There was a guy back there, Jesus of Nazareth. There's just too much evidence that he existed, and it's just not controvertible when it comes to reliable historical evidence. But that's a big difference from saying, yes, we believe he existed, and there are some things we think we can say about him, to accepting all of the gospel materials as reliable. So scholars basically are caught in the middle of saying, we believe there was a Jesus of Nazareth. We believe we might even be able to say some things as historians about who he was, what he said, what he did, why he may have been executed, and that sort of thing. But that means we have to use critical historical tools to analyze these faith-based texts, these theological texts, what are indeed, in some cases, mythological texts. We read theological texts to try to figure out what we can say historically. And that leads to the other issue. I keep saying the historical Jesus, because a whole lot of people have the idea that once I give you the historical Jesus, then you've got the real Jesus. You've got Jesus as he really was, and therefore Jesus as he really is. Now, the problem with that is that theologians, and I can put on my historical hat most of the time because I actually have a job as a historian. I don't really have a job as a theologian, so I kind of call myself sometimes an amateur theologian. But if I want to put on my amateur theologian hat, I can make a case for you why the historical Jesus is not a very good foundation for Christian faith. It's not reliable as a foundation of Christian faith. It's not sufficient as a foundation for Christian faith. The theological Jesus, the Jesus of Christian confession, is not the historical Jesus. The Jesus of theological confession is the Jesus that matches what the church has traditionally believed about Jesus. So, for example, a Jesus that matches the creeds, a Jesus that matches Christian confessions. So one of the most important things for Christian confession, for example, is would you lose your faith if you believe that Jesus wasn't born in Bethlehem but was rather born in Nazareth? Probably most Christians would probably say, well, no, that's not really that important. What's the most central thing for most Christians for Christian faith? Do you believe that somehow God was in Jesus Christ reconciling the world to himself, to quote the Apostle Paul? Or do you believe that Jesus Christ is divine? Do you believe that Jesus is God? Do you believe that Jesus is God incarnate, God in the flesh? That's a fundamental aspect of Christian faith for most Christians.
All right, we'll get back. We'll get back to this. But let's join G-Man. He's live. Let's hear what he's got to say. And who he's going to threaten. And don't forget that he is a married man who beat up his daughter, permanently brain damaged her. This is the allegation. Now he's, let's see what he's got to say.
Warned about, because I am the kind of person that will warn you and warn you and warn you, but you come into my room thinking you own the place, you're going to see what this button does. But
that'll be
fun. Been around long enough to know what that means.
That'll be fun to see who goes into his room.
A couple of people that's in the chat, the link is there. Don't give me this nonsense now that all of a sudden you lost your nerve. I'm going to say what I said before. Prior to this, before I started.
You're supposed to pin the link to the chat. Just don't put it there and let it scroll off you. Pin it.
You think I'm wrong? You think I can't convert you to at least bare minimum agnosticism? Come in here and watch it happen in a couple of minutes.
All right, let's see.
Not even in a couple of minutes. I think I can honestly do it in less.
How many people do you think are going to join him? Oops.
Just one. So that goes for the Sidney Winstons of the world. That goes for anybody out there who happens to have the atheistic mindset that believes that there's no God and that we're all there are and we all share a common ancestor with a bag of popcorn. If you believe that, you can come in here and we can talk about it. But not right now. The very first thing that I want to deal with is that I found out that I was
I'm on his mind.
Beating my autistic. Very first thing that I want to talk about, because honestly and truthfully, I didn't know I had an autistic daughter. So I watched Shani and Rev talk about it, and it wasn't just Shani and Rev. It was Buffweeb, Shani and Rev. Although Buffweeb is involved in this because I personally believe Buffweeb paid these two to say these things. As a matter of fact, I'm not even going to say I personally believe. I know Buckwheat paid them to say those things.
Oh, do you know? But you said it
You want to know
yourself.
how I know they paid them? You know what? A lot of you have been watching original content on this YouTube channel. A lot of you know how I do things on here. You can use your imagination to figure out how I figured out how Buckwheat paid them to say
Why
those
should we
things.
use our imagination? Tell us.
And I have proof that Buckwheat did that.
All right,
I
show us.
have. Well, I'm not going to give him anything for free. I'm going to make Buckwheat earn it.
Oh, Buffweave, I hope he's
So, Buckwheat,
shivering, shaking.
why do you got to pay people to lie? I mean, if you're such a ponage supremer, if you're such a person that likes to own people, why do you got to pay people to make pathetic videos like we're going to watch here in a minute? Why not just tell the truth about what you know, which is diddly squat? You, Drader, and the rest of your merry men of misfits know nothing except for what I allow you to know. And it's just the reality of the matter. Okay? So let's take a look at this video here real quick. Now, I mean, we don't have to watch this video. I think cousin, I think Doofus Matt has a video on his YouTube channel. And then there's, let me see something here. Who else has that dumb video on there? Yeah, I think it's just pretty much Doofus Matt.
All right. I'm going to put out a link as well if you guys want to come in and watch this and criticize and critique this G-Man. All right. Oops.
It originally from Buffweeb. And by the way, Buffweeb, I've been waiting a long time to get live and to say this. You're looking at the reason why Skank Tank is retired.
Oh, he's so full
Finished.
of himself.
Kaput.
So full of himself, man.
Retired. Done. Irrelevant. Do you think people so desperate? No. Sometimes being broke is cool. Sometimes not having any money reeks of awesomeness.
What?
You can't motivate everybody with greenbacks.
Oh, really?
And I can't wait for your receding hairline to come in here and play with G-Man. Because you got a big mouth when I'm not online.
All
I'm
right.
here now.
How many people are going to join G-Man? I'm going to say 0. I hope I'm wrong for entertainment's sake.
To do it, this is going to be your only opportunity to do it.
I just say I was
I'm
going
dead
to put
serious. Because there's going to come a day when you're going to want to,
No, I didn't yet.
and you're not going to be able to get it. There's a whole line of people that can tell you that story.
All right, I'm putting the chat. I mean, the link in the
But
chat.
one thing at a time. Let's deal with the Minnesota Barracuda and the claims about me having a daughter, and I beat them,
Mm-hmm.
and I got this white woman as a wife. Like, let's listen to some of this stuff here. Like I said, this is the same person that said she had cancer. So
He's a racist. I have a white woman as a wife. What kind of a racist statement is that? That is about the most racist statement I've ever heard G-Man come up with.
make sure you can all see this. Yes, it is, ladies and gents. There goes shit. What I know about G-Man's past. Let's listen to the shanty, shall we?
You can tell me nothing. Can't
Come on,
tell
Shanny.
me nothing. I'm gonna go
Pwn G-Man.
down
Pwn
the
G-Man.
old
Come on.
town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
Now remember, this woman's madly in love with me. When you listen to this, remember she's madly in love with me.
How could she not be?
Just keep that in mind as you listen to this. She doesn't want that runt that she's with right now. I can't wait for the video responses where people come out and they say, let me fast forward this. Nobody wants to see you with the lips. You know what I mean? I can't wait for the people to go, oh, no. G-Man, you're madly. I cannot wait. And I want to make sure I get those clips too.
I saw the post. Someone gave me the post about Gary on what was said about his past. That he beat the shit out of his daughter until she's permanently brainwashed, and he blamed it on
Brainwashed. Permanently brainwashed.
So let me get this straight here. I beat my autistic daughter.
Yes.
To the point that she was brainwashed.
No. You beat your daughter to the point where she was brain damaged. And then you went forward and called her autistic.
Oh, this is going to be a really fun. Somebody help me out here with that.
off and went to the mental ward for 5 years. Apparently, this is a person that.
And I went to a mental ward for 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Allegedly.
Could you elaborate on that, Channy? Because I don't remember telling you any of this.
No.
Knows G and his family.
If my family heard you saying this stuff, depending if it's on my mother's side or my father's side, they might come out there looking for you because you look kind of stupid. But then again, some of them would just bust out laughing and take you as being a joke. But let's continue.
This is what I know. He was married.
You also told me that you was a
Christian. Oh, let her finish. Let her finish.
You told me that you love Jesus, but you're promoting Allah. And then Jason's over there calling you a Christian, and you're promoting the Muslim God. And I wish you would try that Chrislam garbage with me. It ain't gonna work, bruh.
I didn't know if he had kids or not. I've always heard rumors that he had kids, right?
Let's say, hypothetically speaking, that was true. And hypothetically speaking, let's say that's true. And
you beat the shit out of her. You permanently brain damaged your daughter. And
where? Whoa. Actually, I know what one of them is. I can go visit them anytime I want. The other one, I'm not 100% sure, but I definitely know where one of them are.
So when our Facebooks were connected, our
Facebooks has never been connected. Let's continue.
Facebooks are no longer connected, but when they were, there was this white woman called something more, right? And it looked like there was a.
It was a white woman called something more.
Yeah, well, let her finish. Stop it, G-Man. If she's
it was a white woman called something
If she's
more.
wrong, then she's wrong.
Okay.
But let her
story's
get
getting
the words
interesting.
out.
On the Minnesota Barracuda.
A girl and a boy. It was directly connected to
Okay. So I know the difference between a woman and a girl. We're talking about a girl. A girl's probably going to be less than 18 years old. Okay, because they're typically not adults. A woman is someone who's mature, and that would be somebody I would probably marry. I'm not really into people. As a matter of fact, I can pretty much guarantee you I'm not into people who are underage. But you are saying that you saw a girl with me? Do you know the difference between a girl and a woman, Channy? Oh, that's right. You don't know because you don't know how to take care of yourself.
G-Man's account, and they looked exactly like G-Man. So I figured that.
So the white woman looked exactly like me. How does that work? My grandmother wasn't white. My great-grandmother wasn't white. Now, my slave masters from 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 generations, because, slavery used to be in this country. That's something totally different. But as far as I know, my grandmother and my great-grandmother wasn't white. So I'm not really sure how you saw a white girl that looks just like me. I don't know how that works. What happens when you get a GED like this and stay in school?
His daughter that I saw, I think he has a son too.
Okay, all right. So she's being directed now. So now I have a.
All right, but he definitely has a daughter, and I've never heard of the son, so I don't know.
Daughter and a son, according to Channy.
That's what I know. But I didn't know.
I know you need to go see a dentist, and I've been telling you to do this for a while. Let's continue.
Oh yeah.
So he told us that he spent 3 years in a mental institute. He
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm not a mathematician, but I could have swore you said 5 years. Now it's 3 years. Like, you and Buffweed's got to get y'all lives straight. Like, honestly.
Well, if it's 3 years, it's 3 years. And if it's 5 years, it's 5 years. It doesn't matter. You're still in the mental ward.
Buff, man, you need to work on your liars here, bro. They can't get their lives straight. So it was 5 years. Now it's 3 years.
He spent 3 years in a mental institute. If he gave his daughter permanently brain damage because he beat the shit out.
Yeah.
I thought I gave her permanently brain. What is it?
You
Permanently brainwashing.
She just said brain damage.
Because earlier you said it was permanent brainwashing. Now it's permanently brain damage.
Yeah, right.
I mean, no wonder nobody can use you as a witness. You can't even get your stuff.
Denied all, G-Man.
Get out of her. Yeah, I could see that. Why he would spend so much time in the mental facility.
Okay, so why did I spend time in a mental facility? I mean, people can get on here and try to diagnose people here. Like, I was watching an episode of Skank Tank recently, and I specifically heard Buffweed say, well, this is a technique in therapy. When did Buffweed get his PhD and become a doctor to be anybody's therapist on here? It's like, I notice how many laws that are being broken in this community. It is unbelievable.
When did you become a pastor and a priest for you to go preach street preaching? You're not qualified?
Unbelievable.
I believe he is capable of said things.
I believe that you're capable of scurvy, and I think you need to get a decent meal. That's what I think you need to get. That's why you're losing your teeth. Stop smoking the weed. Messing with your brain.
I'm going to put up the original. Okay, the original video that Shani's talking in with no interruptions. I'll do that afterwards. I'll put it up there as a separate video. Oh, I don't know what I'll do yet, but I'll put it up there.
The fact that he stalks and he puts out violent threats onto people.
Wait a minute, aren't you like...
I got it better right. No, we'll do it this way.
Like really big and whatnot and strong and brag about beating up men? Why do you care about what I say about what I'm going to do to people on here and everything? You're supposed to be this feminist on here where you feel like you can whoop everybody's behind on here and whatnot. But the one thing that you can't say, Shani, let me tell you what you can't say. You can't never say that you ever even intimidated me just a little bit. A little bit. You beat Jason up. I think you might have hit Chris a couple of times. Who knows?
What are you talking about, G-Man? You beat Jason up, and Jason kicked Shani's child. But Jason did not cause permanent injury. Jason did not cause permanent brain damage to Shani's child. Whereas you caused permanent brain damage to your own child.
Oh, you probably beat up Doug. I told you what's going to happen to you the day you even think about messing with me. Anyway, let's get to it, because we brothers don't play that. Even Buffweed, well, actually, Buffweed's not really black. I can find somebody black on here who can confirm. And I'm saying that we don't put up with it.
What a fucking racist.
Buffweed
Buffweed is not even black. So what? Buffweed is, being black or being white or being yellow or whatever means zero. Zero, G-Man. You're either a good person, you're a bad person. That's it. What do you care about the color of the skin? Good people, bad people, they're everywhere.
In black. Dude's a sellout.
And it's very disturbing hearing from this and hearing about it.
So it should be.
Hearing. What the heck is a hearing?
Like I don't know exactly the details of everything. I do know he was married in the past. He admitted that. He admitted he was in the mental facility.
Are you mad because I wasn't married to you? Or are you mad that you never had my baby? Are you mad that you never got the chocolate?
Oh my God.
Are you mad because you still didn't get the chocolate? You are never, ever, ever, ever ever gonna get the chocolate. You will never get that. You will never experience it.
But hold
The
on,
very
G-Man, you're a married man. What are you talking about getting the chocolate? You're a married man.
most you will ever experience, Shanny, is sitting next to me. The end. But you ain't never, ever gonna get the chocolate.
Facility for over 3 years.
And we all know how much you love the chocolate.
It could have been 5. I don't know. Maybe he just lightened it.
So it was 3 and it was 5 years, and I got an autistic daughter. I beat her into brainwashing, then I beat her into brain damage. These people can't even get their lives straight. And if you think this is the only YouTuber I'm gonna do this today, you're crazy.
Oh,
This is from Shani on about 2 months ago. No, August. Yeah, 2 months ago.
doesn't sound as extreme. Oh yeah, it is a beautiful day. The wind is beautiful. The sky is
And the ground is very soft too, isn't it?
beautiful.
I see the chat. I know somebody wanted to debate. We'll get to it when I'm done with
Yeah, apparently
the Minnesota
he lost
Barracuda.
his driver's license because of that. That's why he doesn't drive and he bikes and walks everywhere.
Wait a minute. I lost a driver's license because I beat a girl into brainwashing. Yo, that is a phenomenal
See how he's
thumbnail here.
See how he's obfuscating and trying to deflect blame for what he did.
Somebody's got to get that. Somebody's got to use that thumbnail right there. That is absolutely awesome right there. That is an absolute awesome thumbnail right there. But here's the thing, Shanny. I don't think you can lose. I mean, listen, I don't know the laws in every state in this country, but I'm pretty certain you can't lose your driver's license because you beat somebody into brainwashing.
You don't want him to come and try to hurt me for telling the truth? Oh, he won't hurt me.
That's right.
He won't hurt me. I'm not where he thinks I am anyway.
Listen to me. I know where they are right now. Right now, I know where they are. You can listen to
He's threatened.
Buff Dweeb all you want. Buff Dweeb don't know nothing about nothing.
Play the video.
Does he live in his sister's basement and repair bikes? I would assume probably.
Okay, so let me get this straight here. In one part of town, we're hearing that G-Man has a roommate. On the idiotic side of the tent wood of the internet, where people live outside and whatnot, they're saying I live with my sister in her basement, and I sell bikes out of the basement.
Okay. Well, you might
Where
have done
do you
that.
people get this?
You might not do that now, G-Man, but you did it at some point in the past.
Garbage. Anyway, let's continue. I really should call my sister and let her respond to some of this stupid nonsense.
Go for it. Call her. We want to hear a voice.
Because my sisters,
3
the
years.
second I give them this microphone and I let them make a video, her name will never be mentioned on here. Yo, my sister's a ghetto.
Yeah. Oh,
They are ghetto.
Right
They don't
on.
do a lot of this.
So they're low life.
They don't do this.
Street people.
A lot of women do this stuff, not the ones I'm related to. They do
So your sisters are ghetto. Does that mean they're prostitutes? Because I hear that a lot of prostitutes come out of ghettos.
something else, but they don't yap at that.
Their mental health stays. Yeah. I was in for 2 months. So I can understand.
I remember when she told me the reason why she left the mental institution when Jason went missing. She told me she was too smart for the counselors there. She was too smart for the counselors there, but she went there for her mental health.
Understand. Oh my God, 3 years, Jesus.
3 years where? I'm curious. I told you 5 years and I told you 3 years. You can't get your math right. So let's just say it's an even 3.5 or something like that.
All right. So you were in the mental health facility for 3.5 years. What is your mental problem? What is your mental issue? What is it that you used to escape jail for 5 years and instead were sent to a mental institution? What is your mental disability? Tell us, please.
Where did I go? It's not difficult. Where? I mean, it's public record according to you liars. Where did I go? Oh, that's right.
Jesus, that's a horrible, like, no. But if he's violent, yeah, I could see why. And he is violent in his language.
Yep.
No, I'm just aggressive. I'm in a very, very, very
violent. Your violent streak is what caused permanent brain damage to your daughter, G-Man, you angry fuck.
very aggressive person. That is why I'm very different than some of these other people that they call Lowe's cows on here. You see, they like the Lowe's cows that just sit back and go and don't fight back. The problem with me is you're going to get a lot of fight, and I mean a lot of fight back with me, to the point that I'm going to want you in the room. And when you don't come in the room, people are going to assume you're lying after that. Then they're going to assume that you're the cow and not me.
No one's going to assume that.
G-Man got stabbed coming to her tent. No, he didn't come to her tent.
Well, actually, that's not really true, Shanny, but we'll talk about that later.
Did you
not
get stabbed,
now.
G-Man?
I would prefer to bring some third
Did G-Man get stabbed? I kind of heard a story about that.
party people involved in that one, but we'll talk about that one a little bit later.
Are we in harm and hiding from someone abusive?
Wait a minute. Wait. I know you ain't talking about somebody who's abusive. I can play a video right now with you beating up your man. I mean, that punk is so pathetic. He goes, "You better be careful, G-Man. She's gonna come out this tent."
See how he's doing everything to distract from the fact that he is a violent father who brain damaged his child through an act of anger.
I remember me and Chris were both sitting right outside that tent. "You better be careful, G-Man. She's gonna come out there, and you're probably gonna run just like I do. Just like I do." So Rev said, "So-called man." You know, break.
Currently, there's this guy with a machete that has everyone's head on a plank.
You talking about the vampire people who recently abandoned you? Are you talking about them? Are you talking about the vampire people who exposed you and you don't know nothing about it? I doubt that.
There's that.
Or are you talking about the gang members that you, Chris, and the rest of those other guys are running from the previous tent city? If I wanted to be a jerk, I can literally tell everybody on YouTube which tent you was when you first went there to the last one that you had over there. I can literally be a jerk and give them a map and tell them where you're at right now if I want to. And I still might.
He's trying to get out being sued. Maybe.
I am not going to get sued until A, I get served, and then B, and mind you, this is the important thing. I got to be served. I haven't been served yet.
G-Man, you got trolled. Stop. I mean, let it go. You got trolled. Admit it.
And then number two, and this is the most important thing, you got to prove I did something. You want to talk about somebody who is the master at wasting people's time? Boy, you just don't know.
Have anything, so I don't know what
Cackle.
he's going to sue him for. Maybe like put a restraint.
Yeah. Okay, that dude has got to serve me first. That's all I'm going to say about that. That dude got to serve me first.
So he's responding to this this video, which is 2 months old.
An order on him.
Now, as far as a restraining order, that's news to me. When was this going to happen? This buffoon's been on this YouTube channel. I've been on his YouTube channel. I got the email invites and everything and whatnot. I don't know what you're talking about with that.
Which is actually smart. Do that, Miss Hussey. Get a restraining order on his ass.
Please make him like us. Please make him pathetic like us, because when he's out here, he won't get a job, and that's not true. None of that is true. You're out there not because of Satan. I'm gonna be honest with you, Shanny. You're not out there because of Satan. You ain't out there because of these YouTubers. You ain't out there because of me. You ain't out there because you're lazy. I'm going to tell you why you're living outside.
Wow.
And you don't want to accept this. Jesus Christ is the reason why you are outside.
Oh, really? So Jesus Christ is the big fucking cunt? Oh, okay.
Okay? God himself is the one that's got you out there. Because a person who does not work should not eat.
Oh, God.
God does not reward lazy.
That is so inhumane. That is so inhuman. That is so typically cultish. G-Man's brain is brainwashed. G-Man's head is brainwashed. He has been brainwashed to say that Jesus Christ is the reason that you're homeless, Shani.
Laziness. You're not trying.
He won't be able to come 1,000 feet to your home or something, or even in the area.
You don't know what you're talking about. What you should be worried about is collecting some cans and some bottles and getting some money and getting an apartment or something, and worrying about winter that's coming.
Why should she go into competition with you, G-Man? If she's collecting cans and bottles, you're obviously collecting cans and bottles because you have no other way of earning extra income over your Social Security, which I'm sure you're getting. So, stop people who live in glass houses throwing stones and all that.
Coming. Because summer's almost over. The fall is coming. And the snow's going to come down right after the fall. What you should worry about is yourself.
But we are doing our best right now to,
You're doing your best right now to figure out how to beg and how to lie when you 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 beg. That's what you're learning how to do. I would go to the video showing how you said that Buff is better than me, but you wasted enough of my time. Let's go to the next person here who just came in the room here real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, you won't believe who's in the background here.
What?
GTV versus the world, ladies and gents.
Oh,
It's in his house today.
Who's that?
Buff Weeb, ladies and gents,
Oh,
is now
excellent.
in the background.
Excellent.
He's probably live on his YouTube channel doing his little TTS because, ain't nobody willfully going to go over there. So he's got to trick people into being part of that trash, right? So he's in my background here. He thinks he's going to come on GTV versus the world and be a comedian. I hope he comes in here and be funny because when you see how I did with him this time, you're going to understand why my name is G-Man, ladies and gents. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Generation X proudly brings to you your soon-to-be WWE Tag Team Champions of the World!
An idiot.
The Buff Weak guy with no muscles, the awesome G-Man, the New Age Outlaws! And if you ain't down with that, we got 2 words for you. Buff sucks.
Oh, yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, so here we go.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Finally.
does God exist? I believe he does. Let's see what this bald-headed atheist has to say about it, ladies and gents. He won't be the first bald-headed atheist who got on. Hey, what's up, Buffy?
G-Man, you don't have hair either.
Buff. I do have hair, you see? I have hair right there.
You don't.
You don't have any at all.
You don't.
You don't have any hair. Does
You
God
had
exist?
way more hair. You used to be
God
able to
exist?
grow hair, and you can't
God
grow hair
exist?
now.
Does God
Huh?
exist?
Yes.
Does God exist?
Yes.
Okay. I noticed that you call yourself a Christian, but you call
I
yourself
know.
Pastor Buff.
I'm a better Christian than you.
No. You're not a better Christian than me. You call yourself Pastor Buff, and you were mocking the faith, and you were mocking Christ, and you were mocking the church. That does not make you a better Christian than anybody. A real Christian doesn't go around saying that they're better than anybody. And if you think you're getting Christian points from people in the church by saying stuff like that, you're an idiot.
Okay, can I ask you something? Hey, are you ready for me to talk?
What's on your mind, little boy?
All right, old man. Let me tell you something.
Whoa. Stop calling Hussy bald. Stop calling Hussy old. You guy's 2 years older than me.
Too. Hussy's old and you're old. You're both old guys.
Yeah,
Some
whatever.
old.
I'm definitely in better shape than you. I'm working on marathon number 7. How many are you working on?
Hey, show me your arms.
Whoa. Wait. Hold on a minute. I'm working on marathon number 7. How many have you run, little boy?
Flex your arm.
How many times have you run a marathon?
How many times have you run a train on a white
You can't do it because you can't run.
I know.
For the people that don't know this, there is a significant difference between picking up weights.
Yeah, we're doing this
and
again.
gaining muscle mass,
We're doing this again.
as opposed to.
By the way, you're getting echo because your mic sucks.
Building aerobic activity. No, you're on my channel. I think you tend to forget this.
I need to ask you a question. Oh, you're scared of me. Again. You're scared of me again,
Well.
You know I'm smoking on
Yo,
Gary right
check
now,
it out. The hard truth blows left a $3 tip, and he says, "Buckwheat, get a life. Leave G-Man alone."
Why you keep
Thank
sending
you,
your money?
Hard Truth
Why do you keep sending
Hey,
yourself
look at
money?
this right here. Brenda Barron left a $5 super chat. Thank you, Brenda Barron. And Brenda Barron says, "Buckwheat, get a life. Stop jerking off the anime." How you doing, dude?
Wait, you're actually just making
Can I
these
ask you
up.
a question? How are you a grown man looking at my nipples?
Your nipples?
Yeah. How
When
are
did
you
I
a
see your
grown man
nipples?
looking at my nipples?
When did I see your nipples?
In your video. When
What
you looked
video?
at my nipples in your video.
What nipples?
You're gay.
No, you
And I
said
believe
you said
no,
nipples are for navigation.
whoa. You got a video on your channel. You're looking at my nipples.
You said nipples are for navigation.
You were looking at my nipples.
Because you
Why
said
are you
nipples.
Don't you got a woman? I mean, I know you got a light over there.
I was
I know you got a
looking-
light over there that you call your. I know you got a light over there that you call your friend. You got a light over there that you call your friend, right? But do you really have a woman in your life? Like you're looking at men's nipples. You're talking to a light, and I know it's part of a comedy act. Don't. I know it's all part of your comedy act and everything and whatnot. But why are you looking at my nipples, sir?
I was looking for direction because you said nipples are for navigation, sir.
Oh, okay.
What?
All right.
Yeah,
So
I
if
was
somebody wants,
Why would Buffweed actually go on that channel? I mean, literally, you know that that G-Man's just gonna blow him away. He's just gonna be totally in control. He's not gonna be able to get a word in, and G-Man's all he's gonna do is be childish.
want to see a debate, I need somebody to.
I'm trying to have a debate with you, but you keep
debate about what?
You keep
A debate about what? Are you?
Can I
an
ask
atheist?
my? Can you ask
Are
my
you an
question?
atheist,
You
yes
answer
or
my
no?
question. You need to be
Are you an
quiet.
atheist, yes or
I
no?
need you to stop being
Are you
a
an
child.
atheist, yes or
I
no?
need no.
I
I'm
am
not.
not Shanny and
You're
Rev.
being a
Are you
child.
an
You're
atheist,
being
yes or
a
no?
child. No, I'm not
I
an
am
atheist.
not an atheist.
You are an
I am
atheist.
not
You are the
your
chocolate.
pet like you did with Shanny and Rev. You are going to show me some respect. All right. So my question for you is this: are you an atheist? Yes or
He
no?
said no.
You're the chocolate atheist. I know.
Oh, yo,
Be
no,
one
I
like
got-
you did.
I got a problem with that. Yeah, I sure
Yeah.
did. Yeah, I
Yeah.
fooled the entire internet with that, including you.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
didn't. You
Yes,
didn't.
I did.
You didn't.
Yes, I
You
did.
didn't.
Yes,
You
I
didn't.
did. Yes,
So
I
are you
did.
gonna
Yes, I
stop
did.
being a
Yes, I
child?
did.
Are you gonna
Yes,
stop
I
being a
did.
child
Yes,
and
I
listen to
did.
me?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
This is a 50-year-old man,
Ladies and
everybody.
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, isn't this how this obnoxious moron
This is
acts?
a 50-year-old.
This
This is a 50-year-old man, everybody.
Everybody, give me an emoji. Give me one of them orange emojis in my chat.
Orange emoji. That's a super chat. You don't got those.
Yo,
'cause you
yo,
didn't
yo, yo,
monetize
yo,
your
yo,
channel.
yo.
Stop acting black now.
Battle you so bad it's not even funny.
I made a diss track
I want
against
to
you
rap battle
already.
you so bad it's
You
not
can't
even
rap.
funny.
You can't rap. You can't
It's
rap.
the number one e-beggar on the internet, Revelation News. I want to be the best e-beggar possible.
So, why do I make racist jokes? Well, I'm gonna be honest. Because I can.
Yo. She ain't even talking a lot of smack about your boy. So now it's time for them both to get owned. Shady's a witch who got kicked from Twitch. She spent Rev's money when he was almost rich. To 900 pounds of a reprobate whose God is oil called Delta 8. Shady the Hut, my answer is no. Never show your money to that 5-cent hoe. You're nasty and trashy, you look like a booger. You 700-pound looking barracuda. Shady got cancer, that's a bold-faced lie.
You're breaking PA laws, making money off lies. Shanny's been dying for the last 10 years. Ain't nobody falling for those crocodile tears. Shanny, you're a con, a 6-foot wookie. Ram kicker out, I'll buy you some cookies. Please take a shower, then get the weed. Go find a job and stop begging for weed.
Now that we're back to accept that, yes. Now that we're back to reality. Now that we're back to reality, ladies and gentlemen. This man said I couldn't rap, but this coward won't rap battle me. We all know what happens when people rap battle me, but this coward don't want to do it. I think he's smart. I think he knows more G-Man history than he cares to let up. Now, little boy, are you an atheist, yes or no? You got to unmute your microphone, goofy.
Well, then then stop muting me.
Are you an atheist, yes or no?
I've already answered that, but you keep acting
Are
like
you
a perpetual
an
child.
atheist? Yes.
No.
So what are you?
Retard.
Oh, okay. You're not a Christian either. Not talking like that. So what are you?
You know what I am? Better than you. That's what I am. If
Well,
you can rap
better than me. That's great. That's great. Jesus never talked about being better than somebody else in the faith. So what are you? Okay, ladies and gents, I'm gonna have to unmute him again because he's
Let's
not
have a debate.
figuring out
Let's
what's
have a
going on
debate.
here.
Let's have a debate. Let's have a debate. Let's have
So
a
what
debate.
are you? Well, I
Let's have a
can't
debate.
debate you unless I know what you are. What are you?
I am not a fucking atheist. So stop calling me one.
So what are you?
I'm better than you. Stop
So
worrying
what
about. I've
are
already
you?
told you.
I'm not having a debate
I've
about
already
who's
told
better.
you.
I'm not having a debate about who's better. I don't believe in that. I don't have a faith in who's better than the other person. You either have a religious belief or you don't. If you're not an atheist and you're too much of a coward to tell me what you actually believe, then I'm going to keep calling you an atheist.
I've told you several times what I am, but you.
What are you?
I am a Baptist, you fucking dick.
Okay. And what Baptist church do you go? You go to Westboro Baptist Church? What Baptist church you go to?
Not West Barrow. It was a fucking small. It was a small church. Goddamn, local. Fuck you. I love you. But no, what's it called? It was a small church owned by a mom and pop type of thing. It was a choir of fucking 30 people. So I don't want to hear that. So don't judge my small town church.
You went to a church with a choir of 30 people. So there was no congregation. There was no pastor. There was no deacons. There was no ushers or anything like that. Listen to me, dude. The only person you're tricking right now is yourself. Even the heretics in the chat don't even believe that nonsense. All right? If you go to a church, could you be a little bit...
How can you just say that, G-Man? Even the heretics don't. You can't speak for anybody but for yourself. Okay? That's understood. It's universally understood. You speak for yourself. You don't speak for other people because you don't know. Unless you're lying, unless you're speculating, you don't know.
A little bit more specific, please.
Are you going to learn? Are you going to actually have a conversation or be a child, G-Man?
What church did you go to? And please tell me.
You said Christians don't. You're going back to this. You said something before, and I want to address this. You said that Christians don't go around telling that they're better than other Christians, right? But you do that all the time. So
I don't.
You said yes, you do.
Yes,
you do. You go around telling people.
You told me that you went to a Baptist church with a choir of 30 people. That means you was the only person in the pew. Okay, so stop lying to me. If you went to a church, be a little bit more specific, then you can get into why you believe I think I'm better than everybody.
Don't worry about my small church. You took one
I
word.
Think you're lying, and I think you're misrepresenting my faith.
You're representing your faith, bro. You're
misrepresenting my faith. See, here's the thing: Christians don't do the kind of things the homeless people that you do. Christians also don't get on here cussing up a storm and jerking the anime. All right, jerking off the anime and doing.
Christians don't beat up their daughter and make them permanently brain damage for the rest of their life, G-Man. That's what Christians don't do. But you did it. You're not a Christian.
A lot of the stuff that you do on here, especially behind the scenes lately, that I've been finding out about you. So you might want to change all of that, sir. Come on.
Hey, look, I'm just trying. Hold on. So I want to ask you some questions. I want to actually ask you questions, and you keep focusing on religion because I know that I'm a better Christian than you. Don't worry about that. So look, let me just tell you.
Where did Jesus say anywhere in the Bible that you're supposed to focus on who's a better Christian than the other person? Get your Bible and tell me that.
You know in the Christian Bible it says to pray in your closet and keep it to yourself, but you go.
Where in the Bible does it say that you can go around saying that you're a better Christian than somebody else? Where does it say that? They have chapter, book, and verse. Where does it say that?
G-Man, let me finish. In the Bible, because you're too busy having a baby fit and crashing out. In the Bible, it literally says to keep it to yourself. People that go out and proselytize loud and about like you do are not of God. They're of themselves. If you are of yourself, you are not of fucking Christianity. Use it as a shield because you are a terrible fuck. Now,
where does it say? Where does it say?
It says it on my
that you can get on here.
Let me tell you something. Look,
hold on. This is the way I keep muting you because the Bible does talk about doing
G-Man got owned on his own channel by Buff Weeb. Well done, Buff.
Everything in decency and in order. That's in 1 Corinthians. You sit there and you're talking about how at first you're saying that you're a better Christian than me. I asked you to back it up with scripture. You don't say anything. Like I'm just saying. And then you are just talking and talking and talking. You get mad at me when I talk over you, but then you got no problem doing it to me. If you don't know the Bible, you don't know it, sir. Quote some Bible verses.
Just because you memorize some lines doesn't make you anything. Just letting you know that.
Do you know that the Bible says that your words should be filled with edification?
Did you know that the Bible says that you should treat everybody with respect and turn the other cheek and all that kind of stuff? Yet you lost your temper, became very angry, and beat up your defenseless little daughter to the point where allegedly she's permanently brain damaged. That's not nice, Jimmy.
And that your words should not be filled with cussing. That's what a reprobate-minded person does. Go read Romans chapter 1.
Oh, you never cuss, G-Man? All right. Hold on, folks. We have something to show you. G-Man says he never cusses. Okay. Here it is. Check this out. Check this out, folks. We'll take a quick pause. Ready? You can see it? Yeah.
No, I've never cussed. You will never, ever, 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 ever find a video for all the time where I'm cussing. You're never going to find it. Sorry, I don't cuss. Sorry, I don't cuss on YouTube. I'm not going to sit there and say that I've never slipped or anything like that in my personal life. Oh, please, I'm not going to say that. But as far as on YouTube, you'll never find a video for all the time. Never. But anyway,
it was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Watch all this gluttony, bro. That's a terrible sin. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Shut your mouth, bitch. You're totally fucked. Shut your mouth, bitch. You're totally fucked. Shut your mouth, bitch. You're totally fucked. Oh my God. No, I never cuss. You will never.
Oh, you never cuss. No, not me. No, everybody else will cuss, but just not me. All right, G-Man.
So if you're going to have a conversation with me about this, sir, try to have some self-control, which is a fruit of the spirit.
All right, G-Man, are you going to kick me so you can rage quit now? Are you ready to rage quit and kick me? Are you ready to rage quit and kick me?
Miss Parker's in here, and she's.
Are you ready? Are you ready to rage?
I would like for you to answer one question. You sat there and you said that you was a better Christian than me.
A total control freak.
Show me in the Bible where anything like that is actually there. You think by me having order on my channel and muting you so that I can have order on my channel is somehow a W for you, and it's not. Answer the question. If you don't know, you just don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was somebody messaged me about you. They said arguing with you is futile. They don't get it. I just enjoy watching you squirm. And every time you think about me.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question. So I'm going to bring in the next person in here, ladies and gents. And it's going to be Ms. Parker, who broke our treaty. Actually, Ms. Parker.
Okay, before we carry on with this guy, I'm going to show you what I'm dealing with StreamYard. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but this is what my screen looks like. Look at that. That's StreamYard. What the hell are they doing with these? I don't know. Hold on. Oh.
Not only are you not a Baptist, that you never attended. I don't even think you.
He's going to kick Buff out.
In the church. I don't think you get to come on here and say that you're a Christian, coming on here cussing people out, claiming that you're better than another person. What happened to humility? Like, if we're going to talk about the faith, let's talk about the faith. You ain't practicing no humility right now. Yeah, granted, I trolled you a little bit on here and whatnot, but I'm trying to get serious now. Where's your humility? Explain your YouTube channel. Anyway.
Okay.
How you doing, Miss Parker?
Hey, how you doing? What was the treaty we had? When did we sign?
There's something I want to point out. Many years ago, this happened, where Miss Parker and G-Man were having a discussion because Miss Parker invited G-Man onto her channel, and they were talking, and then at some point or another, Miss Parker pushed a button, and all of a sudden there was Dragnot and somebody else. And what did G-Man do? He looked, his eyes went massive, and he just left. He quit. He ran away.
Sign it.
No, we didn't sign a treaty, but I do believe when I stopped being friends with Shanny and Rev, you was on my YouTube channel, and it was you that was actually kind of mad at me for getting on you the way I did.
I'm never mad at you. I'm never mad at you. I am so delighted.
I didn't delete those videos. Those videos are on private. That's one
I didn't delete our videos either. I just released our last interview.
You know, you actually have a video. I'll try to be nice to you for a minute. You actually have a video that's kind of valuable to this community. And nobody in this community has. Carrie doesn't have it. Frank and the Geek Room don't have it.
You have a lot of videos.
No. You have one unique video. You're the only person, not even BGTV, has this particular video. That's the video when Shanny and Rev ended the road trip. I'm talking about at the very, very end, before they went to the uncle's, they went to the house, and I wasn't there.
Yes, I have all of that.
But you have not released any of those, though.
No, I haven't.
Why? What about the hangout with Big C?
Who's Big C?
Big C. That was the hangout where Jason challenged me to a fist fight. That was the one where Big C was telling me to take Shanny to, well, not take Shanny.
I don't
take Jason to court. You have that too. You, matter of fact, you were live streaming it on your channel.
I probably do have it.
Another person was live streaming it.
Because I have all of those videos. Everything I ever did.
I don't think you do, because you would actually played.
No, why would I release
a million views?
Why do I want it? Why? I don't do this for money.
I don't know. So tell me something. I know that your background's different. You don't have the comic books and all that stuff behind you. I understand that you went to Colorado and you got some help.
Colorado?
Yeah, why don't you tell me about your story?
Did I go to Colorado?
Yeah, you went to Colorado.
I've never been to Colorado.
AA or something like that, I think you went to.
No, G-Man, you helped me so fucking much.
Do you do me a favor and close your shirt, please? You're going to have to put you in the background if you don't do that.
But I mean, you've already seen my nipples.
Okay, and I don't want to see them again, please. Thank you. I don't want to see that again. Okay?
It's so gay.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So go ahead and explain how you ended up in rehab.
Well, I've never been to Colorado, so I can't explain that.
So the place that you was at, you were lying then? Because I do have clips of you actually being in some place that you said that you went to therapy.
G-Man, when do I ever tell the truth on YouTube? Exactly. But I do. I'm so happy that you're back. You have no idea how excited I am for G-Man versus the world. This is the best day.
Versus the world. This ain't G-Man versus the world. This is GTV versus the world.
I'm sorry. My apologies. GTV versus the world.
Yeah,
are you going to be bringing back the science?
She's such a fucking good fluffer.
I
swear to God, she's patting him on the head like the goodest autistic little boy.
Listen, I know that you and G-Man have a problem, but me and G-Man have a respect for each other that you just can't understand.
We have a love affair.
It is a love affair. Thank you.
We have a love-hate affair.
It is.
You know what I mean? It's like a love-hate affair.
You'll never be able to talk to G-Man the way I do. And I know that upsets you.
He's the only one that can get away with talking dirty to me, I guess.
I mean, it's really hard.
Wait, I'm back?
Yeah, you're back, Bob.
Okay. All right.
How are you doing? So, so my thing is, G-Man, for real, the reason I'm so excited.
Let me unmute. I can hear you guys now. I'm sorry.
I thought
you kicked me out.
There's a lady talking right now. Shh. Go ahead.
So I am super, super excited because I don't know if you remember when I used to do Miss Parker in the morning and I would like sit with Vaughn and we would just talk about like science and stories and conspiracies. And I'm wondering if you're down to do something like that. I don't have a lot of time during the week, but I would be so excited to do like an hour with you every couple weeks. And we just sit and talk about all the fun stuff.
If you would do me a favor and explain something.
What's up?
You told Buffweed that you was my best, greatest G-Man historians on his YouTube channel.
I did not tell him that. He came to that conclusion on his own.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
She didn't tell.
Yeah,
I
really
don't
know
say
anything.
shit. I didn't say
I
I
really
didn't tell her
don't know.
anything. No, I just be saying shit to piss
Yeah,
you
he
off.
just
You don't
made
get
that up. I am not a G-Man historian. I'm literally your biggest fan. I'll say that. I'm a fangirl.
Realize there are 3 black people. There are 2.5 black people on this channel right now.
Who's
We're
the half?
actually talking on here. Can you guys believe that? 2.5.
G-Man,
Well,
G-Man,
Buffweed
G-man.
loves
He's half old man, half black.
I don't
Buffweed
even
ain't
know
black.
how that math works. That math isn't mathing.
2.5 because Buff ain't really black. He's half
Oh
black.
my.
Japanese.
You
know,
But I mean, that's not fair, G-Man. You
G-Man's
can't
a fucking
take away
racist.
someone's blackness.
I'm more
he
than half.
doesn't act like he's black. I'll be happy when he does that.
Hey
Like,
man,
does
the
it
lady
mean
is
to act like
talking and
you're-
you keep interrupting her, but you muted me, so I need both of us need to mute our mics. You're being rude.
I guess the question would be like, what does it mean to be black? Like, if you were to define a black man, G-Man, what is a black man?
a man that's not afraid of his heritage and doesn't wish he was Japanese.
Because he enjoys
Okay,
anime.
G-Man. Here, look. Just because Miss Parker's here, I'm gonna be civil with you and treat you with respect, G-Man. So are you ready?
Oh man!
Cover up.
I did.
We want cleavage.
He doesn't need
You don't have to be mad and angry. Like, we can literally just have a good time.
Afraid of no Buffweed, please.
Yeah,
You
like
are.
we could just have a good time.
G-Man is so gay.
You know?
If I'm so afraid, come to Newark.
I already told you I am.
Oh, that would be so fun. Can we
Come
all go
to
together?
Newark,
I
New
am.
Jersey.
I am.
I would go.
I'm going. I'm having a nice. I have a cool milestone on my channel just to rally everybody. We're actually very close. We're only 1,400 members away.
When
members
are you
of any.
planning?
Oh, when our channel hits 2,000 members for that celebration, I'm going to go have a nice tour of Scranton and New Jersey just for sightseeing.
I've never been to Scranton or New Jersey, and I love The Office, and I would fucking love to go
I
to
would love
Scranton.
for you to come to Newark, New Jersey. And when you get there, I will give you my email. I'll let you know. Just like Von Helton, we can meet in the same place. I got no problem with that.
I'm going sightseeing. If I run into you, I run into you.
No. I want to see if you can say the same stuff face to face. Because I'm always told, YouTube, this, that. I met Dragnet. Dragnet doubled down. Everybody doubled down, maybe except for Redline and like maybe.
Okay, so what if we did it this way? Let me make a proposal. What if we did it this way? What if me and Buff do a meetup in Scranton, and then you give us a tour of Scranton?
I don't want to do that. I want to be in Newark, New Jersey.
Okay, would you give us a tour of Newark?
No, not really.
I mean, I'll pay you.
There's the only.
I like her offer. I would like, you know what?
Like, that would be fun.
I would
We
like
can
to
all
have
go
you know what?
and
Instead of
have a
just going
fun time.
sightseeing,
Yeah.
when we hit 2,000 members, the Buff we meet up in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
That would be so fun.
Wait a minute.
Everybody's invited.
You are going to pay me?
I would pay you to do a tour
You
to
would
job
What you pay me with?
with money.
Yep.
What do you want, G-Man?
You know what? Actually, you know what I want? I want.
He wants the other nipple.
I want several apologies. I want
For
you
what?
to admit that you lied about God knows how many different things. And some
I
other.
lie about everything. I opened a
There you go.
orphanage.
There you go.
I had a cult.
You have a cult?
I started a whole cult on the internet. What are you talking about?
I just don't know why. G-Man, really quick, can I just ask you a question? I just don't know why you want me to meet you, but you keep talking about me and you keep.
Well, here's the thing. You
Hold on,
keep
wait, hold on.
calling me an old man.
Let me finish. Please, let me finish. Damn. I've been cordial and nice to you, and you just keep over talking me. I have a question. You keep talking about drag. I don't know who this guy is, but I heard this. But let me tell you, it's really not.
He really doesn't know who.
No,
Drag
that's
is.
cousin.
He got bigger titties than me. Ain't no way he my cousin.
That's his cousin.
Ain't no way. He ain't ever gonna get lost with bitches like that.
He doesn't. The thing is, G-Man, like
You
for real,
Jekyll and now
Dragna is built
That's
like
a
a
different.
black.
They're two different
no,
communities.
look. Dragna.
This is not going the way G-Man wanted.
never take that away. And I'm never gonna do that. Okay. I will flame the fuck out of Dragnet until he comes out. I'm not gonna do that.
Who he is.
I'm not gonna sit there and have that man highly
know who he
lubricated.
is. You know how he
Camera
feels.
shirtless.
Yeah, that ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on.
You
The reason
hear
why
that,
Black-
ladies? Yeah, that lady. Hold on a minute. He doesn't know who he is, but he knows how he's built. Let that sink into your head for a moment.
I mean, you can know what somebody
think I'm
looks like.
stupid, but anyway, let's continue.
I gotta side with him on that. Like, you can know what someone looks like and not know who they are. Like, that's totally possible.
I just don't know why you keep bringing his name up and he met you, but didn't he try to like in Minecraft choke you out in New York?
No, it was I can tell you that part. So there was a meetup and then they were
You
hanging
told me
out
this,
and
G-Man.
horseplaying. They were just horse playing. They were playing around. It was fun.
I know this is dumb, ladies and gents. I know this is dumb. Somebody's gonna want to debate at some point or whatever.
We can debate. What would you like to debate about?
Okay, hold on a minute. Buffy, hold on. The reason why I want to meet you in person is because you keep calling me an old man.
You are.
Okay? Now, when I met Reg Rhetoric, I said,
old lady.
Okay. I wanted to race him from New York to New Jersey.
You're an old man that can run.
Since you keep calling me an old man, and I know you specialize in lifting, I will gladly race you. Let's see. I meet you in Maplewood. I'll race you from Maplewood to West New York.
But like, what does that prove?
What's he proving? Proving that he's gay.
This Parker, I got something. Please, just let's race. Let's race.
And I'll beat you.
The amazing race, like the amazing.
It would be so fun. Okay,
I got rated by her.
I'm totally in.
But you want to know what, Buff? I think you're trying to be like me. I think you want original content.
You just tried to copy my idea and tried to do Stank Tank.
Oh, Stank Tank? No. When I get ready to take Stank Tank, there's gonna be nothing you can do about it.
You just said, wait. Look, I want to debate you. I want to debate you on this. Okay, I came up here with a debate topic, but you're too scared to let me talk.
Exactly.
My debate topic is how are you going to make Stank Tank ethical since it was humiliation, demonistic shit? How are you going to do it without it becoming a disgusting, horrific, abusive? Aren't you abusing homeless people like I was? Aren't you taking advantage of their situation?
In the words of Miss Parker,
in your words, you said I was taking advantage of them. No. In your words, I was taking advantage of them. I was taking advantage of their situation, and I was doing something illegal. So you're going to copy the same thing I'm doing, right?
That's not what I mean by taking over the idea of Stank Tank. Basically, all you really do is put people in the room and give them TTS. What I'll do is I'll put somebody in the room, I'll give them TTS, but I'll make the humiliation part illegal.
How do you make it illegal?
It won't be done.
Oh, so you're just going to ban the humiliation. So it's just somebody in a...
Yep.
Okay, so it's just somebody in a room and then they have TTS. That's just TikTok.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's text to speech. That's all it is.
What are they gonna? So what are you gonna? How are you
and
gonna?
By the way, I
no.
appreciate all
What
my
do you mean?
fans.
What do you mean you can make it? What do you mean I make it? Hold on, Miss Parker, stop babying this fucking retard. How are you making it?
Whoa! You called me the R word?
Yes, because you.
Whoa!
You're a gay retard.
All right,
and you're angry, and you beat up your
driving GED wearing. Can't fit your clothes, moron. All right.
My high school diploma is in my background. I just don't want to doctor.
You don't got a high school diploma. You can't spell high school diploma.
You spell high school diploma right now.
Yes, he talks to a light, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll send you $50 right now.
He talks to a light.
That's Henry.
That's Henry.
Henry.
Yeah, Henry's awesome. Come on, you got to admit Henry's awesome.
That's Henry.
G-Man, you got to give points to Henry. Henry is pretty awesome.
Bring back the yellow bus for this guy. How many of you want me to bring back the yellow bus for Buffweed?
Okay, I just want to ask you.
Well, I have a really big question. So you said that Buffweed was wearing his GED, called him like a GED wearing kind of thing. I'm like, how do you
like clothing?
How?
I learned that from you. But I learned that from you.
Yeah, Miss Parker, you got some explaining to do.
I learned that from you. I listened to you for years.
Lucy, you got some explaining to do.
Did I in my drunken stupor explain how to wear a GED?
316. Me and GP316 used to debate your debating skills. We used to sit back and
You used to debate my debating skills?
Yeah, we used to.
It's not making any sense
really
at all.
Me and
Can I make an honest? I would like to be very honest for the first time on the internet.
Really?
Yes, very much so. And this is on your channel. I will do it for you. When I was on the internet before I took my hiatus, I was drunk. Okay, to the point of my blood alcohol level being the same as my IQ. So for anyone to think that I was intelligent or smart, I don't know. I go back and I watch those streams and I'm like, that's a drunk, you know. So I don't think I had good debating skills, but I'd love to debate you now that I'm sober.
You would? You like to debate me right now?
Yeah. What topic would you like to talk about?
I can think of a lot of them.
Come on, go.
You can't. Okay.
He can't.
Okay.
We're gonna have a debate right now.
Yes, and Buff will moderate. And we're all here.
No.
Let's just do it.
No.
All
Buff is not gonna moderate. Buff's not gonna moderate. The Buff's gonna matter. This is what we're gonna debate regarding buff weave.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
We're gonna debate buff weave.
All right, while he's in the room, I got it.
Is Shanny in love with buff weave, or is Shanny in love with buff weave's pockets?
Shanny's in love with G-Man.
No, Shanny's in love with buff weave's pockets.
Shanny's in love with G-Man.
Yeah.
Shanny's in love with buff weave's pockets. You're not
Okay, I got a rebuttal. I have a rebuttal, G-Man. Mr. G-Man, I have a rebuttal. G-Man, I have a rebuttal.
Need some serious people.
Couldn't they say the same? Couldn't we say the same thing about you, Mister? I'm about to give them a month in a hotel.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So, do they care about you, or do they care about your
Is
pockets?
that a venue that I'm going to give them somewhere to live?
No, I can't wait. Somebody can actually fucking finance the shit, and it's not going to be me. I can just eat off your fucking plate because you're
Well, I
too
mean, honestly, you guys have both helped Shanny in some way or form. You know what I mean? Like at some point in their lives,
Almost
both of you guys have helped.
suicide several times. He's reported to suicide a couple of different times almost.
You have too. You threatened to burn.
No, I have not.
This is kind of boring. I really thought that GTV versus the World 3, my turn, was going to be spectacular. But this is just
just like you did.
You told me.
Oh yeah, and Shanny told me she went to college. Then she told me that she was a psychologist. Then she told me she had like 50 different jobs. I mean, you'd be surprised at stuff this woman told me.
Well, Shanny told us about her crinkle heart. She told us about her native wrist. She told us about her microfialgia or whatever that is.
My fibromyalgia.
That one, the fibromyalgia, her bipolar.
Why don't you like me, Miss Parker?
I'm sorry. I love you, G-Man. What do you mean? I don't hate you.
No, you don't.
I am literally your biggest fan.
I will.
Why aren't you slurping him up right now?
I mean, if you, and you know, hey.
Buff, I'm gonna tell you
double
something.
hands, extra spit.
I'm gonna tell you about Miss Parker. Dragnut first was.
You didn't hear any of that. That's wild.
Just let me say this here real quick. Dragnut was the first most annoying person I ever had to deal with on the internet. The second person is sitting right there.
Cut you so
and
fucking
it took me years to figure out how to
and
deal
I'm the
with
third, and I'm the third one to cut
No, you're
you so
not.
deep.
You're not even close.
You messaged me at 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah, I did because I was bored.
Thinking about who?
Because I was
bored. That's a big man.
You know what? You know what I'm gonna
I was
do?
bored. Is that what he said? I was bored. So I messaged Buff Weeb at 4 in the morning. I was bored. You're gay, G-Man.
That's a bit
message Buffweed.
I was bored at 4:00 in the morning. How
in the morning.
Destroyed and whatnot.
Bro, you want me to be inside you like a fat boy inside a can of
Crazy out there. And you know what you need to stop doing? You need to stop looking at men's body parts and worry about the so-called fake invisible woman.
I do it every day. I look at bodybuilding.
Yeah, no, you
catalogs.
don't. No.
Yeah.
So you never look at people, Jan?
That you're not what you say you are, and I don't believe you believe that you into the.
I never said I had to carry away gay thoughts either.
Well,
what do you mean
I'll
by
tell you
that?
what. I'll tell you what. Do you understand? Oh, wait a minute. You said you went to the Baptist church. This is perfect.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
What do you mean? What does that mean?
The pray away gay thoughts.
My preacher
no
never
one
preached that.
knows but you.
My preacher never preached that.
The Bible says in Exodus chapter 20 that you're not supposed to bear false witness against your neighbor.
My
Now
preacher,
you messed
you
up.
do that. You do that all the time.
I got the perfect debate topic. The debate topic's going to be, is G-Man gay? Because Buffweed has said it. I don't know about Miss Parker, but Buffweed has said it. Buffweed, since you're here, Buffweed, and you have said I'm gay on multiple occasions, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to mute my microphone, and I want you to tell everybody your evidence for gay. That way, when I laugh, nobody can hear me. So I'm going to mute. But anyway, go tell everybody how you know I'm gay.
You said you pray away gay thoughts. You told Jason that you thought his hair was pretty and you acted weird. You kept touching him sometimes. You were gotten dragged yourself, even though you got really uncomfortable doing it. And anybody that truly has a problem with anybody being transgender, being gay themselves, and uses the Bible excuse probably thinks about it themselves. That's really about it. And wait. And the rapture dream, when you had a dream that some guy skull fucked you.
Okay, so you're going by hearsay.
You said that.
You heard from Jason primarily.
No.
Wait,
you
hold on. I didn't interrupt you. You're going by hearsay about what Jason and Shanny said. The same people that said that they had cancer, right? The same people that said that they needed money when they didn't need it. The same people that nearly scammed 10 grand from other people on here. You're going by his testimony and whatnot, right? Then you're going by a dream that I had about the rapture, where I went to the bathroom and somebody was behind me, and that makes a person gay.
I
just want to make sure I understand this, because if a dream makes a person gay, when it's time to start getting into some of these other topics,
could I interject?
Knockout. That's all I got to say. If a dream does all of that,
can I interject for just a second?
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm not done. And then you're talking about when I put a wig on, pretending I was Bionic Dance. When I was like, don't run an automatic, but please think. When I was going back and forth with Bionic Dance. That makes me gay because I was wearing a wig. Really? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute my microphone.
Does anybody sit around at home? Does it, other than Hussey, who I know of, does any other man besides G-Man sit around his home with a wig, waiting to put it on for YouTube? Anyone? I certainly don't.
And we are going to redefine a homosexual. A homosexual is not a person who practices homosexuality.
G-Man, I have something better. I'm not
done. Don't interrupt me. According to you, we got a new definition for homosexuality. It is not a person who practices homosexuality. It is a person who has a dream, or another person places a rumor on you. So if that's true, you ain't gonna like the claims that's gonna come out of my mouth regarding you, sir. Because I heard quite a bit about things about what you into. But go ahead.
I bet you did. You're gonna pedo jack me like you did fucking Shabisky. Cool. So look. I'm just trying to tell you this. Let's take away everything you said, right? Not everything you said. Everything I said besides one thing, right? Let's take away what I said that Jason did. Let's take away you put on wigs. Let's even take away the dream, right? Let me ask one thing. Let's just talk about one thing that you said, and you probably said multiple times that you prayed away gay thoughts. Not strange fantasies, not weird dreams, not nothing. Specifically gay thoughts. So when somebody thinks gay thoughts, I'm thinking of people that are doing homosexual activity, like you holding hands, or you kissing a man, or you being in a relationship, or you being plowed so deep that your colon could never recover. Like that's what I'm thinking. So that's what I'm asking you off that one thing of evidence that came out of your mouth. What gay thoughts in particular were you praying away, G-Man?
Good question.
All right. So I'm going to mute you, and I'm going to talk about this. Okay. So if anybody has ever seen that rapture dream, again, I think during that dream, I did say that I pray away those things. So let me get this straight here. If a thought is placed into someone else's mind,
he's going to go,
or a temptation, then that makes that person that thing. Okay. In order to actually be gay, a person has to either desire to be that way, or a person has to actually practice it. I've never done either of them. Not only do I not do it, but there's more evidence. If I went to court for today, right? Let's say somebody dragged me to court, and they took everything that Buff Weave said, and you looked at my debates and everything that I've ever said about this, including what I said on the Drunken Peasants. We're going to include that with the baseball bat and everything too, right? Let's just say we take all of that to court. They laughed this fool out of the courtroom. That's the bottom line. All right. Here's the thing. These are the same people that's also calling me homophobic as well, too. Saying that I have a fear. This is what homophobia is. Hold on a minute. That I have a fear of being around people who are LGBTQ, which is stupid. Okay. This is the same moron on the bottom here that's on my YouTube channel who was on either G-Man versus the GTV versus the World 1 or 2 that said that they're teasing me, that they don't really believe this stuff. Now, I got it on my channel. You'll be surprised what's on this channel. Because you don't see it, don't mean it's not here, but it's here. Okay? I have said on multiple occasions that I am not a homosexual, that I'm not gay. And as a matter of fact, I got no problem using the faggot word. I got no problem using that whatsoever. I got no problem using other words too that people get offended. As a matter of fact, I got this little song over here that got this community really angry regarding this. It was called yeah, I think you want me to say that though. But I do have the song right here, and I can actually play it, and we can watch even the weak wearing freak on the other side of YouTube get butthurt about me playing that particular video. Right? If I was gay, I would just admit it. Then I would flag your channel and everybody else's channel for hate speech. That's what I would do. But I'm not
What an
gay,
idiot. What
so
are you
you don't got
talking
to
about?
worry about
But
it.
you didn't answer the question.
I just really
That makes no sense.
I did answer the question, and I did it in the very beginning. I said those thoughts were placed into my head. And do you know where they come from? Oh, I forget. I don't think in the Invisible Baptist church that you was going to, you learned anything about the devil. But anyway, yeah, Miss Parker.
Thank you. So I think what the community, the reason why people have come to the conclusion that you possibly are homosexual is because heterosexual people don't have gay thoughts. And because you may possibly have these gay thoughts.
No, Miss Parker, no, hold on. Your thesis, I need to interject with, no, not even, I'm using what G-Man just said, but the devil put the images of him deep-throating hussy in his mind, not him.
Okay, so the idea comes.
I apologize about that, but where's your proof? As a matter of fact, forget the proof.
I'm not, again, I'm not
I'm sorry, one
you,
second.
you didn't let me
Play
finish.
the video. I'm sorry, play the video.
You didn't let me finish. If I could.
Hold on, Ms. Parker. Hold on one second. Buffy, play the video where I said anything about doing any of that with Hussy. Play the video. Play the video.
Cut your ass.
Play
so
the video.
Deep. Cut your ass so deep, didn't I, nigga?
Play the video.
You think about me at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Play the video.
That shit is sad.
Play the video.
Think about me a lot.
You can't play the video.
in the morning. On my body.
So
yeah,
what I was saying is
remember what I said. I'm sorry, one second, Ms. Parker. Remember what I said before I started this show, ladies and gents. There's only one question you got to do is ask him to prove it. Anybody can make a claim, but don't worry. I'm gonna make some claims on here soon too. Don't worry. Go ahead, Ms. Parker.
All right. So the claim
I got to write about Trubisky all along, aren't I? Go ahead.
Okay. So the claim is that you are homosexual. The reason people think this is because you have gay thoughts that you have to pray away. From your standpoint and your Christian views, you believe that the devil places those thoughts in your mind and you have to pray them away to make sure you're not tempted in that way. Now, other people would see that and say that only gay people have gay thoughts. And the only reason you're praying them away is because you believe in the dogma of your religion. Mm-hmm. And that is what causes you to hate, be angry, and even fearful of the thoughts of homosexuality.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's all I had to say.
Okay, so the reason why I played the Bill Cosby thing, ladies and gents, is this. How many of you remember my argument I made against Trubisky? I said Trubisky was gay. I'm sorry, not that Trubisky was gay. I said that Trubisky was a pedophile because...
Oh, this shit just to hurt your feelings. That hurt.
Whoa. I'm just going to use your line of argumentation. Hold on a minute. I'm just going to use your line of argumentation a little bit. According to Dark Ninja and according to the voices that the voice messages that we saw on the stream and what we saw in the videos that I played, it would suggest that Trubisky is a pedophile. Based on your argumentation. And it's not because...
So he prays away thoughts of
pedophilia? It isn't because people had hard proof about it. It's because a claim was made.
Well, the thing is, you're the person who said it.
Wait. Hold on, Ms. Parker. So it's because a claim was made, Buffy, people are calling you a pedo. They're saying that another YouTuber on here is involved with minors. Is it true because they said it? Yes or no? Now, Buff, I know you don't know the Bible and I know you don't know what's written in it, but I got a question for you. Was Jesus tempted in every way, yes or no?
Because you said you pray away gay thoughts, you finna go around calling everybody a pedophile, huh?
Was Jesus tempted in every way? Yes or no?
I would agree that Jesus was tempted. He went, the devil put him up there and he
No.
showed him the
That's
world.
Matthew
He showed
chapter,
him.
what is that? Matthew 4, I think. We're not talking about that.
We're not
Buff,
talking about
ask
that
you a
one.
question, Buff.
Oh.
Was Jesus tempted in every way? Yes or
Hey,
no?
wait, hold on really quick. I'm going to answer your question, but I have one stipulation.
I'm sorry,
If
Miss
you
Parker, I'm
mute
going to put
me,
you in the background.
if you mute me,
back.
if you mute me,
Sir, you can run all you want. I'm going to show people the scripture in a minute. Okay? Was Jesus tempted in every way? Yes or no?
But I thought Jesus was God. How can God be tempted?
Was Jesus tempted in every way? Yes or no?
Hi.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is how you win a debate. Shut them up. That's it. You're done. There's nothing else you can say to me. Miss Parker, I'll talk to you now, Miss Parker.
Yeah,
Was
I
Jesus
have maybe
tempted
like
in every way?
20
Yes or
minutes.
no?
Yeah, I would say in the Bible, yeah, he was
Was
tempted
Jesus
in all the
gay?
ways.
Yes or no?
Was he what?
Was Jesus gay? Yes or no?
I don't know.
But he was tempted in every way, though. According to your argumentation, all you got to do is have a
again, G-Man, it's not my argument. It's the argument that people are having. That's what they're
Right,
saying.
I
It's not
understand
my
that. And my rebuttal to that argument is that Jesus was tempted in every way. I'm going to show you the scripture in a minute.
But who cares
My
about
question
the
is, was
scripture?
Jesus gay?
The scripture's all fake anyway. It was, the scriptures mean absolutely nothing. They're copies of copies, millions and millions of copies that got everything wrong. I mean, if you look at the early Christians and early Christianity, it has nothing to do with this fake G-Man's or fake Christians, G-Man's fake Christianity. Nothing.
Is gay? Yes or no?
yes.
Oh, and was he a murderer too? By the way,
If he was tempted in every way,
then he must have been.
This is the difference between tempted. If Jesus was tempted by the devil, right? Like
you can
you're
only
saying,
be tempted by something you want.
yeah. So in your logic,
Remember, this is
you're
the Baptist,
calling
ladies
your
and
own
gents.
in that level, in that logic that you're using, you're
Yeah.
calling your own savior gay because you're asking us.
Whoa. Okay, Christians. So if you're tempted to murder somebody and you don't do it, that means you're a murderer. Listen to what this guy's saying right now. If you're a Bible-believing Christian and you're tempted, meaning someone gets you angry and you want to do physical harm to somebody and you don't do it, according to this bald-headed man who doesn't have a hairline no more, who's 30-something years old, according to him, you're still a murderer. You're guilty of murder simply because you was tempted by it. Now, unfortunately, Buffweed, the Bible does not teach that, and I can't wait to show you how I know it. But here's the thing about your logic, sir. If Jesus was tempted in every way, according to your argumentation, you got to call him gay, you got to call him a murderer, and then more importantly than that, you got to call him a sinner.
Can I ask what a temptation is?
You are a moron, sir, if you believe that. Anyway,
what is
What
a
I was
temptation?
asking, like, can we define what a temptation is? Maybe that'll give us a better groundwork here.
The
Like, what
definition of
is
a temptation is when someone dangles doing something wrong in front of you.
So my interpretation, when I think of a temptation is something that you want. So like when I'm on a diet and there's chocolate cake on the counter, I really want that chocolate cake, and it is a very tempting thing.
Exactly.
Right? I
The
want
relapse
the
is
cake.
thinking about the prolapse.
Yeah, like or when I walk through the
biblical definition for temptation is when the flesh or the world or Satan tempts you, puts a desire in your heart to do something that is contrary to the will of God. That's what it is. Now, I'll ask this question again. If Jesus was tempted in every way, and that means sexually as well, then you, as a Baptist, and although I don't believe you're a Christian or a Baptist or anything that you say you are, but you as a Baptist are saying that Jesus was a sinner. That means you're not even saved because he couldn't die for your sins. He wouldn't have been qualified. You sound like an idiot saying that kind of stuff, though, when you try to make these dumb moronic arguments.
They're only dumb moronic arguments because you try to make dumb moronic responses.
You're making a black and white fallacy.
Yeah, you use
other
straw
and
mans.
you
You just try to guide. What you try to do is because you have no argument, so you try to guide.
Whoa. I prayed away gay thoughts that the enemy put into my head.
The enemy.
And you're telling me I'm gay because of something that was put into my head. Let me ask you a question, Buffweed. Miss Parker is thrown into prison, right? Miss Parker is thrown into an all-women's prison. These women violate Miss Parker.
Oh my God.
Miss Parker, whoa. Hold on, Miss Parker.
Why?
Miss Parker gay, yes or
God
no?
damn.
Like, fuck, why do I have to be violated?
Why do you
Yes
just
or
say
no?
your fantasy out there like
Does
that?
that
That's
make
what he
her
does
gay,
with that
yes
nipple
or
picture.
no?
That's
I
right,
mean,
nipple
I am
Does that make her
bisexual.
gay, yes or
G-Man.
no?
G-Man, I am bisexual.
She's gay.
I understand that. Let's assume you're not. Okay, let's say she was thrown into prison. She was a straight woman, and they violated her. Does that make her gay?
Yes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So whoa. Actually, do me a favor. Get the dictionary and show me that.
Okay. Can I ask a question?
Listen to me, dude. I know you like to smoke your weed, and I know you like to act stupid and everything and whatnot. But you ain't show me no scripture for nothing. And I understand that you're trying to entertain your fans. The next thing I want you to do is to give me a screen share of the definition of what it means to be gay.
I can't do it. Can I ask you a question, please? Can you just answer one honest question, G-Man?
If you do not answer if you do not show me the definition, you're done.
If I don't show you the definition of what?
Bye, Buffweed. So, Miss Parker, tell me something, Miss Parker. If they violate you in prison, against your will, does that make you gay?
Sir, what are you asking me now?
Okay. So here's the thing.
Do you realize how ridiculous this is? What are you asking me?
So hold on a minute. Buffweed is saying that if a thought is in your head, that makes you that thing.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Yes, he is. He is saying that if you are tempted with something, that makes you that thing.
Yes, that is what he's saying.
I know you've been so mad. Let's talk about something personal with you that I do.
Okay.
I know you've been so angry that the person that you used to live with, you wanted to wring his neck because of what he did.
We were together for 15 years. There were tons of fights that I want. Do I want to?
Does that make you a murderer because you wanted to murder him?
No, murdering is an act. You have to do the act.
Exactly. That's my argument.
But gayness isn't an act.
Unless you actually either desire
being gay isn't an act, though.
Yes, it is.
Most people would disagree.
Especially when you talk to a Christian. Yes, it is.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So from your worldview, that is what it is. But for other people, that's not the case.
Okay.
And we can agree to disagree.
You don't know what a dictionary is.
I mean, you can agree to disagree on it, but people are.
I know that there are people out there that believe that you could be born this way. That's a bunch of nonsense. There are people out there that believe that animals practice this stuff. That's a bunch of nonsense.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
You don't agree with that, but you have to accept that other people will not agree with you, and that's okay. Yeah, like we just have. It's a different viewpoint, and that's fine. But I don't know why I have to get violated.
That you are actually physically attracted to the same sex, or you're having sex with somebody of the same sex.
We are not going to agree on the definition.
A thought in your mind that makes you that thing. I'm sorry, I don't believe.
Exactly. No, and that's okay. You can have that belief. You are totally fine to have that belief. That's fine. But I did want to say, one, I have to go to bed because I have to work in the morning. But I really appreciate being able to come in. Yeah, I got to go run the streets. Sell a little tail, make a little change.
You got to run. You got to run.
So yeah, but I really do enjoy hanging out with you. I know that we are frenemies on the internet, and I'm never gonna not freaking cover you. I like to cover you. I like to laugh at you. I like to talk about what you talk about.
Laugh at me.
Laugh at you. Laugh with you. Yes.
I forgot you are my super fan. I forgot about that.
Exactly. I'm your freaking super fan. Thank you for finally saying it. I deserve that respect. Okay.
I've been calling you my super fan for years.
Thank you. Thank you. Also, I really hope that you send me an email so that we can set something up and hang out every couple of weeks. Maybe do like an hour show together and talk nonsense. I would love that. I hope you have a wonderful day. Continue destroying the world.
Do you identify as being a dragoon still?
What?
Do you identify as being a dragoon still?
I never was a dragoon.
Thank God I got those little GTV videos.
Yeah, I wasn't a goon.
That's not true. Yeah,
I love Dragnot. Don't get me wrong. I really love Dragnot. I was in all the chats.
He was definitely
all the chats. That's kind of where my journey started, But again, love it. I can't wait to see what else is going on. I'll catch the rest of it tomorrow while I'm at work. Enjoy your night and kind of chill out. Everybody doesn't need to get violated. I think I deserve an apology for that. Honestly, that was a big
violated.
Yeah, it was bad.
You literally put me in a scenario where I got violated in prison. That's ridiculous.
That was a hypothetical.
And it was an unnecessary hypothetical.
I
Because
apologize.
This G-man has no boundaries whatsoever.
if somebody said that about you, your mother, your wife, your daughter, your friend, you would be appalled.
I don't have
And
now you
you
sound
would
like
be
Danny.
appalled.
G-man,
You would.
your wife.
And I think that's a bit shameful, especially coming
I
from
don't mind
someone.
hypotheticals. I don't mind hypotheticals when they.
That hypothetical was shameful, and you know it. That was disrespectful, and you know it.
The point of the
Because
matter
if
is,
I said that about you, you would be pissed.
Buckwheat doesn't know what a dictionary is. I don't even think he
What
knows
does
how to
that
read.
have to do with you
I don't
putting
think
me
the man
in a
knows how to
prison?
read. I don't think the man knows how to
What
read.
does Buff have to do with you putting me in a prison?
Buff's argument was that
Had
it
nothing to do with me.
In your head. Do you know what the subconscious is?
It had nothing to do with me.
Yeah, we're gonna have to agree to disagree.
All right. I'll see you later. Have a good night.
All right.
Bye.
What's he gonna do now?
I'm not gonna kick you out. You kick
Kick
yourself
me
out.
out.
Kick yourself out.
Do it.
All right. I have to kick her out of here. So you're still not gonna kick yourself out. She must be using her phone or something. Okay, I'm gonna kick you out the studio right now. Remember, she told me to do it. She can't get back in. That's her. So we got somebody else in the chat here. Somebody called None of Your Beeswax. Wait a minute.
Oh, cool. Come on in.
I'll bring this person in here, but I don't really know. None of Your Beeswax, cut your camera on. Let's take a look who you are. I don't know who you are. Let's see something here.
Come on, G-man. This is getting boring.
Okay, all right. Cut your camera off. Cut your camera off. Oh, okay, all right. Cut your camera off. All right, I'm gonna bring you up. Hold on. Okay, so this is None of Your Beeswax. I'm gonna do this here real quick until I figure out who this is. All right, how you doing, None of Your Beeswax? Welcome to GTV versus the world.
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, this is one of the first times I've ever done this. Question. I don't want you to kick me off, okay? This is a legitimate question, and I don't want you to hate me for it, okay? I kind of consider myself more on the atheist side, but not really an atheist, kind of like wishy-washy on the subject. And so that's why I'm all, open to learn more and know more about things, because I do have a small son that I want him to be able to make up his own mind. And if he wants to go to church, I'll take him to church. What would be a good start-off Bible for a small child?
Well, what about you personally?
What about me?
Okay, you say you're kind of like correct me if I'm wrong, like a little bit light on atheism, and then you said that you want your son to actually make his own mind up. I think.
Correct.
Where is it? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm going to share something else. If I can. We're going to go straight to J-Dubs and Von Helson.
Wait.
Sorry for the
I have a working little.
sorry for the change in schedule, but G-Man was boring. These guys are
He's at
funny.
work. Well, that's okay. Don't get fired from your work now. Don't do that.
You don't get fired from your job.
Get fired from your job, man. Don't do that. But yeah, that's listening to us while they're at work. I guess that's a good thing. I reckon.
Yeah, why not?
Why not?
Do
Right?
you guys kind of find it's weird from like biblical times though, like the torrential rains that are coming in, and then the forest fires that are just all hitting at once?
We live in the messianic age. This is the time of the Mashiach,
Well, you got people out there with weather weapons doing stupid shit, which is where I come in, because I try to stop that shit when I can.
Well, I have asthma, and I didn't like the Canada's forest fires coming in here. And
It's always Canada. You know, Canada causes so many problems. I don't know why we put up with Canada, but they do cause a lot of problems.
because they have good rock bands like Rush, so we have to put up with them. You know.
I don't know about that, Vaughn.
And that came, with the heat that we're having, that came in at the wrong time.
Well, it sure did, didn't it? Man, oh man, that was bad. Wow, that was really bad. It was. Okay, all I see is a blank screen. So what we got here?
I don't know. All right, I guess they couldn't get their internet
They
working.
couldn't get their shit working. Okay. All right, whatever.
Between
Praise
between these two and G-Man, we got a show tonight, man.
American women.
This could go on forever.
No, I ain't had a one except you. You're the only one. I'm not kidding.
And I'm in
not
Wisconsin
kidding.
now.
No,
I'm
I am.
living in
No,
Minnesota
listen.
now.
No. I am deadly serious. You are the only American woman that has come on the show, or that I have met thus far. You're it. You're it, dude. Uh-oh. I'm down to 20%. It says I got to plug my shit in there.
I was seeing this girl here this past month, and it turned out that she ended up being married too. It's hard to find women out here that are not players. And women nowadays are just as bad as the men.
Oh, just as bad. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I think women are worse than men. To be honest with you, I'll say right now.
Such a misogynist. Well, both of them are.
So I wind the diner.
What do you think about all these women with tattoos, man?
You know, when you say that women are worse than men and you generalize like that, that just shows what a piece of shit you are, J-Dubs. You got no seichel.
Oh, John.
Yeah.
Just a little bit young for the show.
Who's blowing like that in the mic? Is that you, Vaughn, blowing like that?
That's my fan. That's my favorite fan. My best fan. That's my best fan, dude. My best fan. Would you believe I got that for a song?
Vaughn, that is fucking horrible, man. I feel like my ears are gonna blow up.
But it's cooling me down, and it's an awesome thing.
Vaughn, it's bad, man.
It's bad.
So, Bob, would you ever go back to John? Like, not back to John like that, but.
You walked into that one.
I
That's
didn't
for
mean
sure.
it like that. I did,
Yeah.
but.
Well, I mean,
And
you know,
get out the car and, you know.
12 years, okay, with no female of any kind, except for, like I said, that one time with my ET girlfriend, but that was it. And, so yeah, I want a companion.
And I understand that just to go rest your head for a moment, get some clarity, you know.
I'm 62 years old. I ain't getting any younger. You know, it's time to find somebody, anybody, because I mean, time is running out,
Time is money, friend.
Yeah, man, time is money. I need to find me somebody. Either that or, like I said, I need to have my ET girlfriend just grab the car, suck car, me, dog, and all right up into the
that'll solve everything.
For Andromeda or some shit.
You know that you should look into is because I live in a small town.
Yeah.
Like small towns.
Right.
And
well, honey,
they're
there's
very
a problem
welcoming.
with small towns. There's a problem with small towns.
Tell me about it.
This is the problem, okay? I am not a Christian. And so these small towns are all...
They're out. Okay, so he stopped, which means that we can go...
The choice
no, he didn't.
is to be online and hope I can find somebody online, or, like I said, hope the ET girlfriend sucks me, car, and all up, or throw myself in a nursing home and call it a day. One or the other.
Don't
Not
do that.
sure which.
He's going to end up in a nursing home.
Not sure which. I'm flexible on which one to do, but I mean, it's getting down to the wire. It really is. I had a little bit of money, but it's wrapping up, and then donations have dried up, and so Yeah, it's about time to call this whole thing quits, one way or the other.
Is John going to sleep? Like,
No,
I'm just relaxing. My head hurts.
He's relaxing.
yeah.
Yeah, I was really liking this one girl, and we were good together, and all of a sudden I found out through a coworker, I mentioned it, and the coworker goes, "Oh, I thought she was married. She has a husband." I'm like, "Oh, fuck me."
Oops.
I'm like, Jesus.
There you go.
That gave me the what do they call the ick? It gave me the ick.
The ick or the heebie-jeebies or something.
But did you ask her? Was it true?
Yeah, I confronted her about it, and then she gave me this attitude about, gave me attitude. So I don't want to I don't want to go on too much into it, but
right.
It ended there.
I've ended it there. I think I give up on love, to be honest with you. So
give me just a little more time.
What are you actually looking for? What are you actually looking for?
I want a kind, considerate, loving woman that's going to be exclusive, that doesn't want to fucking play games.
Good luck with that.
In turn, what will she get? What can you offer?
What do you have?
I don't know. What do I have to offer? That's a good question.
He's got money. He's got an apartment.
Money.
He's got a car.
He's
got money.
He
doesn't have a
emotionally, because that can be gone by tomorrow.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's what every woman wants. They want a man that's got money, that's got a house, and has got a car. I mean, every woman I've talked to so far has said that.
I can't be with a stupid man. I'd rather be with a broke man than a stupid man.
Really?
What are we gonna talk about?
There we go.
I need an intelligent man to challenge my mind.
Yeah, but you're
I got $7 to my name, so you ain't gonna get no more broke than me.
If you challenge my mind, that's more than money, because money is here today, gone tomorrow. Anybody can lose their job. The richest man can lose their job, and the poorest man can gain their money. So it doesn't really matter.
Open your mind, Dave. Open your mind.
Money's just here and there and gone tomorrow.
I guess I would say, I'm a kind person. I'm a loving person. I guess you would get someone who's faithful, kind.
Are you
come home every day?
Such a libertarian. What are you, John?
I'm a libertarian by heart.
Right.
What's your astrological signs?
I'm a Virgo. Well, I don't really believe in that, but I'm a Virgo.
I'm a Scorpio, and I do believe.
Yeah, me too. A Taurus.
You're a Taurus.
We're going to zodiac signs.
So you give the guys the horns, huh?
It's coming right off of Aries, April 22nd.
Yeah. Oh, geez. So you're a Taurus with Aries cusp? Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go, man. That's a feisty person, right?
Earth, but I can burn it all to fire.
Come on, this is also boring. Everybody's boring today.
But now I'm a Scorpio with a Libra cusp. So all the bad parts about the Scorpio are literally negated by the Libra that's in me. So it comes out really good. It really does.
Are you a flirt?
Yes, I'm a terrible flirt. I'm a terrible flirt. I'm a terrible romantic. I'm horrible.
Yeah,
I wear my
terrible
heart
at
on my
everything.
sleeve and all that good shit. I am a hopeless romantic. I'm just, crazy about that shit. But, see, then also, too, I'm extremely vulnerable that way, and the scammers took advantage of me. And so that's really turned me off here lately is the scammers. Scammers have really been doing a number on me.
Yep, they're out there. They're out there. Get 'em. You like that back scratcher, don't you?
Yeah.
Don't sound so down and out.
No, it's all right. I'm okay.
Are you?
Hell, I'm hanging in. I'm hanging in, man. It's all I got.
I've been seeing your posts. It seems like you're
Watching a
really...
depression stream.
Well, I'm just waiting for the day where I'll just ride off and like Lieutenant Dan, just float in the water and just
Well, the destroyer's coming, John. So I mean, The destroyer's coming, and hopefully
waiting for the
everything will be.
destroyer. I'm waiting for the Mashiach.
Well,
I'm waiting for the temple to be rebuilt and salvation to come to Israel. That's what I'm waiting for.
Right. Well, you might want to ask the destroyer first, because the destroyer's coming. The destroyer's definitely coming, and Oh, and by the way, this is breaking news, y'all. So you heard it here.
Oh, breaking news! Here we go.
NASA is claiming that Apophis may arrive before 2020.
Oh shit! Shut. Who cares? Let's go back to G-Man, because that's where the fun was. Let's see if we can find him. Ah, there he is.
All right. So, if you don't mind, I'm not going to attack you on that one like that. Where do you stand on this? Are you like you take the strong position, or do you have an open-minded position regarding whether or not God exists?
I'd like to think that he does, but one of my strongest points is, why are children hurt in every way possible if someone could step in and help them? You know what I mean?
Good question.
Yeah, the problem of evil.
What's your answer, G-Man?
You're talking about the problem of evil, right? Why God allows bad things to happen to people?
Correct. Well, not that he allows it to, but if he can step in at any time, those would be the times. Like if a child got cancer, or you know what I mean? I would step in if I was.
Yes, I understand what you're saying. But God never promises in the Bible that he's going to intervene in every little tiny thing that goes on in our lives. He never said he was going to heal us of cancer every time we got sick or anything like that. I mean, I understand what you're talking about. What I would do with you, and then I'm gonna get to your point, which you was asking me earlier. What I would do with you is I would engage in some conversation about God's nature and what he said he would do and what he said he wouldn't do. That's what I would do if you're open-minded about that. Now, as far as your son goes, you want to keep him open-minded to both if God exists or if he doesn't. I think the best thing to do.
We're going to switch between the two, right? Because
maybe get him a.
I want to go back to. Let's go back to J-Dubs and see how they're doing. Oops. There they are.
I told people this and they couldn't believe it. I've been through 4,500 people so far, counting the dating sites, and I still ain't found nobody yet. Nobody real. The only real people I found are people that want money. The rest have been AI bots or scammers or freakers or prankers.
And you're surprised?
And then a few people that want money, and that's it. Not a real person in a bunch, man.
I remember in the younger days on my end, you'd had to go out and find somebody. You met people and actually, interacted with people, went to the mall or,
Right.
And now it's just hop online and find somebody and you just
and hope it works.
Right. And hope that they're even in the area that you're in.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Hope they're even in the area, because usually they're not. It's funny. I was at this junction of Arizona, Nevada, and California, and I got on TikTok and I said, hey, if you're in the Arizona, Nevada, or California area, message me, and I'll come out and I'll meet you. We'll have coffee, whatever, Not a peep. All I got was women that were in New York or New Jersey or Florida or North Carolina or Georgia or something of that ilk.
Well, then you need to move back to New Jersey.
Well, so I come here to the East Coast. I'm now in the East Coast. So now guess what I'm getting? I'm getting women that are in Oregon, Washington State, California, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. I'm getting a few Texas and one Oklahoma. I got an Oklahoma. But they're all far away now. See, they're all out west. Now that I'm on the East Coast, they're all up from the West Coast. And when I was on the West Coast, they were all on the East Coast. I think it's a conspiracy. I do. I think it's a conspiracy, man.
Do you think you could plant your roots somewhere for a little bit of time?
Oh, looks like he ended the live. Just like that. It's done. All right, we can go back to G-Man. That's a good, that's the nice thing about this whole thing, is that we can just go back and forth when these idiots pull their streams. So back to G-Man we go.
Like a teen study Bible or something like that, and then maybe let him go to Sunday school and make his own mind up about it.
Yeah, I took him to one Sunday school, but he didn't really seem to like it much. But I think he's more spoiled, and I wasn't there with him. So, but there's all kinds of different ones out there. So yeah, I'll try something similar to that. But why? I'll tell you this, and I don't want you to kick me for this either, okay? Because this is kind of off the topic of religion. Buff is really a nice guy. I know you guys are butting heads and you have your issues, and I think he does it because it's easy to get to you. You know what I mean? It's easy to kind of like make your blood boil.
You know what it is with me? I'm game to argue a lot of times, and with him it's easy to do it because he doesn't see how much joy I get out of it sometimes doing it with him specifically, because I kind of mess with his obnoxious attitude. I don't think that Buffy's like evil or anything like that. But what I do think regarding him is I think he's a bit obnoxious, and I think that I know you're a fan and you're not going to like me saying this, but I think he thinks he knows more than what he actually does.
Oh, you know what? But I think that comes with age, because I'm 46 and he's a youngin compared to me. So I think it's just because when I was his age, I thought I knew everything too. So I mean, I think it just is,
Get out
but you got him. One thing you have to admit to, though, you got to give it to him on this one, on the whole stink tank thing, is he did get Shanny to admit that that she was lying about having cat. You got to give it to him on that one.
No, he got her. He got her good with that one, yeah. Because Shanny and Rev had this idea that they were just going to go there and have fun. They didn't realize what they were getting themselves involved in.
Yeah, so I mean, we got to give it to him on that, because he knows this. I've said this to him before. I said, when he first started talking about doing a stink tank the very first, season, I was kind of against it because I was like, yeah, I don't really know if I like this. But in the second season, you got to give it to him. He really pulled it off.
Yeah, he got her to admit that she had that she lied about the cancer thingy, but eventually what needs to happen is that Jason needs to wake up and just walk away from the situation that he's in with her or whatever.
Oh, absolutely.
She's holding him back.
Because I'll tell you what, any woman that's willing to release her kids to anybody over a man, I don't care if you believe in God or you don't believe in God, that's foul. That is horrible.
Actually, let me take that back. I said that Shanny was holding Jason back. I just remembered something. I think they're holding each other back. Because honestly and truthfully, and I never thought I'd say this, but Jason is just as bad as Shanny.
Well, I think Shanny's the fuel and Jason's the match. If you understand my whole situation with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not on here to berate you. I just, I have always wondered about what a good Bible would be to start my son on and stuff like that, because he's also special needs. So I want to make sure he understands everything that's going on, so.
He's special needs? What does he have? ADD?
He has inattentive ADHD, which is just one of the ADHDs. But when he was 3 days old, he had a 26-minute long seizure that created brain damage. So he's 7 years old, but he's got like the mind of a 4-year-old.
All right, so I think I'm a teen study Bible. Let me take that back. You know what you might do? Have you ever seen those Christian cartoons? What do they call those? I haven't talked about this one in a long time. But they have cover telling me that I'm being sued.
Let's go back here.
That you have to basically be held accountable for the things that you do.
Oh, he's giving a lecture? All right.
Okay, cool. She left on her own. All right, so that was very interesting with Buff Weeb and Miss Parker here at the same time. And then the last person that came in was respectful, which is good, because it's hard to transition from dealing with a Buff Weep and a Miss Parker, and then dealing with somebody who's respectful. It's not always easy to transition in real time doing that, especially when I took the break off and I'm not used to it. I'm still trying to wrap my head around talking about this. And as a matter of fact, none of your beeswax, the Lord just gave it to, just put it into my memory. It's called Veggie Tales.
The Lord just put it into my memory. Listen to this. I mean, how can you take this guy seriously?
If you can get your hands on the old DVD full of things. Number one, he said that I got served. That was attacking me while I was gone. It's a transition until somebody clicked the link to come in here and whatnot. Because there was a few people that did it. And this particular person, and I've been waiting. I think we've been talking for about an hour and 40 minutes almost, I think. And that's Loudmouth Hussy.
Oh, Loudmouth Hussy.
Loudmouth Hussy, for what I understand, now that I'm going back and looking at certain things here, has said a couple of things. Number one, he said that I got served. I am here to let everybody know that Loudmouth Hussy did not serve me.
Because you got trolled.
No officer of the court served me.
You got trolled.
No police officer served me.
That's right. You got trolled.
Nobody in my family received any paperwork.
That's correct. You got trolled.
From him whatsoever, telling me that I'm being sued or I have to appear in court or anything like that.
This guy's dim. Very low IQ.
So I just want to let everybody know that. Okay. That is why I got the attitude that I got towards him. I personally believe he's just saying this stuff for clout. There is no evidence or any proof that he serves me or anything like that. So I just want to put that out there. So Mistress Karma and Mr. Spock, if you want to come into the room, I will put the link out there a second time. And you can come in and you could be part of the show. If anybody wants to come in here and be part of the show, click the link and come in. Join the show. GTV versus the world. This is the time if everybody can get everything off their chest. There were several people like Elemental and some other people that were saying that they wanted to come in here and they wanted to have a debate. Atheism versus Christianity. Some of them wanted to talk about evolution. For the people that don't know where I stand on evolution, I do not believe that evolution is science. I believe that evolution is pseudoscience. I don't believe that DNA, the cell, or anything like that proves that evolution is actually true. I do not believe that we share a common ancestor with zebras and giraffes. I do not believe that we share a common ancestor with orangutans or goats. I don't believe that we share common ancestors with popcorn or potato chips or anything like that. All right. There are people out there who do believe that we share a common ancestor with these things. If you believe that and you believe that you can change my mind and sway me into believing that evolution is true, don't sing it, bring it, and let's talk about it.
That is.
I will show you the arguments against it.
That's got to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard. If you can show me that evolution is true, bring it. He opens himself. He invites himself to be humiliated.
I also believe that the Earth is about 6,000, maybe 7,000 years old at the most.
Oh,
Mistress Karma, how you doing?
How are you? I want to thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Buff Wheat, for getting her.
I thought you don't like people who wear wigs.
80.
Okay, thank you, Buff.
G-Man, she's wearing a wig. Why aren't you going to say something?
For helping her get the 80 subs. A lot of people apparently did not want to see me in Skank Tank. You know what I mean?
That's okay. That's okay. So what you want to talk about?
Oh, anything you want to talk about. This GTV versus the world. You know how I do here. Anything you want to talk about, except not too much of the hussy stuff, because I think running his mouth.
Yeah,
he really set himself up for failure because everybody was waiting for GTV. I mean, he advertised this as being, wait till it comes. Oh, you're gonna see. Well, here we are.
No, you already know, man. I'm trying to talk correct. Oh, Spock's backstage.
Oh, that's him. Bring him in here.
Yeah, that's him.
Hey,
Mr. Spock.
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm on here with my life, living my best life, over here, doing my YouTube thing.
Good, yeah. We're looking pretty good right now, G-Man ESP. They'll never tell us.
Now, tell me
my
something.
bad.
Is it true? Now, I heard a rumor. Is it true that Hussey's trying to sue Carrie?
Yeah.
That's true?
Another thing, tell me why Miss Carrie's going after me. Okay. She's got she's yeah.
It's gonna
about
and this and that. Yeah. Like to
what?
see
I don't
that,
even know what
G-Man.
happened between y'all.
I was homeless. He actually said that.
I was
crazy. These people. It's
about this stuff. I didn't get a whole lot because they said it was a civil matter. The second,
I don't know, Ben, but
yeah.
When you should worry about,
We're gonna catch up with G-Man in a
that
second.
embarrassment from Brett Keane, utterly doesn't know what he's talking about.
right.
Atheism and evolution. It's a bad time.
Hang on a sec.
Scary story. But give her a YouTube channel. I'm going to be
we got great content over here. We got some great ones.
Bless you.
We got a
G-Man,
bunch of great ones.
call me, okay? When this is over. You have my number. Please call me, okay?
I'll email you.
Okay, yeah, email. That'll be better. Yeah.
Is it okay if I hop back on in a couple minutes?
Yeah, sure.
No, I'll be right back, G-Man. Once
All
she's
right.
on her phone.
All right.
Okay, G-Man. Nothing but love, brother. See you later.
All right, later. So I hope you guys are enjoying GTV versus the world. Some of you want to see some debating. If you want to see the debating, I can't debate myself. I believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of the living God. I believe that God exists, and I believe that He is real. And I believe that atheism is a bedtime. Atheism and evolution is a bedtime story for adults. I don't believe that there is any justification for anybody to be a serious atheist. Now, granted, I understand that some of you might lack faith specifically in the Christian God, but for you to sit there and argue against theism altogether, that's an impossibility. It can't be.
That doesn't make sense. You might not believe specifically in the Christian God, but according to Christians, according to you, G-Man, the Christian God is the only God. I mean, the only God that counts, right? Make up your bloody mind.
Be done. Okay, so if you want to come in here and you would like to have a conversation, even if you're Todd Malaco, okay, doesn't matter who you are. If you've been from the drunken peasants, it don't matter who you are. If you want to come on,
can Sidney Winston come in and will you have a civil conversation with him?
Here and you believe that God does not exist, and you believe you got a good argument.
I don't believe that God does not exist, G-Man. I know that God does not exist.
No God existing. Listen, you can't be an atheist and say the Christian God doesn't exist. That's not what atheism is. Atheism rejects the idea of any deity.
Correct. That's the first thing you've said that is correct. The first truth I've heard from you in I don't know how many hours we've been streaming.
No deity whatsoever. Do you know how difficult it is?
Hey, Andrea.
That there is no deity whatsoever, no God whatsoever.
What are you doing?
Well, the whole concept of a God is ridiculous. Do you understand how difficult that actually is? That it is to actually do that? Then your explanation for how we got here via evolution, you would rather believe that life came from non-life rather than believing that life came from life? Do you understand how difficult it is to have that position? Watch this, ladies and gents.
Watch what?
Why does G-Man refuse to help the homeless? Who said that was true? I don't know who MH is, probably Shanny and Rev. Let's see something here right here real quick. You won't help Jason and Shan. That's probably MHBW. And they're calling me a hypocrite. Shanny and Rev, why don't you stop using a sock account and come in here and talk to me?
Come on.
Stop using
This
a
is
sock
your
account.
show,
Come in
G-Man.
here.
Where did you invite guests?
Nobody believes that's true.
Hello, Andrea. Hello, Timo. This has been going on a while.
I am very surprised that Stay Bothered went on a road trip when I checked her channel out earlier today. She went to a cabin or something like that, I think. When she comes back, you'll see her on my YouTube channel if she wants to come on here.
Stay bothered. Isn't that Ashley Trashley disgusting thing? Yeah.
If she doesn't want to come on here, because I know she said that she didn't want to be around certain people in the community no more, which I respect, because a lot of these people say a lot of mean.
Timo Kusela. I'm assuming that you're Finnish, you're from Finland. Gina's a man. I'm not. Yep.
Mean things. They say a lot of mean things about her and her parenting and her and her relationship with her children and everything and whatnot. And I spent time with her in person as well as.
Sorry, Andrea. Welcome, Timo.
As talking to her on the phone, texting with her, you know, and just being around her. And I just don't see what everybody else sees regarding her. Now, granted, she could be a bit of a pain in the butt sometimes, but in a good way. You know what I mean? But I think she's a good friend. I think she's a good friend. And I think if people gave her the chance, and if you took the time out to get to know her.
Now, G-Man is gay. And at the same time, he's jealous that Jason has Shani. So that tells me that G-Man is not only gay, but he's bi. But I think he swings towards gay. I mean, he's married, you know, he's not married anymore, right? And as a Christian, he's not allowed to not get married. I mean, not stay married, but he isn't. So, a bit of a hypocrite.
You get to know her humor.
Oh, he's very gay.
You get to know what's going on inside of her.
Huge.
Some of the things that she struggles with. If you got to know, you know, just who she is as a person, I think you can appreciate.
Like right now, he is supporting Shani, standing up for Shani.
More. I think it's stupid to go by what another YouTube channel says about her, what she did.
Andrea, he's divorced. If you watch the replay, or if you were watching from the beginning, we got some videos on there where he says where he said he was 37 years old, he was a married man, and when you get married, you stay married forever, and this, that, and the other. And not a word about why he's not married anymore, not a word about what happened to his daughter, even though the rumor is allegedly that he beat her up so bad out of anger that she's brain damaged for life.
100 years ago, because the stuff that they're talking about when she did it ago, she already owned it. She already said that she did it. She owned it. That was yesterday. That's not the woman that she is today. The woman that she is today is actually quite impressive. She's come a long way, and she's going to continue to grow, and she's going to get better, and she's going to.
I have been streaming for 3 hours and 39 minutes.
Maybe less and less the way she was in the past. She has a phenomenal story for anybody that wants to hear about about her journey from no longer using drugs or using alcohol or anything like that. Listen, not everybody knows how to pick up a microphone and present themselves a certain way. She can only be herself at 100%.
Really?
That's all she can do. And that's all we can expect her to do. There's a lot of people on here that think that they're good speakers on here, and they're not. You know what I mean? I think with Ashley, she is rough around the edges. She does a good job at articulating how she feels. But I don't think she cares the way a lot of other people do, the way she goes about her delivery.
Is he talking about Shani?
She's going to be who she is. And you have to meet somebody where they are. If you want a person to improve, you got to meet them where they are. You got to be able to accept the good and the bad for that person. And if you want that person to grow, you have to be an influence in that person's life. And that's what I'm able to do. I'm trying to be a good influence in her life. You know what I mean? There are things about me she does not like. And there are things about me she does like. You know what I mean? And I think she's a good friend for it because she keeps it real. One thing I can say about her, if she says it, she means it. And then that's it. You know what I mean? She's not the type of woman that's going to come to you, feed you a bunch of malarkey about herself. This is how she is. This is how she presents herself. This is where she is. And then if you are a little bit better than her at some things, you can help her and elevate her and build her up so that she can be a better person or whatever. Like I said, I don't see the things that people tell me about her. And honestly, I get kind of offended when people call her trashly. I get kind of offended when I see that.
But she's trashly.
I don't know why people call her that.
He's talking about trashly. Stay bothered. I thought he was talking about Shani. Sorry. Carry on.
She's a good woman. She's a good woman. And that's all I'm gonna say about that.
She's a bitch.
So she said she went to a cabin. She deserves her privacy. YouTube is more like a little hobby for her. She doesn't need this. So here's what it is. She's actually talking about a new person on her channel. What I need to do is catch up a little bit and watch some of those videos. Oh, I think they're judging her very unfairly. I think people are judging Ashley very unfairly. I believe I have a past. Okay? And you know why nobody...
You have a past? Yes, we know about it. You beat up your little girl. She's brain damaged. That's not a past to be proud of.
Nobody on here knows about it because I don't talk about it. Because I see how people are on here. People are very judgmental on here, and they will call you this terrible person for something that happened 30 years ago or 20.
Aha! So something happened 20-something years ago, huh? I wonder what it was, G-Man. 20 years ago. What happened 20 years ago that you are so ashamed of, that you're hiding it? It's a big secret.
50 years ago. You're not going to get that with somebody like me. Because if I find out that you have a past and it's similar and you're talking about me, it ain't going to end well.
Why?
It ain't going to...
Why? It works both ways, G-Man. If you have a past and I talk about it, for example, that's okay. And if I have a past that you find out and you talk about it, well, there we go. We can have a discussion. But you're not going to find anything. I mean, you can look. Please look and let me know how you're doing.
It's going to end well. And one thing I heard her story, man, and you get really emotional when you hear her, because I've never been addicted to drugs or anything like that. I never used the stuff that she was using. But then again, I also never had the kind of stuff that happened to her happen to me before either. So that's why I'm a lot more merciful and loving towards people who have a drinking problem or a person who uses substance, because I know that they're using it to numb the pain and all of that. You know what I mean? So I have a lot of relatives that are that way. So granted, I might get mad on here and call somebody a crackhead, but if someone gets you angry, and you want on here wrongly believe I had a falling out where I ain't no falling out with Ashley. Now, who wants to come in here and have a debate? I made a prediction in my community post that you guys was going to run.
Sorry. I'm going to go back a bit.
Like, oh, really? Wasn't you an alcoholic?
Oh, there we go.
Wasn't you a weed head? You know what I mean? Like, I'll bring up their past real quick. And it will get us nowhere.
Oops.
The point is, where are you today? Right? So I look at Ashley and I listen to her story. Very emotional story that she has. Very emotional story that she has. This woman feels, well, you know what? I don't want to say too much because she's going to get mad at me if I say too much about her. All I know is that the people who are genuine in her life are the people that's allowed in it. The people.
Oh, I am so glad, Andrea, that you are in my life, because you set me straight. So I am going to do what Andrea has commanded me to do, if I can find the right buttons. And I'm going to, how do you do this? Oh, there we go. I think it's up. I could send 5. Here we go. Zoom, zoom, zoom.
People who aren't are the people that's not going to be in it. Does she agree with everything that I say or I do? No. Do I agree with everything that she says and what she does? No. But that's why we get along so well, because we accept each other.
Jefferson Spatchcock. Oh my God.
That's what I'm going to say about that. Like Carrie. Carrie used to be an alcoholic. She ain't an alcoholic today. So why even bring it up? if she was drinking in the past and drinking now and it was affecting other people, I might bring it up. But honestly, it's none of my business. It's none of my business.
Congratulations to everybody who received a membership. The more members I get, the more bold and courageous and confident I become. And the more I am inspired to present something that you'll remember, that you'll laugh at, that you'll have a good time with. And we can laugh together. Thank you.
Now, who wants to come in here and have a debate?
Oh,
I made a prediction in my community post that you guys was going to run, and so far I'm right.
Yeah.
Mr. Spock.
Hey, man.
Hey! Well, before we carry on, we have to have a toast to hitting 2,000 subscribers. Thank you, everybody, for subscribing to my channel. You don't have to, but you do. Thank you very much.
What's up?
I'm listening to you. Just
Oh,
listening.
yeah.
She's upstairs. She's upstairs. She's just taking a rest, and she's actually cleaning the room right now.
Who's that?
Right. Because some people were bringing up how come I'm not talking about Ashley, and some people in here wrongly believe I had a falling out with her. I ain't no falling out with Ashley.
Yeah.
I had a death in the family. I had a lot of stuff going on, and I just haven't been around my phone enough. You know.
Yeah, there's all kinds of rumors. They want to know.
Isn't Ashley the one whose kids were found roaming in the road or something while she was drunk somewhere? Is that? Am I getting that right or am I getting that wrong?
Your business, and then they start making stuff up and jump into conclusions.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna give them that. I'm not gonna give them that. I'm not gonna give them that. I love the end of your videos where you're doing the thing with the little plane or whatever. You go dishing out the content like no other.
You see my stuff like I try to end with the joke, at least like it, a punchline.
Yeah, and
look
long, like
making. Yeah, Mistress is good with the carrying the conversation. I usually just sit.
Right? This is Ashley we're talking about, Trashley, who we shall call Trashley for what she did. She was off her face on drugs and left her children home alone. And they got out and were roaming the streets or whatever. Horrible stuff.
Sit there and play with my editing software, but she can carry the conversation, go for hours. You can too.
Who is this guy that that G-Man has as a guest? I don't recognize him.
Dude, you can just talk.
Wait a minute, do you have that thing in the house? The thing that you have?
Ashley went to get drugs, and Ashley's babysitter was a fellow addict with a warrant out for an arrest. Oh, Jesus Christ. Said a babysitter ran out the back door. And these are the people that G-Man Friends is friendly with. I tell you, he's got absolutely no discernment whatsoever.
You were flying around, you have that there?
The drone? Yeah. I got it. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to set you down.
All right, cool.
I'll be right back.
And for the person that left this comment here on my channel where it says that no G-Man is about how you won't defend your friend against Carrie. No, a lot of you want to see me fight Carrie. And as a matter of fact, the video I saw, a community post that I saw Ashley put there, she told her supporters not to defend her. And the only time you're ever going to see me get on here and get involved with
G-Man was incarcerated in a mental health facility for 5 years. You can bet he's taking drugs. Oh, many.
Something like that is when my name gets involved into it or whatever. You know what I mean? Ashley knows how I.
Okay, well, Coco is a special dog. I see her. I look after her a lot. I actually looked after her today. Not tomorrow. Probably Wednesday. What's tomorrow? Tuesday. So probably Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday.
How I am, and I know how she is. So she never called me and asked me to defend her or anything like that. All I know is that if anybody comes to me and says, G-Man, look how she was when in the past, I'm going to look at you, I'm going to hear what you got to say, and it's going to go in that ear and it's going to go out the other one.
Is that the same excuse you're going to use for when we confront you about your past? You're just going to blah, 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 as if it didn't happen? You won't confront your past, huh? Because you're a coward, G-Man. You're a fucking coward. Oops. Now I lost everything. Where the hell is everything? Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. I pressed the wrong fucking button. There we go.
Because I don't care about the people's past. I care about where you are today.
That's bullshit.
That's
absolute bullshit. Absolutely, you don't care about people's past. So you're gonna hang around with somebody who's a drug addict and child neglectful and just plain like a gutter cockroach kind of lifestyle. This is the kind of people that you want to hang around with, G-Man. It probably reflects a lot of who you are yourself.
But that stuff doesn't
because your background
bother me. And all it is, honestly, this community needs to stop all of this divide and conquer garbage. This is something else I wanted to talk about. People are pretty good in this community about getting people to fight with each other. Y'all ain't gonna get me to do that so easily. I'm a very strong-minded, opinionated person.
No,
so I'm not gonna just decide that I'm gonna just go to war.
You are a dumb idiot. You're an ignoramus. And look what it says in the banner. What you say. You said evolution is a lie from the pit of hell, if I were to quote you correctly. And you said the earth is 6,000 years old. Now, how fucking stupid of a statement is that? Of two statements is that? You don't get dumber than that, G-Man.
War with somebody because you don't like them. I have to have a legitimate reason to say something about somebody. And if I don't have a legitimate reason for it, I'm not going to do it. So if anybody wants to come in here and have a debate, I'll put the link back out there again and you can come in here. But don't cry about no debating happening if you don't come in here. You ain't got a champion. What happened to Sabella? What happened to all these people in here that claimed that they was going to come in here and wipe the floor with me? I told you guys in the chat, and I told you guys in video, that was not going to happen.
Hold on a second. You had Buff Weeby in earlier, and all you did was interrupt him. Every time he tried to say something to you, every time he tried to be serious with you, every time he brought up a fact about you, all you did was interrupt him, and then deflect, and then distract, and then do the old gay giggle, the G-Man gay giggle thing. That's all you did. You're a horrible person, G-Man.
There is no such champion on here. Buff Weed came in here, he was a comedian.
No. You set up an expectation for this GTV versus the World 3, and all you get is this. It's the biggest disappointment in G-Man's YouTube career, as far as I'm concerned.
Miss Parker was slightly more serious, but she was a comedian. Where are the real debaters?
No, the thing is, G-Man, nobody cares what you think. Debate what? There are no gods. They're all imaginary. So what is there to debate? Because if you don't come up with something, if you can't give me something that is universally acceptable or universally evidenced, then we've got nothing to talk about. Until then, you bring us some universal evidence that isn't in a stupid book that was printed like 500 years ago. Did you know that this book, this Bible that G-Man follows, right? This King James, the KJV version. The King James version was published in like 1611, the year 1611 of this common era. That's 500 years ago. Less than 500 years ago. And this is where his Christianity begins. Makes no sense. We will go and we will do a little, I don't say deep dive, but we'll have a look at his Christian TV channel, the Christian YouTube channel. We'll do that in good time.
And I don't debate for the sake of debating. I like to talk about things that people are passionate about. And like I said, I'll make this easy. I believe that the Earth is 6,000 years old, maybe 7,000 as the absolute oldest. If you believe if you believe in a theory of evolution, you believe that the Earth is millions of years old. Don't sing it, bring it.
See,
See the difference between me and Shanny. Shanny will get on here and say,
I had that banner up from earlier, and I just brought it up, and he stepped right into it.
She got cancer. Shanny will get on here and say she got this and she got that, and will never challenge any of you to come into the room. Me, I'm the exact opposite. I will make a claim and then I will back it up. That makes me a scary person to deal with.
Are you scary? We're all in fear. Scary, G-Man.
So, I mean, it's what it is. You know what I mean? We all heard Buffweed coming here and debate. Oh, yeah, G-Man, you're gay because you had a dream.
Yeah, okay. But so what if you're gay?
You're gay, G-Man.
No big deal. Be gay. If you're gay, be gay. Who cares? Be gay. Go ahead. Have fun. Nobody cares. No one's even gonna, if you just go ahead and be gay and say, that's it, you just don't ask me questions about it anymore, I'm just gonna go live my life, then go for it. But don't deny your true self, G-Man. I mean, you deny evolution, you deny geology, you deny the cosmos.
Because you had a dream. Yeah. And then you have to pray away a temptation. But Jesus was tempted in every way. Matter of fact, let me find that scripture.
I want to tell you something. This is what I find amazing about G-Man. He has a dream about being gay, about having gay sex. Okay, he has a dream, and then he comes online on the internet, and he actually tells the internet that he had a gay dream, that he was having gay sex, and that he had to pray the gay thoughts away. He said that on the internet. Now, I don't think anybody thinks twice about any dreams that they have. I mean, I can't even remember my dreams. So I can't come on the internet and say, well, I dreamt this and I dreamt that. All I know is that sometimes I wake up and I'm sweating, and sometimes I wake up and I've had a good sleep. But yeah, let's get back to G-Man.
Everybody can see what I'm talking about, just so that you can see how dumb Buffweed looked when he said that to me.
Yeah, well, G-Man, if I were somebody who could translate dreams, I'd say, Timo, that G-Man had a dream of men behind him coming on his back and it flowing down his back. Does that make sense? Yeah. Well, maybe. This is the gay man right there. What are you waiting for, G-Man?
Yeah, I think it's Hebrews 4:15. So this is what it says. For the people that want to use that.
We don't care what it says.
I'm right here with you.
Hussey was insecure because he has to wear a wig. Did you hear him say that? That was kind of funny.
It's cheap. These are like $20.
Oh, okay.
But they have a camera on them. They got a camera. They fly just as good as that. But
love to have a talk with you. So you could consider that a bit of a challenge, Shot of Thirst. If you ever want to come and talk to me.
All right.
Then that
We're
way,
live.
whatever you got to say about me, you can do. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we got cousin Matt in the background here who wants to come in here. This is the same guy who showed the gun and got a lot of channels to lose their live stream. So naturally, we know we can't trust this guy.
That's Dr.
Matt's who's here.
Mr. Spock,
Yes,
guess who's
sir.
here? Guess who's here?
Cousin Matt.
Yeah,
I love this guy.
I'm gonna bring him on here, but I'm gonna need to hide my thingy here first. Hold on, before I bring him on.
Okay. Yeah, don't
This guy
let
right
him.
here got my
Don't
channel flag last time.
Yeah,
So,
hey, I'm not
how
here to
are
debate
you
you, man.
doing,
I wanna say
cousin
thank
Matt?
you. I want to say thank you to you, G-Man. I appreciate what you said about my friend Blaze. I appreciate that, okay?
Okay,
Blaze
cool.
was my friend. I really appreciate that live stream that you did. I've taken off any content from my channel that has anything to do with you or anyone that you're associated with. I'm not even gonna I'm not gonna address anybody that pedo jackets me anymore though. So you and your friends that keep calling me a pedophile, I'm done with. So have
No,
a good
we'll
one.
stop.
I wanna
No,
say
we'll
thank
stop.
you, and I appreciate that.
We'll stop. You stop. We'll stop. No problem.
Yeah,
He came up here.
Yeah, he's gone. So,
No, well,
cousin Matt,
I think there was. What happened there? That was cousin Matt, I think.
I came over here and I guess he's happy about what I said about Blaze and Banter, and I'm sorry about if a family happens to be watching this. My condolences again to Blaze Banter, family and everything and whatnot. But cousin,
He is fake. Family and whatnot. Every time he says whatnot, he's talking shit. He hasn't thought about it. It's not sincere. Whatnot.
Matt said that he took down any content that he had about me and the people that I'm associated with. That means if I go on cousin Matt's channel, we ain't gonna see anything about Mistress Karma, Dr. Spock, Ashley, or myself on there. I haven't been there in a while, and I'll check because he has several sock accounts. So I have to check.
That's just the win. All right. No, but that's the win. That's a loss. He tapped out.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's gold and silver. It's a little
that
dusty.
metal?
Gee, man, this is
metal.
Yeah.
This is GTV versus the world. And what are we doing? We're looking at little chess pieces that somebody's got a shaky hand. He can't help but knock off the table.
Chess. But you play
play
regular
that?
chess, right? Me and my friends tried to play it in high school when we first got it.
Whoa. Cousin Matt. I got to go up here. Shy Thirst is here. Hold on. So Shy Thirst is here, ladies and
Oh,
gentlemen.
there's somebody else coming in.
And she says, I'm too busy sniping you. Much more fun with my chat. Now things are going to get
How many of us are
So
sniping
let me get this
G-Man?
straight here. Oh, wow.
Okay, Andrea, how many do you think, or do you know, how many of us are sniping G-Man? I mean, maybe I'm doing it, maybe Buff and Shao Thirst. I wonder how many others are sniping him.
That's interesting. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're distracted right now, Spot. Let me deal with this
Oh,
Shao.
my bad.
Let me get this straight here. Shao Thirst would rather be a person that talks about me when I'm not paying attention, when I don't know nothing about it. I don't care about you sniping me, Shao Thirst, very personally. But if you're afraid of me, why don't you just say it? Are you afraid, Shao Thirst, that I'm going to get my belt and give you a spanking?
Oh my God, that's the gayest. Listen to his gay, there's gay thoughts right there.
You afraid, Shao Thirst, then I will give you a spanking. See, I didn't want to say that at first because I realized some of these YouTubers like that. She might be one of them. Because she
I'm sniping him. He's live.
Come in here. So, Shao Thirst, if you ever want to get your beating, why don't you bring your foul mouth Rudy Poo cottage cheese behind in here, and we can
There you go. He's thinking of somebody's behind. You see, this guy is so gay, and he Freudian slips himself all the time. It's hilarious.
talk about this like adults, or like an adult and a minor if you want. Because I don't know how old you are. If you're not even 18, you're not allowed on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, you gotta.
How old is Shao Thirst? Is that an adult?
Yeah, I don't know. Just say, we'll say it to, for the moment right now, we'll say it's an adult. That speech you just gave her, we'll get you a date, G-Man. Talk about that.
Yeah, she might like it. She might like it. Because she was
Dr. Spock sounds like a bit of a retard. Yes, I said the R word.
You're Rudy Poo. Right on my YouTube channel, and then I'll defend Ashley. And defending myself will be easy since I know you're afraid of me.
Of course, you're going to defend Ashley. She's a rubbish human being, just like you are.
Everybody talks so much.
Listen, you remember when I was on vacation and everything, and I told you when I come back, a lot of these people wasn't going to want to talk to me. You thought I was lying, right?
Yeah.
She's one of them. That's
Yeah, because yeah. They don't have the. What I can't say about Matt is he will show up. He shows up to my chat every time, and he will show up. So I give him that at least. But yeah, you're right. You know, these people, they talk so much, but they're not showing up. Where y'all at now to ask these questions? I got all the proof on these.
Shy Thirst wants to make up her lies on her channel and go on her channel and lie. So you know what I'm gonna do, Shy Thirst?
What you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
Wait, here we go here. I'll give you props for saying my name correctly, but I'd rather debate a speed bump. Well, Shy Thirst, clearly you're an atheist. So let's get into this here. So you actually believe that you are the result?
Oh,
no. She said she's related to King Kong. That's all fine and whatnot, whatever. Okay, fine. If you believe that you're related to King Kong and you share a common ancestor with the hippopotamus, that's fine. Could you at least do me a favor and show me the science behind that? I don't think you know biology. I don't think you know biology. I think G-Man knows science better than you. Here we go.
Right.
She says, I'm a meat popsicle. She knows her role. Listen, Dr. Spock. She at least knows her role. She knows who to mess with and who not to mess with. That's the thing.
All right, so this Dr. Spock, he's obviously a very low IQ person, which is why he gets along with G-Man incredibly well. Because two low IQs together make a low IQ. Oops, I stopped them. Sorry. Oh, I muted them.
Because you're scared. They okay, you're 14. You came back here.
No. She ain't 14. Because there's no way in God's green earth her mother lets her walk outside talking the way she talks. Go look at her. What I'm talking about. There's no way in the world her mother lets her go outside and do that. She's full of it. She's afraid of me. But I'm glad you finally admitted it. I'm very happy. And you think sniping me bothers me? All you're doing is advertising my YouTube channel. That's all you're doing.
There you go.
Thank you. Because YouTube charges, I think, bare minimum at least $50 for me to do that. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. Now know your role, little girl, and keep my name out of your mouth. Okay? Just do me a favor and just do that, okay? Or I might have to make a video and put you in your place. Anyway, go ahead.
They've been waiting for you to come back.
I'm old-fashioned. You know, Dr. Spock, I'm old-fashioned, Dr. Spock. I'm very old-fashioned.
Yes, you're very old-fashioned. You get very angry and you beat up your little girl and she got brain damaged. That's very old-fashioned because I'm sure a lot of angry men used to do it back in the day. In the good old days, which you now call the old-fashioned days. You are nothing but a common, violent criminal, G-Man. That's it.
That could be a threat, a danger.
No. I believe that a woman should be a woman, and I believe a man should be a man, and I believe in a shot of third.
Whoa! Why shouldn't a woman be a wolf? Or why shouldn't a man be a bear? Or why shouldn't? What are you talking about, G-Man? For fuck's sake.
Case.
It's like
a
man should be a man and a woman should be a woman. You know, that's logic. It's logic 101. A equals A, man equals man, and woman equals woman. Or is it woman equals woman? Now, I'm going to just take this one step further because G-Man is a Christian. And now Christians believe this weird logic, okay? In real logic, A equals A. So Sidney equals Sidney. Sidney Winston equals Sidney Winston. You know, that's it. Not Sidney Winston does not equal Andrew, right? But in Christianity, you've got God, right? In logic, God equals God. That's perfect. That's perfectly okay. God equals God. But in Christianity, God equals Father. God equals Son. God equals Spirit. You know, there's absolutely no logical consistency within Christianity. Gobbledygook deluxe.
Should probably. No, listen, Shot Thirst, I don't mean no disrespect or whatever. 2026, the world has changed and everything and whatnot. But
what?
I still like a ham sandwich. You know what I mean?
No, what do you mean?
Yeah, I think you need to get.
All right. What does that mean, folks? I still like a ham sandwich. Is that some kind of a, you know, a modern speak phrase that I have no idea what it means?
What you want to make it? But now, see, you know what happens a lot nowadays? The man will give the woman agree with whatever she says, whatever the wife says, whatever the woman said, your mom said it, whatever that goes, and they could drive off a ditch doing that. You got to know when to be like, no.
That guy's on meth or something. This guy, who's this Dr. Spock, he's on something. Listen.
I'll love you, but I got to make the decision on this.
He's tweaking.
You know what I'm talking about?
Frank is talking smack about you in my chat. Well, of course, Shah Thirst. Frank is in your chat talking about me. You notice Frank ain't in my chat talking about me, or Frank isn't coming into my room, which he's openly invited to come to, because Frank is a coward.
Yeah. But why would anybody want to go into your room, G-Man? You've got absolutely nothing to contribute. Nothing. Other than that gay giggle of yours.
Stuck already. Frank.
Yeah, Bullhorn Betty. He rather stalk Bullhorn Betty than come in here and deal with a real man.
Hey, madam, where you going? Wrong. Everybody in the community's talking about us, Shy. Go ahead, have something to say about us. What are you talking about?
This is a good show. This is a good show today. Because you know what? I honestly thought they was going to come in here and bombard me, but I was actually right.
It's actually very, very disappointing, G-Man.
Yeah, but I was surprised to see Buff up here.
No, Buckley was here. I had to kick him out. The dictionary is.
Such an asshole.
I can only deal with him and his lack of ability, and his lack of ability to read, but so long. I can only deal with it, but so long.
I was actually using the source today. I was trying to find what other words I could find that mean the same thing.
There we go.
Here's his shot thirst. When you get a real man, I'm sure he'll join. You're right. You're right. Frank is not a real man. Frank is not a real man. And Shot of Thirst agrees. Shot of Thirst agrees.
Yeah, a real man would walk right up here.
He's a long.
A real man would come out up here.
A coward. Frank's a coward. I done embarrassed Frank more than enough times on here. I don't need to do it no more. If Frank wants to go in that low-hanging YouTube, I'm a coward, I'm a wimp, and I'm running. When I get back on here and I do a live, now I'm not worth their time. You understand? This is the psychology of this community. This is why I keep saying that I own these people. You know what I mean? I got the papers to prove it, and the audience sees it.
And you're
you got the ego and the arrogance and the narcissism to prove it. That's it. No actual facts.
Yeah.
You're not sniping nobody else's content. You're making your own content. I don't see nobody else's screen on your screen. I don't see nobody else. You're making that exactly.
This guy is just
a lot of people can't do it.
Gay giggler. G-Man the gay giggler.
I got one of these and I can't even do nothing with it, and it's brand new.
What is it?
The BlackBerry.
I can't.
It's a Passport BlackBerry. Brand new. I can't do nothing with it. I waited
is it
too
a phone
long.
or what is it?
Come on, G-Man, educate us on something.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah. The BlackBerry.
Why don't you use it? It just has a keyboard.
$200-300 for this thing and whatnot, and I can't even do nothing.
And
with it.
whatnot.
It's too old.
He's lying.
Oh yeah. It's not the 5G. It won't work on the
Oh,
bandwidth.
that's
They
I sold
upgraded.
the Neo Geo. Did I tell you I sold the Neo Geo?
What's a Neo
Oh
Geo?
no.
Yeah, the Neo Geo I got from Jason. I got about
Oh, the game. The game.
controller.
You
Yeah, for the
sold it?
controller. Yeah, I sold it. I got sick and tired waiting for those two. They think I'm playing around with them
How
and
much you
whatnot.
make?
So I got about 3,100 for it before my uncle passed away. Yeah.
When he was moving, I don't remember which time, Colorado maybe. He wouldn't pawn none of that stuff. You should have pawned like got some cash if you're out. He would have held
Well, I
on
still
to
got
it.
the
And you're
lightsabers.
telling
So I still got the lightsabers and things like that. I got a lot of that.
I honestly thought that this was going to be, G-Man versus the world, but it's just G-Man and retard talking about video games. This is not what I paid for.
I got a lot of stuff. When I say they bank statements, I'm talking about from Colorado. That's why they can't lie to me. They can lie to everybody on here about some stuff, but they can't lie to me because I got the proof.
Did they leave all that in the house when they left it, or they gave it to you, or how'd you get it? Stored?
So Andrea, if you're still here watching, earlier on, he was talking about, Jesus and I dare you to question the historicity of Jesus, blah, blah, blah. So, and I had this already queued up. I started playing a historicity of Jesus Yale University course lecture. And then we got some way through it. I don't know, 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, I don't remember. And then J-Dubs and Von Helton went live, so I switched over to there. And then this guy goes live, so I switched over to him. And I still haven't finished that lecture, so I will tack it on to the end and hopefully somehow be able to. Actually, I've got the whole video, but I'll tack it on to the end. So if anybody was watching it and wants to finish it, they can.
Answer is no. I don't know who this man think he is, but if Dillahunty challenges me tomorrow, the answer is no. And I mean it. And that goes on Raw and all those other people that used to
Dillahunty and anybody else in the atheist community doesn't give a shit about you, G-Man. You're irrelevant. You're absolutely 100% irrelevant to atheists. You're entertaining. You're a jackass. You're a fool. You're an idiot. You're an ignoramus, and you're stupid. So no wonder Dillahunty. He wouldn't even give him the time of day. Really.
That goes on this guy Scholar Fiction's channel sometimes, who tried to debate me on what they're talking about.
Scholar Fiction?
They just don't.
Scholar Fiction from the Great Debate Community days. He destroyed every single Christian with his logic. Every single Christian, including G-Man. And when I start my series of Great Debate, my Great Debate community experience, because I recorded them, starting from 2014, we'll bump into Skylar Fiction along the way.
What have you done? What? 50?
Or crude
I'll think about it. Can I pay you 50 to my channel? I'll pay you 50, probably Frank. I'll contact you. You know, I'm trying to grow my channel.
I'm not gonna pay some guy.
It's worth more than me, right? You worth.
Let me tell you something. I talked to Frank at least 100 times. Frank's old news. Frank's old news.
I talked to him on the phone once, or he called us. Frank, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I got Miss Parker and some of these other people who's part of it. You know who I can get if I want? I can get the big fish. I can get Dragnut on here if I want. A lot of people don't know that, but if I want Drag on here, I'll get him on here.
I'm not familiar with them.
Dragnut? Oh boy,
I've heard his name.
This is all back in the
Let me see if I got a picture here.
community days.
Hold on. I can get Dragnut on here if I want to.
I don't think Dragnut is going to give a shit about it. Dragnut was a student back in the day, and he's probably graduated with some medical degree, and he's absolutely not having any. He's got no time for G-Man. G-Man's a joke. And if Dragnut did come in, it just would be a joke. Dragnut would just wipe the floor with G-Man.
Yeah, Dragnut Silvers is the reason why Shanny and Rev is on the map. It ain't because of Carrie and the rest of these people. It's because of Dragnut. Dragnut was the one who made her popular. Dragnut made.
Oh yeah.
Dragnut said he made $75,000 off of Shanny.
I will say this about Dragnot, and I agree with G-Man. Dragnot is a pig. It's an absolute pig. And I'll tell you how Dragnot Silvers made Shanny famous, because I watched it and I was appalled, absolutely appalled. So what happened was Shanny and Jason, they decided to go into sex work, and they started an OnlyFans channel. And one day, live streaming was Dragnot. He was sitting there with his brother, I think, brother-in-law, whatever, and he was live streaming Shanny and Jason OnlyFans. And he blurted it out, but he was laughing about it and talking about it and what he could see. And both of them were having a really good old time watching porn. And Dragnot's a married man. So I thought that was very, very distasteful. I think it's, you don't watch porn live on the internet even if you think it's a joke, because it's not. And that was Dragnot's, his decision making is very, very suspect. And I don't like Dragnot because of that specifically. And I think that he is a lowlife as well. Smart guy. I don't think, and I even saw him, just one more thing about Dragnot. He had a bit of in the beginning, he was all married and a student and, father and this, that, and the other. But over the years, I noticed that him and his wife somehow didn't get along anymore, and there was tension. And I don't know what the outcome is today, but hopefully we'll find out in good time. My God, there was a way too long digression, and I do apologize.
That's how many videos made off her. $75,000 off of that woman.
See, I have no problem with entertaining the community. They need entertainment, bring them. They'll probably like to see that, even though they hate us, the things we do for them,
Yeah.
Ungrateful. They're ungrateful.
I told you.
Timo, I think that's what they were watching. And they were laughing, and that was really humiliating. That was, for Shani. I felt embarrassed for Shani and for Jason for Dragnot doing that. Really embarrassed. And I was good friends with him, because we were from the atheist community, but I shut everything off after that. Facebook, wherever else we were contacts. I deleted everything. Yeah, he's a cuck. You got that right. Oh, beautiful. That's the word I was thinking of. A cuck.
Atheists that I was going to get on here, and I said I was going to prove that they're not atheists. You know what the atheists usually do? They say that Christians can't defend their faith and we got no proof that God exists. But why is it that the atheists are always the ones running from little old me?
He thinks so much of himself. He thinks that because we are not in his room and we're just sitting here making fun of him, that we're scared of him for some reason. He's so dumb. He doesn't realize that he's the center, the focus of the joke. He is the joke.
You ever run to the right atheist? Because there's one out there that's going to give you your money.
None of your beeswax, I give her credit. She came in and she was respectful when she came in and we talked. But Frank knows.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it. And mad respect back.
Knows better. Frank knows. First of all, Frank doesn't know how to debate. That's what I'm wrong. Neither does Taddit or the rest of those morons on the Geek Room. None of those people know how to debate at all. I can show you this one video that Taddit Jedi went on my friend Beckel's channel. That was hilarious when he came on in with that third grade nonsense he used to using over here he tried that in the Greek debate community. It just doesn't work.
I've never been in a debate, like an actual one, like, you know, with points and everything.
Listen,
because you're a
do
retard.
you still respect Shia Thirst?
I don't even know her. I've been in her channel like once, I think.
Shia Thirst.
Don't respect her now. She's goofy, but she hasn't offended me.
All right, they're just over talking to each other. I'm going to go catch up to the live. There we go.
What is so she hasn't done anything to stand out. She's just a chant. She's just a host.
Can you get rid of that?
She didn't need to get noticed, and now she wants to act like she big time because she got a whopping 1,500 subscribers.
How, bro? Oh, I got how. I know. I don't even see her content, and I know my content is better than.
All right, I'm bored, so I'm going to stop playing with overlays. Okay.
She built her channel by using swear words. I'm dead serious.
What's that?
She uses swear words.
The whole community's not that smart though. I mean, they're really everyone I've answered, they haven't really been that.
She went on there and said some 4-letter words, so she built her YouTube channel on 4-letter words. Shia Thirst, when you want to be an adult and you want to play with the big boys, don't sing it, bring it.
Well, nobody's here. Nobody showed up. They don't want to, especially with both of us up here. They're not going to come up here. They're not going to come up here, Chief. They get roasted.
You don't want to deal with a brother.
They get
You don't want to deal with a brother.
I wouldn't even shut up. You know, we wouldn't even tag team you.
Yeah.
Both ways. We wouldn't tag team you either way.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. So I'm going to end it, but I'm going to end it with the rest of that lecture, if I can find it. There it is. Okay, so we were 18 minutes into this. It is a lecture on the historical Jesus by Dale Martin from, I'm sorry, Professor Dale Martin at the Yale University. Let me. It's 52 minutes long, so we're a third way through. So let's pick it up. If you guys are not going to be watching, thank you very much for joining. I know this might be a bit of a boring thing, but I got to put the show together, and because I started it, I got to end it.
Christians. But notice, that's not something that historians can pronounce about one way or another. There's no possible way that I, practicing history by the normal historiographical tools of history, could tell you whether God was in Jesus Christ. Is there? I mean, just think about it. How would I test that? How would I figure it out? What would count as a positive proof? What would count as a non-controvertible negative truth? There's no such thing. So when I'm talking to you about the historical Jesus, I have to get over several hurdles. One of the hurdles is trying to show you that the historical Jesus is a construction made by historians practicing the typical trade of modern historians. It's just like, for example, if I say, what's the historical Socrates? We don't have direct access to Socrates either, right? Socrates left no writings. All we know about Socrates are mainly the things that either Plato, his disciples, said about him, or Xenophon, another of his disciples, said about him, and a few other things. And you know what? Plato and Xenophon don't give the same picture of Socrates. So figuring out who is the historical Socrates is also a difficult historical question that historians debate about. So that's the one thing, is just using typical historical data. So for example, if I say, we're going to talk about George Washington, and we're going to talk about the George Washington of history, the George Washington that historians will come up with, that's a different George Washington than, say, let's talk about the George Washington of popular American piety. The George Washington of popular American piety threw $1 across the Potomac. No historian believes that George Washington threw $1 across the Potomac, at least not Mount Vernon. If you've been to Mount Vernon, you know that's a superhuman feat. Historians, in popular American piety, George Washington, as a little boy, chopped down the cherry tree, and when his father got onto him, he said, "I cannot tell a lie, Father, it is I." That's a George Washington. It's the George Washington of American popular tradition. And it's important to know about that, about George Washington. No historian believes that George Washington as a child actually chopped down the tree and that happened. And mainly because we actually found the preacher who made up the story for a sermon. It made a good sermon point. Remember my motto? What's the motto of the class? De omnibus dubitandum, especially when you're listening to preachers or professors. So the historical Jesus is not the same thing as the theological Jesus. So that's one point to remember. This is another theoretical issue. And this is very confusing for some people when you first start thinking about it. We often use the word history in two different ways in common English. We often use the word history to refer simply to stuff in the past. So, for example, the Civil War is historical. That just means it happened in the past. That's one way of using the word history, but it's kind of a sloppy way. Because if I want to say the history of the Civil War, I'm not really talking in that case of the whole Civil War, right? A historical account of the Civil War is a narrative that will be constructed by a historian to represent a story about whatever happened in the past. But it can't replicate the past, right? In order to replicate the Civil War, you would have to actually have the full, 4 years? Wasn't it 4 years? However long the Civil War took to fight, you would have to have that amount of time, because every tiny detail, every action, every person, every word, every letter, everything anybody said, every tiny battle, every ant that crawled over a decomposing corpse is part of the past of the Civil War. That's not the history of the Civil War. That's the Civil War as it occurred in the past. The history of the Civil War is an account of whatever happened in the past that a historian constructs and then tells you. So when we use the word history in that more professional sense, we're not talking about the past, we're talking about an account of the past. So often philosophers of history like to separate these two words out, and they'll use the word past for the event that occurred in the past. They'll use the word history for an account of the event that occurred in the past. Now notice what that means. Histories are accessible to us, right? You can go to the store and buy a history of the Civil War. You can buy a history of George Washington. And you can buy a history of Jesus Christ. Does the history of the Civil War that you buy in the store give you the Civil War? No. It gives you an account of the Civil War. The actual Civil War is radically inaccessible to you. It's inaccessible. You can't get it. Think about this. How would you actually recover the actual past of the Civil War? How would you do it? Let's say you can't travel in time like in TV. Let's just say that hypothetically. Does the Civil War exist somewhere in space where the light that it emitted from it is still flying off in the universe somewhere? And if you could, faster than the speed of light, fly out to that thing, you could actually experience the Civil War as it actually happened? Well, maybe theoretically, but for any of us sitting here in this room, that's not possible, is it? In other words, this is a radical thought to some people, but the past no longer exists for you and me. It's radically gone. The past is non-existent when it comes to our experiences of it. All we can experience are different accounts of the past. We can experience different constructions of the past. We cannot experience the past itself. It's gone. It's lost to us forever. That means the historical Jesus, as Jesus actually existed in history, is inaccessible to you. You will not find him. You cannot find him. You will never find him. What you can do is, using the trades, the tricks of the trade of modern historiography, you can play by the rules of modern historiography, and you can construct a historical Jesus. That means a Jesus of Nazareth constructed using the same kinds of historical tools as historians would use to construct the historical George Washington, the historical Socrates, the historical Plato, the historical Abraham Lincoln. That's a construction, though. So those theoretical points are very important because when I talk about the historical Jesus, you cannot think like most popular people think that what I'm talking about is the real Jesus, the Jesus as he really was, or certainly not the Jesus of Christian faith. What I'm giving you is an account of Jesus that modern historians construct using the typical tools of modern historiography. That's a lot of theoretical philosophy of history stuff that I tried to boil down in straightforward language. Is there any question or comments about that before I go on? All that stuff is necessary, though, because people, especially when they turn to objects of faith, that you start asking historical questions, people's minds start turning into mud. All right, now let's just jump right in. What could we say about the historical Jesus as historians? Today, I can't give you the whole thing. If you want the whole thing, all the answers to life, well, I won't give you cooking recipes and that kind of thing. But if you want all the answers to historical Jesus stuff as it comes from the expert moi, you can take my seminar in the fall that I'll be teaching on the historical Jesus. A whole semester just on the historical Jesus question. So I'll do that in the fall. I'm going to give you in the next 20 minutes a little version of sort of the results. I'll show you some of the results that I would say about the historical Jesus. And I'd also say that Bart Ehrman, the author of your textbook, will agree with most of this in his chapter. But if you want more of that, Bart Ehrman has a book on the historical Jesus called, I think it's called Jesus of Nazareth or Apocalyptic Prophet of a New Millennium. It's also published by Oxford Press. It's several years old. But he and I agree to a great extent about this sort of thing. So if you want more of this, you can look at Bart's book, and it'll pretty much agree with a lot of the stuff that I'm going to say. Or you can take my seminar next fall. So here are some things that I think we can agree about, most historians might agree about, that the historical Jesus. And then I'll tell you how we got there. So we're going to talk about first some results and then some methodology. First, the sign on the cross. Does anybody remember what the sign on the cross when Jesus is crucified says? Pardon? Say it again. Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. Anybody else? What did you say? Not here lies, but there's one verse that says, this is Jesus of Nazareth. And it's because the four different Gospels have slightly different wording, but they all have something version of Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, which is, of course, why you sometimes see this abbreviated from the Latin, right? If you've seen it in churches, INRI, have you ever seen that on a cross or something like that in a church? Jesus of Nazareth in Latin, Rex, King Judaeorum of the Jews. So that, notice how though it's slightly different. Let's look, if you've got your Bibles, it's Mark 15:26. If you've got a parallel version, I'm going to be looking at Throckmorton because it has the synoptic parallels. It's Throckmorton, paragraph 249. But somebody put your finger on Mark 15:26. It's also Matthew 27:37. It's also Luke 23:38. And it's also John 19:19. Now in Mark 15:26, it says, the inscription of the charge against him read, the King of the Jews. That's it. Then it goes on about this stuff. Look over right next to it on Matthew. It says, over his head they put the charge against him and said, this is Jesus, the King of the Jews. So it's slightly different. Luke 23, what did I say? 38. There it is, There was also an inscription over him, this is the King of the Jews. And who has the John version? John 19:19. Did anybody put their finger on John 19:19? Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. And doesn't it say in John that it was in different languages? Or am I forgetting? That's right, Hebrew, Latin, and Greek in the Gospel of John. So that's what we've got. One of the things that most scholars will say is, we think that's historical. And why do we think it's historical? Well, for one thing, it comes from at least two independent sources, right? What are the two independent sources that it comes from? It's in all four Gospels, but all four Gospels aren't independent sources, are they? Why? Because we believe that Matthew and Luke used Mark. So if Matthew and Luke copied it from Mark, that makes Mark one source. Did the author of John use the Gospel of Mark? Not according to the theory we're using in this class. Some people might say yes, some scholars might say yes, but in this class we're going on the theory that the Gospel of John probably didn't use Mark as one of his sources. So you've got the Gospel of John as one source for this. You've got the Gospel of Mark as another source for this. So you have two of what scholars are willing to treat as independent sources, which both have this nice little piece of data, this datum right there. Now, the other thing is that it might be interesting to you for you to know, King of the Jews is not a Christological title that early Christians used about Jesus. Remember in the Gospels, we've seen a lot of different titles for Jesus. He's the teacher. He's the Son of God. He's the Messiah. He's the Holy One of Israel, we just saw. He has a lot of things, and these things are obviously things. Early Christians called him Lord. They called him Son of God. But they didn't call him King of the Jews. It was one of the titles of Jesus that apparently the earliest followers of Jesus didn't latch onto. So we don't see it in the letters of Paul, and we don't see it elsewhere in the Gospels. So what scholars have said is, look, this thing, King of the Jews, doesn't look like a Christological confessional title that Christians made up and then put into the Gospel. It goes against the tendency of the Christian writers themselves, because it's not one of their titles. If it had said, this is Jesus of Nazareth, the Lord of heaven and earth, then scholars would say, well, that sounds like a Christian confession. But saying Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, doesn't sound like a Christian confession. So it goes against the tendency of the writers themselves, and we say, well, maybe then it's historical. Maybe it's a little glimpse of history sitting in there. So that's one thing. The sign on the cross, most scholars say, that's historical. Now, I'll talk about why that's important. It's a very small detail, but it could be very important. Yes, sir. It could have, exactly. In other words, in the question was, didn't this come from the mocking terms in the trial? That's exactly right. The Christians, if you notice, it's the people who are mocking Jesus who call him King of the Jews. And so why... this is not something that the Christian writers want to invent and then put in the story. Exactly, that supports that point. So that is a nice little detail. One other thing that scholars often say may well be historical. Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist. Now notice why would scholars say this is historical? Well, there's not complete agreement about how it happened. There's The Gospel of John doesn't exactly tell you about the baptism of Jesus by John, but it has Jesus and his disciples also baptized in the Jordan, and it has Jesus very much connected to John the Baptist in the beginning of its gospel. The other Gospels do have Jesus baptized by John. But notice how the story goes along. All of the writers who have the Gospel of John, who have Jesus baptized by John the Baptist, they have Jesus come to John the Baptist, and they say, I want to be baptized. And John the Baptist says, oh, no, I shouldn't baptize you. You're the big kahuna. You're bigger than I am. I should, I'm not worthy to untie your sandals. So I should be baptized by you. I shouldn't be baptizing you. And Jesus says, no, it's okay. Baptize me. And so he does it. And then you have the confession and the voice from heaven and that sort of thing. Notice what's going on here. The gospel writers are very concerned because they know that it could be interpreted that John baptizing Jesus makes John superior to Jesus and makes Jesus a disciple of John. And they're not comfortable with that because, of course, they believe Jesus is the Messiah. And so he's therefore superior to John the Baptist. And John the Baptist was just a prophet or a precursor to Jesus. So the story is told to play down this baptism a bit and make Jesus come out as insisting on the baptism wanting to do it for the right kinds of reasons, but not making Jesus a disciple of John. And also, this tradition about the baptism of Jesus is in different sources in different ways. So again, scholars say the baptism of John the Baptist in baptizing Jesus doesn't look like something early Christians would make up. In fact, you can even see that they try to tone down its implications. So it's not something they're likely to make up. It kind of goes against their tradition of raising Jesus up completely, and therefore it may be historical. Notice what we've got then. We've got two very small details that a lot of scholars would say probably are historical because they seem to be witnessed by more than one source, and they also seem to go against the theological tendency of the documents in which they're found. And they frame the gospel of Jesus. The baptism of Jesus, the beginning of his ministry, and the charge on the cross at the end of his ministry. And now I'm going to back up. Those two events, let's just say, I'm going to argue that those two are certain historical events in the life of Jesus. And then we'll fill in some of the other details later. But right now, let's talk about method. How did I get here? First method, first little rule. And this is something that a lot of people use when they do historical Jesus research. It took all the 20th century for people kind of to develop these rules and to spell them out in scholarship. But this is kind of where we are now. The first rule, multiple attestation. That means when you have more than one independent source that has a saying or an event about Jesus, you tend to give it a little more weight. Now, of course, what are independent sources? If you have something in both Matthew and Luke, that doesn't count as two independent sources, right? Because both Matthew and Luke could have gotten that from Mark, or they could have gotten it from Q. But if you have something in Mark and you have something in John, well, those are two independent sources. If you also have something in the Gospel of Thomas, then most of us scholars would say, well, some people say the Gospel of Thomas may have known the other Gospels, but most of us would say we're going to treat him as an independent source because he's not verbatim quoting the other Gospels most of the time. So if you have an event or a saying that occurs in Mark and John and Q, or in Thomas, those are three independent sources. What if it also occurs in Paul's letters? There's another independent source. As we'll see that there are some places where Paul gives us a little clue about something. And then obviously you can take Q as being one of those sources. So if something is in both Matthew and Luke, but it's not in Mark, then you can say it's in Q. And sometimes people would even say you have one form of a parable that seems to have occurred in Q, and you have a different form of that parable that seems to have occurred in Mark. And then you can say, okay, we have this one parable in two independent sources. One is Q and one is Mark. But that's kind of complicated because, of course, the very definition of what's in Q is something that's in both Matthew and Luke, but not in Mark, usually. But if something is in more than one source, it fits this criterion. Now remember, criteria is the plural, criterion is the singular, okay? Second, actually, let me illustrate this again. One of the things that the sign of the cross is one of the things, because it goes, the divorce sayings is another situation. According to Mark 10 and Matthew 19, you have this saying, what God has joined together, let no man put asunder. And then you have a few other sayings. Clearly, Jesus, in this passage, is teaching no divorce for his disciples. No divorce at all, period, none. It's against the rule to get divorced. But then Matthew 5:32 has a parallel with Luke 16:18, which makes it look like a Q source, and that has this wording. Every man who divorces his wife and marries another commits adultery, and whoever marries a woman who has been divorced by her husband commits adultery. In other words, there's another teaching on divorce here, both of which it also forbids divorce and remarriage, but it's not the same wording as in Mark. So scholars say that looks like a Q saying on divorce, in which Jesus still forbids divorce and remarriage, but it's not the same wording as the Mark saying. So we have two separate sayings in different wordings, but they both have Jesus forbidding divorce, and at least divorce and remarriage. One in Q, one in Mark, two independent sources. It's really neat then we find Paul in 1 Corinthians 7, 10 through 11 says this. So this is Paul, a quotation from Paul. To those who are married, I command, that is Paul, and then he says, not I, but the Lord. So Paul even knows he's quoting a saying of the Lord Jesus. So he goes on to say that the woman must not separate from her husband. If indeed she does separate, let her remain unmarried or be reconciled to her husband, and a man must not put away his wife. Now, most of us believe that's Paul's wording because you can tell the way he's kind of fudging around with some of the details of the saying. But at least Paul gives a witness that he knows of an anti-divorce saying by Jesus also. 3 separate independent witnesses that Jesus taught against divorce. One from Mark that Matthew copies, one from Q that both Mark, Matthew, and Luke have, and one from Paul. So that passes the multiple attestation rule. But it also passes the next rule, which is dissimilarity. When you find something in a source, an early Christian source, that seems to go against the very inclinations of that source or of early Christianity, it's more likely to be historical. Something that swims against the tide of early Christian expectation. Now, why does the divorce saying is multiply attested? It also passes the dissimilarity thing because almost all of these authors, except for Mark, they both seem to know that Jesus prohibited divorce entirely, but then they go on to modify the rule a bit. Because, I mean, let's face it, people get divorced. Early Christians got divorced. So Paul says, okay, well, you're not supposed to get divorced, but if you do get divorced, then you should do this. So the very writers who pass on an anti-divorce saying also fudge the saying just a bit, which shows that the saying is more radical than their own ethics are. In other words, the anti-divorce saying is dissimilar to the very practices of these early Christians. It's more radical than they are themselves practicing. And that's a clue that the saying itself goes back to the historical Jesus, according to this method. So dissimilarity is any kind of thing that doesn't fit early Christian tendencies. The sign on the cross, I already talked about that. It wasn't a confession of Jesus. The baptism of John, it's not something they likely would have invented. There's another one, the swords at Jesus' arrest. And according to Mark 14:47, and it's followed by Matthew and Luke, somebody had a sword at Jesus' arrest in the garden, and somebody used it. According to the different traditions, it was Peter, according to John, and somebody the others don't name, somebody whacked off the ear of the high priest's slave. But there's these different stories about Jesus, somebody in Jesus' entourage was armed. And in some of the sources, one of the sources, there are 2 of them on there are 2 swords, others is 1 sword. Now, I think this is historical. Why? Because all the gospel writers want to go out of their way to say Jesus was not mounting a violent revolution. He was not a criminal. This was not an armed rebellion. He's completely innocent of any political charge of insurrection. But if Jesus' disciples were armed with swords at his arrest in the middle of the night at the Passover in Jerusalem, that's insurrection, folks. The Romans did not allow Jews just to go around in the middle of the night in gardens carrying swords. For a Jew to be armed at the Passover, an especially dangerous time that the Romans were really worried about, for a Jew to be armed following around a guy who some people were saying was the king of the Jews, you can be arrested for that. You can be crucified for that. So I don't think early Christians invented it. I think some of these early Christians knew that at least one and possibly more of Jesus' disciples were armed at his arrest. So that's another, why do I see that? Because it's not something they would have invented. In fact, it goes against their tendency. There's another passage, Mark 10:18. Mark 10:18, which is also in Luke 18:19. You may have come across this. The man comes and asks Jesus about what should I do to have eternal life? What's the good thing for me to do? And Jesus says, why do you ask me about the good? There's no one good but God. Now, apparently, Mark writing that didn't have a theological hiccup. But now let me, I'm a good Episcopalian, okay? Why should you ask Jesus about the good? God's the only one who's good. Sound weird? If Jesus is actually God, then you wouldn't say it like that. In other words, this sounds like, whoever's this saying, it sounds like Jesus himself is denying that he's God. Don't ask me about the good. The only one who knows about good is God. And then Jesus goes on and answers the question. I think this saying was actually something like this was said by the historical Jesus. Why? Because early followers of Jesus believed Jesus was God in some sense. I don't think this is something they would invent. It goes against their confession. It goes against their theology. So it's one of these cases where it's dissimilar to their faith. And therefore, we tend to give it higher grade when it comes to historicity. A couple of other criteria are a bit weaker. These are the two strongest. Social coherence. This is when you see something that is either anachronistic and it doesn't look like it would fit in with the life of Jesus, or it does fit very well with the life of Jesus. If I decide, for example, on lots of different other sayings that I've decided are historical because of these other reasons, and then something looks like it, a saying of Jesus looks like it's apocalyptic, and I've already established that Jesus was an apocalyptic prophet, then I'm going to say, well, it coheres with the social situation of Jesus as an apocalyptic prophet in Galilee. Or take a negative example. In Matthew 18, there are a lot of rules about what you should do in the church. The very word church is used. Almost all of us scholars would say a lot of that stuff in Matthew 18 about the church rules, the church leadership, that's not historical. Why? Because the church didn't exist in Jesus' lifetime. Jesus sounds like he's giving rules about a constitution for a church, but we think that's anachronistic. The church is something that developed after Jesus' death, when his followers came to believe that he had been raised from the dead and then they should continue doing things in his name. But in Jesus' own lifetime, traveling around Galilee, talking about, now when you have the church, you should meet on Sundays. I think for Easter, you should wear white. Jesus didn't do this sort of thing. So that all of that stuff in Matthew 18 that looks very much like a later church life, we believe was read back into the life of Jesus by the author of Matthew or other people. And then the last thing is, the last criterion is rather weak. It's called the criterion of coherence. And this basically just says, if you establish something as being historical about Jesus by these other stronger criteria, and then something else seems to cohere with it, then you can kind of throw it in the pot. But it's a very loose kind of criterion to use for historical purposes. Now, so where are we? That's the methodology. If we're going to come up with some basic ideas about Jesus, here's where I would say I would end up with. And there's some of this that's very controversial. I would say, though, that Jesus was an apocalyptic prophet, an apocalyptic Jewish prophet. One of the reasons that Jesus' life was framed by two apocalyptic events. If Jesus was baptized by John the Baptist, and John the Baptist seems clearly to have been preaching some kind of apocalyptic message about the coming kingdom, that means I think that Jesus was originally a follower of John the Baptist, although the later gospel writers will play that down. If Jesus was a follower of an apocalyptic Jewish prophet, I think that at least means that the beginning of his own ministry was wreathed in that apocalyptic Jewish prophecy kind of world. And he was executed on a charge of sedition as being the king of the Jews against the law. Only the Roman Senate got to make kings. And if Jesus was going around claiming, and I'm not saying he was claiming, but if other people were claiming that he was the king of the Jews, the only way to understand that, I think, in this situation is that he believed that he was going to be the Messiah that would come at the end of time and overthrow the Romans. So his death was also apocalyptic. The temple incident, we could talk about that. Did Jesus go in and throw the money changers out and cleanse the temple, as it said? I think that's historical. It goes against the tendency of the Gospels to portray Jesus as nonviolent and non-confrontational in that last week. I think he therefore did it. What did it mean? I think this is more debatable. I think it was a prophecy meant to enact what he saw would be coming the future destruction of the temple by God in some kind of apocalyptic event at the end of time. I think Jesus was therefore a lower class Jewish peasant who spoke mainly Aramaic. I think he had a group of disciples of 12. I won't go into some of these, but I think he actually did form 12 of his disciples to be an inner core group. I think even that's apocalyptic. Why would he have 12 disciples? Why did he choose the number 12? Because there were 12 tribes of Israel that would be reconstituted at the end of time, according to Jewish expectation. I think there are also women that were part of his inner circle, and this is because women later in early Christianity were marginalized from leadership positions. but there's all kinds of evidence from the resurrection narratives to the presence of Mary Magdalene to other women that they were part of his inner circle of disciples. I think that he never taught the end of the Jewish law, but I think he did teach what was something of a liberalizing version of the Jewish law. In other words, that the ethical treatment of your fellow human beings counted as more important than actual details of observing the Jewish law, such as keeping kosher, washing your hands, keeping the Sabbath. Did Jesus think he was the Messiah? I think this is a really big problem. I don't know. There seem to be places where he makes no open claim to messiahship in his ministry, except in the Gospel of John, remember. So the Gospel of John, actually, we tend to treat that as less historically reliable in these things because it looks very much more Christian theological confession. But in the Synoptic Gospels, Jesus doesn't make open claims to being Messiah. On the other hand, he was executed for being king of the Jews. So the Romans at least thought he was claiming to be the Messiah, or they thought that other people were claiming that about him. But what he thought himself is very difficult. One of the things, though, I think we can say for sure, this is where I'll end today, Jesus himself, I believe, never saw himself as the founder of Christianity. He didn't think about himself as starting a new religion. I believe he saw himself as preparing the people of Israel to make them ready for the apocalyptic inbreaking of God that was to happen at the end of time, or at the end of our time, and the setting up of a new time of the kingdom of God, the kingdom of Israel, that would incorporate the whole world. So the way I would do this is Jesus was an apocalyptic Jewish prophet who was executed because the Romans at least believed that he or his disciples were making dangerous claims that he was the king of the Jews. That's all you get on the historical Jesus. Sorry. Next time we start on Paul. See you next time.
Plato's Republic is the single most